17th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Infinix, the official gaming phone partner, the power behind every Madlang gamer. Smart, the simply reliable connectivity partner of the MPL. Our partner in esports, Clear Men. And our strategic partners, TT Racing, Ferry, and SIP. Don't miss any MPL action by following our official Facebook and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPLPH on TikTok for more content. Experience the lakas ng Pinas of MPLPH Season 17 live at Victoria Sports Tower. Grab your tickets now via the official MPLPH website. MPL Philippines is monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.
What is up, MPL superfans? Welcome to the final day of Week 5. This is Denise.
And this is your very own Odin. It's already Sunday, and up until now, ramdam pa rin natin ang energy from Superfan Saturday.
And the excitement continues dahil ang nag-aabang sa atin ay dalawang kapanapanabik na match-ups. The breakthrough of ONIC PH and of course, Team Falcons.
And you're right, that begs the question now. Sino nga ba ang magbe-breakthrough? Yan ang dapat natin abangan dito lamang sa tahanan ng pinakamalalakas.
Ito ang MPL Philippines Season 17. Palad na to!
Picking up where we left off from the first 2 days, this is the last day of week number 5 as things are starting to be shaken off here at MPL Philippines Season 17. Right here at the English broadcast, my name is Hans Galeria, joined by Leo and Renmar, and of course at the Filipino broadcast we have...
Uomi pa rin kasama, nag-iisang si Santi at si Wolf. Pare, atid sa inyo ang aksyon mamaya. Nagbabalik tayo dito pare, sobrang saya makita kayong 6, ay 5 lang pala para sa araw na to.
Kasama ka kasi doon. Kaya masaya din naman kami na makita kayo. Of course, MPL Philippines is monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board. Based on what we saw over the first 2 days, tila ba meron ng mga nakahanap ng kanilang rhythm. They were able to find something during the start of week number 5, and we finally have the first team to make it to the playoffs.
That's right. Team Liquid Philippines, the defending champions, have punched their ticket to the San Juan Arena, and as early as day 2, week 5, playoffs secured na sila.
Yeah, they took the express route to the playoffs, and no one expected this. Literally, a lot of people heading into this season doubted Team Liquid Philippines, but the 4 horsemen, with Daiki, with Teddy, with whomever it could be, should be, they made it to the playoffs first. But teams like APBR, TNC, Twisted Minds, Omega, and even the reigning world champions Aurora, they are not safe just yet. There are so many twists and turns that could show up in the final few days of MPL Philippines Season 17.
At sa saya ng Team Liquid Philippines, yan naman ay ang kalungkutan at kaba naman para sa TNC and APBR dito sa unang laban natin, kung saan makikita natin na both teams have 2 points. Isa sa kanila ay matatapos sa week 5 ng may hawak na 3 punto.
Kailangan itong dalawang teams na to ang puntos dahil nga grabe yung karera pagdating doon sa ating weekly standings. Masasabi natin na sobrang close pa rin dahil wala tayong team na winless at all.
And historically speaking, ito yung mga times na kailangan manalo na ng parehas na team. Ang masama nga lang, sila yung maglalaglagan dito. Pero technically, hindi ba naman talaga tunay na laglagan? Yeah. But in my head, parang ganun na nga. Specifically for APBR, if they don't win against TNC, parang masasabi na nga natin na pwedeng hindi sila makapasok sa playoffs. I know it's very early, pero ganun kalaki ang importansya ng laban na ito para sa APBR.
Yeah, that is how tough the first match for TNC and APBR is going to be like. Same could be said siguro, but the complete opposite para naman sa ating susunod na laban mamaya. But first thing is first, ang uumpisahan nating kwento ngayon ay sa pagitan ng dalawang teams that are slowly trying to build up something here. Kasi kung tutuusin, yung APBR, they started off so well from the start. TNC, on the other hand, started off very slow, but that was a statement from yesterday.
Pakiramdam ko kung ang papapiliin dito, mas okay na slow yung simula kaysa yung bumagal ka kalagitnaan ng ano mo. Dahil for now, APBR still looking for a way na mawala yung snap na yun. May TNC yesterday, one of the biggest upsets in the regular season, I would say.
Grabe, isipin mo, tinalo nyo yung world champions. And from a team na TNC, ang dami ng doubters nitong team na to eh. And nakikita naman natin yung transition nila, nakakuha sila dito ng adjustment. pasok na pasok yung matchup.
Dude, seriously, you're gonna have to look at a lot of these statements. Yung sinasabi na, pang week 1 lang ba talaga ang APBR? Kaya pa ba ng TNC? If you are new to this scenario, baka kabahan ka or tila ba ma-shake yung moral mo. But what are they supposed to do given that the community is already looking at them this way?
Yeah, well, for TNC Pro Team, as we said earlier, they beat the reigning world champs who are struggling, but that is not something to take away from them. That is something to acknowledge that they can deliver emphatic wins like that. Not only with how they delivered it, but with which heroes they delivered it with. D-Roth coming back, Atlas coming back to
Hell
negate
yeah.
the Kalea. You guys laid it on me earlier that it was actually a Uranus with a Master Assassin as well for 3 more, if I'm not mistaken. So the fact that this late into the season, they're still willing to innovate, to penetrate the playoffs is so important.
Reigniting the flames para sa TNC. Ang mga classic at legacy picks coming out from Chakno. Yung kay Three-Mar, hindi naman ito yung unang beses na nag-Uranus nga siya dito at saka itong Dyroth. Pero ang gustong-gusto ko sa sinabi ni Three-Mar dun sa post-game interview is hindi niya muna inangkin yung credit. Ang una niyang ginawa is to actually say na nakuha niya to from people na nakalaban niya.
Pero yung isa naman nilang strat ay totoong galing sa kanila from way back pa nga eh. Yung Atlas, yung Hylos na matagal na ginagamit ni Chakno. Ano bang sinabi niya? Gusto nilang ibalik yung mga dating heroes. So, I think this is a treat for old Chakno fans, not just for TNC fans. They can go as far back as Season 4. Since his debut, para makita kung paano nga ba makaka-climb back ang TNC standings.
Lola, I'm already telling you right now, sobrang dami nang nag-aabang for Chakno to find his rhythm back into the league. Because again, we haven't seen a lot of that over the first 4 weeks. Pero yung pagpili niya nung Atlas, maybe the moves, maybe the patch, ang dami nating mga tanong na, ito na ba yung oras para sa TNC? Because there have been some pages in history na pag kinabibilangan ni Chakno yung team, you know, they usually start in week 5. And I don't know what's gonna happen here.
Well, at this point, sana may makita pa tayong iba. Sana meron pang bago na luma.
You know what? We're gonna find out more about that coming out from APBR together with none other than Denise.
Maraming salamat, casters. Nandito tayo ngayon sa players room ng APBR at kasama natin ang XP laner at jungler nila. We have Kiel VJ and James Panks. Kamusta? Kamusta?
Okay naman po.
Okay lang po, okay lang.
Okay lang po. Parang kanina kinakabahan kayo.
Sobra.
Sobra, pero sa interview hindi.
Interview nga
Sa
kinakabahan.
interview ka ba doon? Sa
Balik.
stage hindi.
Sige, simulan na natin para matapos na. James Panks, you started this season nung week 1 na it's a bang, no? Napakaganda nung simula nyo, pero nag-struggle kayo ever since. So, paano yung napapanatili yung confidence?
Sa akin personally, dahil sa Clear Shampoo eh. Joke lang. Ano lang talaga, mindset lang. Kasi yun talaga yung una kong pinatibay bago yung laro ko eh. Kumbaga inayos ko muna yung mindset ko para kahit anong mangyayari sa amin dito sa MPL, okay pa rin ako, ganun.
Speaking of confidence, ito naman, Kiel, no, isa ka sa mga veterano ng team. So ano yung sinasabi mo, no, or ginagawa mo para mapanatili yung high morale ng team?
Lahat din naman ng mental nila okay eh. So parang sinasabi ko na lang is, wag lang matitilt ganun. Pag may game pa ganun.
And speaking of wag matilt, no, paano yung pinapatuloy, no, or sa kabila ng struggle nyo, ang tanong natin ngayon, bakit patuloy kayong lumalaban sa kabila ng lahat-lahat?
Sa akin po, para po sa amin kasi naniniwala kami na hindi pa tapos yung season eh. Kumbaga hanggat di pa kami na-announce na laglag, talagang lalaban kami. Tsaka para rin sa pangarap ng bawat isa kasi lalo na ako, gusto ko talaga mag-playoffs or kung pala rin mag-MSC talaga eh. So yun talaga yung pinangugutan namin.
Napapapalakpak ka dyan. May madadagdag ka ba sa sinabi?
Okay na yun.
Okay na yun, pero ito ngayon makakalaban nyo, TNC. Kakapanalo lang nila kahapon. Anong message nyo para sa kanila?
Good luck, galingan natin.
Same lang din sa akin. Good luck. Bigyan natin ng magandang laban yung mga manonood.
Nakangiti yung mga kasama nyo dito. Tama ba yun? Good luck. Bigyan ng magandang laban.
Tama,
Okay.
tama.
And of course, nandyan yung mga supporters nyo, the Vs. Ano yung message nyo para sa kanila?
Ang message ko sa mga supporters namin na huwag kayo mawalan ng pag-asa kasi di pa kami nawawalan ng pag-asa. Babawi kami.
Ganon din, kagaya kay Kel. Supportahan nyo lang kami. Di pa dito nagtatapos yung season namin. Yan lang.
Napakaganda. Ano nga sinabi ng ating kasama dito sa APBRN, huwag mawawala ng pag-asa dahil may pag-asa pa. Pero for the meantime, balik muna tayo sa inyo, casters.
Maraming salamat, Denise. And of course, that was Kiel DJ and James Spanks. First off, you love to see the smiles on their faces. Second, you'd love to hear it from the king, Kiel VJ. Na hanggat hindi pa sila na-announce si James pala yun, pero yung kabila, may pag-asa pa. So huwag kayong mawala ng pag-asa. This is what we're looking for.
My one question for APBRN is, especially this version of the lineup under this franchise, is do they feel the weight of the legacy of APBRN?
Oh, I mean, that's pretty heavy when you think about it.
Because it is getting heavy. It's week 5.
Yeah, on the other side, my personal wish for that interview, I wish we heard a declaration. I wish it wasn't just like, don't lose hope on us, we still have hope. I wish it was more definitive. Don't worry, we'll make it to the playoffs.
I think the Howl agreed with that statement. You know what? I'm gonna be bringing you to the Infinix Keys to Victory. Wolf, walk us down.
So kailangan sa APBRN, mag-watch out sila sa Legacy Heroes ni Chakto. Ginamit ko lang yung term na Legacy Heroes, but basically ito yung sinabi nila na gusto nilang ipakita ulit yung mga heroes na sumikat agad si Chakto, like the Atlas for example. I feel like ang approach dito ng side ng TNC ay balikan yung mga nag-work dati dahil siguro ito yung way nila para mag-feature ang bagong-bagong patch natin. And also, para sa APBRN, give Aqua a winning matchup. Na-impress ako sa nakita ko kay Aqua last time, and this time, nakatapat niya itong si Lancy. Feeling ko, magsa-start muna sa draft ang bakbakan ng mga mid laners, and this will be in favor of APBRN if they do win that matchup.
Yeah, for TNC Pro Team, just continue what they showed off against Aurora yesterday. Use the flexibility, the variety available to you with the new patch. The sky is the limit, honestly. And in MPL Philippines, we've always shown the teams who are willing to innovate are rewarded. So they can just continue that. While for the second point, they just need to keep playing that same pace, that fast pace. Because APBRN, they're going to look to match that too. And if they continue the speed that they played with against Aurora, then maybe APBRN might just get overwhelmed.
Okay, so there are some recipes for success para sa ating dalawang teams. Hindi siya yung magkapareha sila ng kailangan gawin. It's just that one has to be boosted a little bit more than the other. And you know what? I feel like for the others who are there, it seems like you are ready for the games, but you also have to be ready to level up your game and your grades because the best students don't just study hard, they study smart.
That's right. Meet the Infinix XPad 30E, the first true education tablet in the Philippines. It features an 11-inch FHD plus big screen, an AI tutor on tap, and of course, over 120,000, get that, 120,000, 3 zeros, free courses.
Yeah, and it's time to make learning easier and a whole lot more fun. Get your Infinix XPad 30E. Oh, I can't show you that just yet. Your easy learning smart buddy.
Again, much love to Infinix for having us again, keeping us intact here in MPL Philippines. Boys, I'm just very excited for this one. Will we see a bit more desperation or will we see something else? Ano bang gusto mong makita dito sa laban na to?
Sana hindi desperation, parang mahirapan din yung APBRN. Baka sila pa yung magkamali ng sobra-sobra.
You know what? We're about to find out kung ano ang posibleng mangyari. That side Filipino, this side English. But now, it's time for us to introduce our two teams.
Ensure the integrity of the game. Please welcome our marshals, Dojin, Chico, Luis, and Joshua G. The buzz has faded, but their sting remains. Peace, maging eye para sa inyong APBRN! Fresh off of a sweep and jiving on a vintage beat, Phoenix Army, can you feel the heat? It's TNC Pro Team! And our head referee is the Chop Master, Sent. With the head coaches on stage, Coach Itamax and Coach G. A million questions, but only one will find the answer. Ito ang APBRN kontra sa TNC Pro Team.
But for the past few weeks, they have been lost in translation, but maybe their time is now. It's AP Brent.
5 minutes in the pre-panel is not enough to run through the million questions going through my head as to what AP Bren is missing. Sure, they have a new hero in Lilia. Sure, they seem to be playing well, especially finding comebacks in that long slobber knocker match against Omega last night. But again, I cannot sugarcoat the fact that against TNC, who's white hot right now, it's looking bleak.
Yeah, TNC Pro Team, they are burning bright. They needed a win that they delivered yesterday against Aurora. This late into the season, I am definitely sure that they're going to continue the momentum. But with what you mentioned about AP Bren, with how they performed yesterday or earlier this week up against Omega, I feel like they still have to be careful. TNC overheating has been one of their biggest pain points throughout the season.
Yeah, and in addition, I felt like for TNC, just because of their performance from yesterday, the million questions went down to at least 998,755, just because of how well they were able to perform against Aurora, who also seems to be answering some questions and some concerns on their end, but there is more left to be wondered about with AP Brent's composition.
And TNC, some of these 900, whatever number you said, are actually fun questions to ask, like, are we going to see the Kufra? Are we going to see the Rafaela? Are we going to see the Angela? Because Chakru played those heroes.
You know what? There's only one way to find out if he's going to be picking it up, because here is the Smart 5G ping test.
Sa lahat, okay lang ba kayo dyan? Kailangan ko pa pala patayin si Storm, wait lang. Bago yung jersey namin ha, pacheck na lang kung maganda.
Message ko sa TNC, galingan natin. Doon lang kami nagpapalakas.
Paano namin i-keep yung momentum? Yun guys, naganda kami ng game plan versus APBR. As usual lang sa lahat ng teams, same lang. Pero ngayong second half, feel ko mainit talaga. Babawi kami ngayon guys. Yung laban sa Aurora kagabi, nanalo kami. Chamba lang ata. Chamba lang ba yun? Message ko sa AP Bren yan, good luck sa amin. Sana maganda mapakita natin laban. Kahit top 7, top 8 tayo. Ano pakiramdam mo ngayon, Tol? Pagkagising mo? Tito, ikaw na lang kumausap sa akin dito. Feel ko mananalo tayo. Tito, asan ka?
Asan yung Jollibee?
Huwag ka lang mawawala.
Pag nanalo daw, kakanta daw sa gitna si James Banks.
Zaida literally had to carry that Smart 5G ping test because Shizu is basically a man of a few words, but he lets his game do the talking. Unfortunately, the talk isn't really talking for AP Bren in this current season, but if there's any change that we can see with the new patch that we finally have in Week 5, or do you guys have any ideas on how they could potentially change this?
So the funny thing is, because of all the adjustments towards marksman, which history-wise is the favorite picks of Shizo, it's actually silenced him just a little bit more. So he needs to show up with heroes such as Freya. Even Wisest, even though he is technically a marksman, he wasn't adjusted. He's still really busted in the lane. The Harith, if they can get their hands on it. I've been saying this all season long, but I need to hear and see more from Shizo within the game. The times where he decides to step up, and they have a very tailored start. I'm talking about when he was able to steal that purple buff away from Aurora in game number 1 or game number 2 against them. They stole it from Demon Kite. Things like that. If they can set up Shizo in the early game with very tailored rotations, very tailored picks, then maybe that's a start. But it also has to come from him to step up and start hitting things in front of him.
Okay, if you're gonna have like a top 3 hero selection for Shizo in this best of 3, what are the options for him?
All right, so I laid it down in terms of like the power picks for the meta. If we can see it, put him on the Freya, put him on the Harith, put him on the YSS in terms of the top gold lane picks. The Claude is still there, but then it needs a little bit more care, because we've seen, even if it doesn't get a lot of kills, I'm going back to Benny Cutie yesterday, as long as you're hitting the damage and you're getting those assists, that's fine. You've done your job.
I want carry.
Yeah, dude. I mean, going back to that Claude, that was like a total of what? 14 assists without a single kill.
He was a role player.
Cutie, right? He
Support Claude.
A support Claude, which you rarely ever hear, but for this time, we're expecting the spotlight to be on Shizu, given that this AP Brand squad is really hoping for them to take the victory with a sweep or possibly a 2-1. Either way, they're going to be needing those points badly.
I am a daughter
So
of
we're
Northern
seeing
Vale.
the Freya taken
I
out.
swear to protect
Better
it
for
till
both
my
teams.
last breath.
I want to die on this hill, at least for best of 3, at least for now. Carry. That's the safest bet for Shizo, because it's not as, baby as a Claude, but also it has this really good 3-item power spike, and then it can carry, because, you know what, I'm on a dog pile on this situation. Let's call a spade a spade. James Banks has to be a role player now, since they have checked him. Since his Suyo is a no-touch hero, you have to find another carry. It's got to be Shizo.
Yeah, and to add to that, I hope the rest of the AP brand, I'm looking specifically at Aqua and Nova. KLVJ, I mean, I haven't been shy about it. I've been impressed with his performance for AP brand this season.
You do you, King.
Yeah, keep doing your things. But Nova and Aqua, in the lull moments where nothing's happening, one of them needs to pull the trigger on a start. Don't make James Banks be the guy to initiate, and don't freeze up until James Banks is close by. Do something, and then just count on the fact that James Banks is going to show up. KLVJ is going to do his own thing, and then that makes it easier for Shizo. If I'm going to pick between the two, I'm looking at Aqua. Where's that Unk knowledge, that go-getting a playstyle where he would start things off, burst, he'd go back, and then re-engage. When he's playing like that, AP Brand look a little bit more comfortable.
Yeah, he has to not only be composed, but also assert his dominance in those team fights. Marcel is going to be the last ban here, which opens up some of the heroes that you guys have mentioned for Shizu, which is, again, the carry, maybe even Harith. We saw how good he is whenever he picks up the Harith, but there's just a lot of heroes still available for them.
Yeah, I just have to say, with the Phoveus banned out here, AP Brand need to watch out for a potential Harith first 2 red side pick. Without the Phoveus, you're pretty much clear to pick up the Harith for the first 2. If they are willing to, hell, just go for it in blue 1 already. Even though there's going to be a lot of picks, it's a power pick for a reason right now with the changes to Starlium side and, of course, the buffs to him. But they're not going to look at that. They'll still look at the jungle. They look at the Harley for the burst that they're going to get right away.
Okay, to be fair, I've spoken to a lot of pundits, a lot of critics, a lot of analysts. They say Harith is, Harley is jungler number 2. Suyo is jungler number 1. So, AP Brand, I don't blame them completely for this. It's not a bad pick, it's just be ready for what's to come. Again, Harith 1-2, what else? Zushin? Harith Zushin, what if?
Yeah, Harith, Jushin, Hilda, one of those. But they're not going to go for the Harith. They want to play steady with this. They still go for the Claude. I think they just want to continue the momentum Benny Cutie was on yesterday. If I'm not mistaken, that was a back-to-back Claude games. I will just have to revisit that real quick, but he was very dependable. Yeah, back-to-back Claude games, so they're just continuing that. Maybe they found a playstyle with them wherein it's like he's comfortable in the lane with the Claude, even with all the nerfs, and then he will show up just in time. Meaning that Zyda and 3mar and Chaklu, they're going to be the ones doing most of the lifting to bridge for Claude later on.
And in addition, you're looking at the Zushin that was used by Lancy, MVP game number 1 against the M7 defending champions. So you're looking at very comfortable picks here coming out from DNC, but a Valentina and a Uranus is going to be added by AP Bren. I have, again, some bit of qualms here with this Uranus, but I think they're just denying it against 3mar, given that he gave a discovery yesterday.
Yeah, they decided to forgo the Sora. They picked up the Valentina because they know that there's a chance 3mar might want to pick it up, and then they got the Yura. And maybe that makes a lot of sense, that after they saw 3mar packing the Master Assassin, maybe they haven't found it yet. But right away, they get the Diroth. They picked the Uranus over the Diroth that was available. It was shown yesterday that the Diroth will mess up the Uranus in lane and pretty much negate its impact.
This is what TNC did to that Uranus early yesterday.
Yeah, they've been through this road before. I mean,
it's the same dance.
Yeah, is there even a possibility that we see an Atlas again? I don't know. But one thing, right? One thing's for sure, this Diroth is climbing up the ranks once again after missing the drafting phase for quite some time. Now TNC is going to be transitioning towards those bans in the gold lane. Bruno is going to be taken out. Should we be expecting a little bit more, specifically on the jungle side of things for Zyda to not use anything that he's comfortable with?
I think we'll see one more gold laner ban for TNC. And what do you take away from Zyda though?
Yeah, because there's such a wide pool that he can go for.
Right.
The Leomord's still open.
See, they attack Chaknu.
Yeah, Chaknu ban. Take out the Gatot Kacha. That means that they're going to be going for a lot of dive, mid-range. Maybe the carry is what they're trying to set up for also. The carry that you're looking for.
Ban it. TNC's got to ban it.
Yeah.
No, or else it's going to be a double whammy. Looking at the Roth early and carry late, it's going to be a big problem.
No, I mean...
No. They already have the Claude anyway.
Yeah. If the carry does
Or
end
the
up
Bren.
with AP Bren,
Yeah.
maybe that just means TNC doesn't give a damn. It's like, all right, we'll find a way to shred through that, which I hope they are. I still think it could be something along the lines of the Leomord because they want a jungler that isn't steady. I would want to see them pick up a jungle option that could potentially surprise, match, fast rotations, faster scaling. They take away the Khalid. Maybe they're leaning towards the Assassin. We could be seeing something different here. What other Assassins are
There's
there?
still a Kalia, though.
Yeah, the Kalia is still open. I wonder if TNC are crazy. Oh, wait, no, but there's a Uranus and a Hardy. I was thinking at the top of my head if they're willing to try out Nolan.
What if they go Kalia Red 4?
It might be a possibility, honestly.
Kalia or Hylos Red 4?
Yeah, they need something to not only take care of the Uranus, but also eliminate the threat of the Harley in the early game, because that is going to be a problem when the Deroth is not around. So, again, AP Bren, they're going to have to make some choices here. They already trimmed down Chaknu's pool. Yeah. What do they have
Speaking
in
of
mind?
Assassin, if AP Bren are willing to ban out... Okay, they ban out the Hilt as a safer one instead. So as we've seen in 2 games so far this season, Lancelot's actually still okay for Zyda. There's not a lot of hard grab. If they want to pick up the hard grab, there's the high loss. He'll trade out the Kalea. Lancelot would actually be okay as a surprise last pick. I still think that they're going to be leaning towards the Assassins, but if they end up going for the Leomord and playing it safe, I mean, again, it worked out well for them yesterday. They can just rinse and repeat.
Yeah, and in addition, you're just going to have to worry about the high loss if you are the Lancelot. So at some point...
No, Lancelot for Zyda, sir.
Yeah, Lancelot for Zyda. Okay.
Yeah, they have the high loss.
I'm completely missed out here, but yes.
It's okay, dude.
Harley right over there already. Zyda, you picking up the Lancelot would be great. No crowd control for AP Bren just yet, and I feel like that is what they have to build up on here. And the Kacha is going to be the potential threat to pull up that Lancelot and then picking up the carry, obviously telegraphed by these two.
It's a Kaka combo either way.
Yeah. They get the burst, and now all the best remaining options for Zyda will have to dive, get close. If you want to make yourself scarce, I still think you lean towards the Lancelot. Just be smart of when you use the Phantom Execution. The Leomord would be a much more obvious target for the Kaja than it might be too hard for Zyda. But let's see what Zyda's feeling. I think he gets final call here.
Honestly, makes it more difficult now for Zyda. There used to be an easier out with the first 3 heroes that AP Bren picked up, but with a threat of having a Kaja, it means Chaknu and Thremar would have to get their hands full again just so Zyda would have an easy life. So they will be going for Yi Sun-shin, a double marksman setup for the TNC Pro team.
That's a rare sight in the current metagame.
Yeah.
In April 2026, you don't really see a jungle Yi Sun-shin anymore.
But hey, in April 2026, the super fans can still have a chance to win 1,000 MLBB Diamonds. All you gotta do is predict the match winner correctly. Scan the QR code to know more.
So one of the things we discussed when TLP swept Aurora earlier this week was the YSS is viable and doable as long as the Uranus isn't on the other side. And they had a fighter in the gold. This is old school YSS before all the fighters started popping up in the gold lane. That Uranus, if handled in the lane well, will just keep invading and messing up Zyda. Why? Is it just confidence, or did they not think about that equation?
Well, they can play man-to-man defense. Thremar can play the bruiser and, you know, just back up. Back up. That's my jungler. Back up.
Yeah. It feels like because they do have the Heroth with them, they thought that the Uranus, they're probably thinking the Uranus is not going to be a bother, doesn't care about, or won't be able to bother the YSS anyway.
Is it enough?
Is it enough is the question.
Yeah, in addition to what happened with Thremar from yesterday, we kind of saw a bit of the Deroth falling off in the later portions of the game. Probably the reason why they picked up Zyda with this YSS, so they could still have a decent amount of damage come the late game. Lots of activity happening, but almost a death, but AP Bren is going to be escaping that.
TNC have asserted themselves. Massive skirmish win. They sent home 2 of AP Bren, and now they invade on James Banks' jungle. He's going to lose the small camp.
I'm gonna say this now. I think that was on Nova and Aqua not handling the laning phase well for the first wave. They're up against Deeroth, who could join in very quickly. It's good that for AP Bren that TNC didn't go crazy and think, hey, let's just keep this up and go all the way to the orange buff. Because if they did, honestly, they could have won that trade, but they decided to back off and play it safe. Again, this is why I put focus on Nova and Aqua. Those little decisions will stockpile and then just accumulate to much bigger consequences later on.
Hey, look, it's the NU Bulldogs.
It's the richest players in the collegiate scene. You know, that's what I'm gonna call them. Just because of how many championships they've already had, and they obviously can be here anytime soon, but
they are notorious.
For our international viewers, could they be considered the best collegiate team for MLBB in the Philippines?
Yeah. I think even our foreign viewers also know them if they're quite familiar with the collegiate scene, because they go to different parts of Southeast Asia to compete, and they have been winning against Malaysia, Indonesia, Cambodia, in Singapore, which was the place for the recent tournament. So again, congratulations to NU, but here at this moment, I feel like a lot was lost for AP Bren in that very first minute.
James Banks is going to have to catch up in Nova and Aqua. Well, their combo will pop off eventually once we both hit level 4. That is the biggest threat of the Divine Judgment. It's most likely going to be a sure catch. Once the mid-trio are all level 4, they will be able to burst despite them having a deficit. As long as the deficit doesn't go too crazy, like 5-6k early on, even within 1 to 3k, I imagine that they're going to just pull the trigger on a pick-off, and then they'll get it.
So you're saying the game doesn't start for AP Bren until they all reach level 4.
Yeah, which is why it makes sense that TNC decided to play aggressive in the mid, and which is why it's perplexing to me that they lost that first trade in the mid, and with that I'm talking about AP Bren.
And we don't have to worry about reaching level 4 because Scent was there to chop it all up. Resuming the game once again. I'm expecting both Benecutie and Shizu to not really have a bunch of activity at the top lane, but for TNC Pro Team, they were trying from the start to eliminate the battle spells from the two guys at the middle for AP Bren. It's just that for both Aqua and Nova, they were much more willing to actually risk the fact that the HP bars would be trimmed to down low instead of them losing the flickers.
A minute later, it's deja vu. They do it again. They bully out Nova and Aqua.
Yeah, maybe it's also just like a hero match.
Oh! Deadly Magic's on Lancy. No committal, so I guess TNC gets to walk away with that.
Yeah, fortunately for James Banks, that is quite a very low cooldown on that ultimate, but for AP Bren, they're going to be transitioning towards the turtle objective, and same is going to be done by TNC, but they have a little bit more control on that river.
This has to be a free turtle. Aqua and Nova, just get out of there. You don't need to heavily commit this. Wait, what?
Glorious Pathway answered with a Mount Shocker. KLVJ, not much you can do in there. Free kill on the turtle for TNC, and AP Bren skedaddle on out of there.
There's finally the flicker coming out from Aqua. They're actually going to fight this.
KLVJ coming through. Deadly Magic's caught in the face by 3mar. The choke up catches Aqua. First blood drawn by the Phoenix Army.
Just incredible placement from Lancy, and there was the Phoenix Army to finish the job.
Did I see that right? Did Aqua dash in? Why? Well, what's going on right now for AP Bren? Still, okay, it's not the end of the world. It's still only 3 minutes in, but I've been seeing a fair good amount of shares of like questionable decisions that, again, as we mentioned, are just going to stock up. So for the two EXP laners, it seems like it's going to be a Radiant priority here for 3mar, while KLVJ does have the first component already into the Dominance Ice. He should full build that, shouldn't try to chop sway elsewhere. Nova goes in!
Oh, there's a pull! Divine Judgment on a Zyda! Aqua gets it! And I think the buff did go over to the Hive.
Yeah, James Banks.
Dude, that worked so well for AP Bren. I feel like that is what they need more of. They need to make those calculated decisions, try to pick off where TNC is so that they can equalize or maybe even have a bit of a lead, because that's going to help them a lot in the early game.
Yeah, just as I said, they will pull the trigger and level 4 pick off. Wait.
They're coming in on the 3mar. 3mar answers back kindly. A stolen Mount Shocker from Aqua reveals where the rest of TNC are. No retaliation here from the Phoenix Army. Gentlemen, do you see this? Zyda, James Banks on this Harley has the Frost Retribution. So this is what they call the Battle Mage Harley. It's a Harley that's expecting to fight full frontal. Because his first build was concentrated energy.
Yeah.
Interesting. Look, see?
I think you realized that because of the high loss would be up and going.
Oh, Divine Judgment on a 3-Mar. 3-Mar looking to answer with an Abyssum Strike, holding on to it. And I guess the thought of retaliation alone from TNC is enough to stop AP Bren.
That just wasn't enough damage coming out from James Banks, even though this is a battle mage. So with that being said, TNC Pro Team, without James Banks inside, they're going to be taking this turtle, but 3-Mar surrounded.
Go again. It's 3 members of AP Bren on 3-Mar. Cycle does secure 3-Mar, forcing the use of a flicker and a location in up top. How about it? AP Bren, it's their turn. That's Nova getting choked up and taken down. Kill served up to Zyda, and they will take this tier 1 up top.
Yeah, cross-map trades. AP Bren, okay, so that people don't think I'm just dogging on them for this entire game, it's that they made the right call there. They knew that maybe they just wouldn't be able to fight out the turtle healthily enough, so they go for the cross-map trade. At the same time, Nova was able to provide space for Shizo to not go down. AP Bren got kills onto 3-Mar the bot.
Chaknu here, face full of deadly magics. Revitalize will save him alongside the glorious pathway just for good measure.
Oh my goodness, I thought the Mamba was done for. But the antidote was just available for TNC's Roamer to stay alive.
Here's Mamba, Divine Judgment on a 3-Mar. He won't survive this time around. Nova gets one.
I think there's been a total of 2 or 3 times where 3-Mar is the main victim of that Divine Judgment.
Yeah, and he has to be. They know that this Diroth needs to get checked quick. And for Chapter, my only reaction to that is, what the heal?
I'd give that an 8 out of 10. That's pretty good.
We've lost one Mamba too much, all right? So he doesn't want to go. Benny Cutie and James Banks gonna duel. That's what you get with a Battle Mage Harley. His next build is gonna be a Brute Force Breastplate.
Oh my god, is this James Banks or Alina the Battle Angel? My goodness. This is just AP Bren now sticking to their scaling.
It's a good movie.
Yeah.
I like Christoph Waltz.
It feels like Benny Cutie also just accepted his fate there. He didn't want to try and commit the flicker, the BMI out. He's just like, yeah, I go down.
Crossing paths here.
Dude, that's an intersection.
And Chaknu, I guess, it neutralized it. They kind of canceled each other out.
Yeah, they were thinking of just
BFB.
going at it again. James Banks already building up the Brute Force Breastplate.
Oh,
but
man.
AP Bren is holding on to a 1.2k gold lead. TNC not letting up as Chaknu, Lancy also controlling the river, but 5 Bs are here.
Final turtle, Divine Judgment on a 3-Mar. 3-Mar takes it lovingly into AP Bren's arms, and Chaknu here still alive. Yes, taken down by KLDJ. Now KLDJ does get to walk away. Nova put down a third of his health. James Banks holding out. Yeah, blazing the way. Betty Cuting at the face full of deadly magic. Aqua takes the turtle. Aqua finds Betty. And now 3 remaining members of TNC trying to get him out of there. Lansing is taken down. Zaya follows through. 3-Mar flickers back out. AP Bren have trampled through TNC.
Nova and Aqua, this is what I've been looking from you guys. Take the initiative, start things off. Don't allow TNC and any of your opponents to get into position. Just go for it. And they have been going for it sequence after sequence alongside that Battle Mage Harley, who, you know what this reminds me of?
What?
This is a more mobile, more annoying Cyclops spell vamp style. The Cyclops that we see with the Queen's Wings in our ranked games. This is a deadlier version of that. And it looks like TNC are not quite ready for it. 3-Mar has taken a lot of death. Zyda landed a great Mountain Shocker there, but you could see the raw sustain that they have. Not even just the Harley, but of course Shizo as well, being able to survive through his own fighter emblem, just free hitting, even though he was under a lot of abilities. Really good. AP Bren are drawing out fights, and TNC are trying to recover.
Remember, I don't like the words you're saying. I don't like hearing the words ranked games, Cyclops, and deadlier. I don't like it.
We're probably going to see a lot of these now. But hey, does this mean that all Cyclops users can use the Harley too? Is that something that you can point out? Or maybe
you're pushing it.
Okay.
I suggest please stick with the Cyclops.
The Cyclops.
Don't need to use the Harley.
Okay, yeah. Shout out to the Yoda users. You can stick with the Cyclops for now. Because AP Bren's going to be sticking with his middle lane turret, but they will not be able to take it down. But it was just a distraction for the reality that's happening up top. Shizu is going to be able to take it down. Now developing to a 5k gold lead. Lancy just waltzing in the middle, unscathed by AP Bren. They're just disciplined here.
Yeah, Divine Glaive already too for James Banks. AP Bren, have they finally found their Suyo, their new Suyo for James Banks after all these weeks?
It's been their third choice. Again, you usually go Baksha first.
Yeah.
And then Harley if you're AP Bren, but Baksha was banned out, so I guess.
Yeah.
And it's good, it fits James Banks' profile. It's like, mechanically demanding, has good damage output, can trade if ever, he has to duel for like 5 seconds.
Yeah, I think that's the key idea there. It's him being able to trade. It's not so easy to take this Harley down compared to the Harley that runs straight for the Genius Wand and then goes for raw damage. This Harley that wants to fight longer is good for him.
They get the DJ on a Chakno. Glorious pathway, stopped by Aquas, and now KLVJ looking to put those Ionic Edge stacks. They find him with a Mount Shock. They're forcing the flicker out. Look at the back line. Lancey with the Crimson Beacon back, and the turtle of the Lather of the Lord is under AP Bren's control. James Banks secures. Aqua has 3 more on him, 3 more. A face full of deadly magics. Yeah, Benny Cutie with a forward flicker. Blazing the way.
Right behind.
Shizo, like an assassin in the back line, takes out Lancey. James Banks takes out Chakno, and Shizo takes out 3 more. Benny Cutie falls. It's just Zaida left.
The silent kid ain't that quiet anymore. I kept looking for Shizu. Yeah, that's probably the same noise that he made when he decided to go in, pick off Lancey, and then when he finally got to survive that little duel that he had with 3mar, that is the Shizo that I wanted.
Oh my goodness, the bold positioning coming out from the silent kid. He was there, he was completely surrounded, but he knew he had the damage. So with that being said, the inhibitor has already been taken down. They might not be using this Lord anymore because they got what they wanted anyway. So it's AP Bren just continuously building up Shizu. The bees are developing confidence right in front of our eyes.
That angle was criminal. There's no carries of no business being that late in, and coming in from there. The backline had no chance.
And Leo, don't get me wrong, we saw this yesterday. There was a sandwich play that a carry was also part of that fight, but it did not work out.
Did not work.
But for AP Bren, Shizu, some players were at least half HP, and I think that's the reason why it was able to work out.
Okay, you know what? The genius of this draft is now making sense because of the Battle Mage Harley.
Yeah.
They were able to hold somewhat of a semi-front line because of the Harley was able to stand down, and then KLVJ, who's basically just a big meat shield, and then that's how Shizo was like, okay, let me move over here and kill y'all.
I will revisit that Uranus pickup and why, again, the same question I had at the end of the draft. Why the YSS when you see the Uranus? Because it's not just in the laning phase, in the early jungling patterns of you farming up. It's also in team fights. When there is someone on the other side of the team who could just show up in front of a Yi Sun-shin and literally say, I don't care about you, dog.
Yeah, it's a soft counter to his passive.
Exactly. I mean, it's you're not taking the YSS out right away, but you're taking him out essentially. So why the YSS against the Uranus?
Dude, just KLVJ's role is to piss off Zaida all the time. I mean, 2-2-0. Even though the information was, of course, given due to the Mountain Shocker, there's not much for TNC to do here. So, again, AP Bren just continuously hiding, freezing down the waves for TNC to just starve and wait for the next major objective to spawn.
Yeah, if this was any other pick in the jungle for TNC, this Uranus would look even more dog water if there was more burst. Zaida, still gets his orange buff.
Okay.
But now that it's YSS, and because, well, also credit the smart rotations by AP Bren to deliver as many deaths as they could to 3mar, negating what the D-Roth could potentially do to Uranus, then they were able to set up KLVJ. So instead of KLVJ setting up for the team, it's AP Bren who set up for the Uranus.
Now they're going to have to make a choice here. TNC will just have to leave this one up to the bees and protect the rest of the waves that are about to enter their base. AP Bren just dominant 13 minutes into this game.
Yeah, but for about 5 minutes now, TNC had nothing on AP Bren.
Yeah, 3,000 gold lead between Chizo and Benny Cutie. It's only up to a Trinity for Benny. A sad little dagger. Well, there's already a win in nature for this carry, and I think Shizo's going to be going for the Malefic Gun last. Will make him even more difficult to take down. TNC's conditions were to win this early to mid. They won a bit early.
Nova with the conceal and the flicker, the divine judgment. 3mar flickers out of harm's way. Chaknu with the glorious pathway, putting it over to the other side. And she's about to take down Lancey. Barely lives. Chaknu catches the deadly magic. Lord is on the base. Top lane is where he marches through. Mid lane inhibitor barely standing. TNC with a successful defense.
And you know what? They were able to protect both. And that was the idea for AB Bren. It's for them to take it down, but the glorious pathway coming out from the Mamba, reaching both ends of the floor.
That's elite ball knowledge right there.
Yep.
Yeah, it was handled really well. It could have been a full Brazilian delivered by AP Brand, but they at least kept 2 towers. So they still have just a bit more room to work with, especially with managing their long lane away from the next Lord. But they will pull the trigger on trying to get a pick off. But I think they won't be able to go for like a full fight. The deficit is way too huge that even if TNC, let's say, they get the start where they want, where 2 dudes from the side of AP Bren are gone, at the end of the day, if those 2 dudes aren't James Banks and Shizo, AP Bren can still fight.
Yeah, it's very difficult for them to actually bounce back into this game just because of how fed Shizu was right from the start due to the team fight that they were able to pull off at the river. So TNC, they might be breathing, but they're still hungry for a few more waves, maybe even some jungle objectives. There's not much that they can do, but they're going to be pulling off something here, a bold move as they are trying to figure out where the rest of the members are, but that conceal is going to be going to waste.
That's a fake out. TNC are just buying time. They know that in about a minute there's a Lord, and they're going to come to a crossroads. Do we contest this Lord, or do we just hunker down? Because I'll be honest with y'all, their wave clear is not very good.
Farm-heavy main damage dealers and the YSS and Claude. TNC needed their D-Roth, Jushin and High Loss to carry, but they couldn't, which is why we find ourselves here, which is why we see these... Wait, Nova?
Nova coming in from the west and gets that flicker to back on Lancey. Lancey torn off the map just like that.
That was just one... but it dealt so much damage. Lancey immediately taken out just like a bubble being bursted.
Nova, that was beautiful. AP Bren, that was gorgeous. They're doing great.
Aqua with a stolen glorious pathway, stopping TNC from even thinking of defending that mid lane inhibitor. It falls. AP Bren moves forward to the Lord.
Now, I beg the question, where has this AP Brand squad, where has this version been over the last 3 weeks? The Bees are just trimming down the defenses of TNC Pro Team. They have nothing but a single inhibitor down bot. And for TNC, it's back to quarantine, and for AP Brand, they're free to do whatever the hell they want.
The call is most likely endable for this next Lord. 10,000 gold lead, 16 minutes in, still not fully item locked for the Claude. Benicudi needed to go for the Malefic Gun, but then that should be an easy dive. If it's not the Kaja that's gonna pull out the Claude, it's gonna be, whoa, they're gonna try! Oh!
Get that conceal, space escape by James Banks, neutralizing that whole sequence.
Yeah, that was too easy to evade for a man with a million moves. And now Zyda's gonna have to back away because now it's just 4v5.
And TNC have no key ults right now. Crimson Beacon from Lancey. Half of TNC are at about the half health. They pop that immortality onto the Mamba. Chaknu falls. Glorious Pathway. Hold down the line here for TNC. And Benicudi coming in with the Blazing Duet. Lancey almost down. Lancey gets taken out by James Banks. And I believe that's all she wrote. AP Bren take game 1.
The Bees still sting. Just a pain to work with for TNC as AP Bren are just looking good with this new patch.
Makes sense with the Harley. Float like a butterfly, sting like a bee. And that's exactly what James Banks was in this game. After the, dare I say, quite horrendous start by Nova and Aqua, they started to encapsulate that as well. There was something Aqua did there in the last push wherein him dashing in actually forced out the Blazing Duet of Benny, making it easier to actually end the game. That's the knowledge I'm looking for. So my biggest issues about AP Bren, the biggest questions, from 9,999 and 50,000 questions, we're down to, let's put it to maybe 980,000. They've answered a good amount of questions in that last one, and that's a good start to have.
And now for TNC, I feel like we started with 998,000, but it's gonna go back to 999,755 just because of what they did in this game.
Yeah, I just have one though.
Well, okay.
Like, why the Eastern Shin?
Yeah, no, for me, it's that question 100,000 more times.
Oh my gosh. That just created a ton more problems for them, but for Nova, using a divine judgment on his coach 2 times. What's the cooldown on that guy? I mean, somebody stop him. But he was unstoppable in that game after his first death, 1, 2, and 10, just pulling out every single feather from the Phoenix Army.
Yeah, I mean, we did say it earlier, once they're all level 4s, that's their time to go. And luckily, they made the right call. Once they all had their ultimates, the Roman trio of the Kaja, Valentina, and the Harley, their first big pick was an invade into the purple buff. You take down Zyda, purple buff goes to James Banks, and now you're slowing down the progress of TNC even more. That one, right there. Great call by the Roman trio of AB Bren.
Just, you know, these calls have been solid for AB Bren up until the 3rd minute of this game. We saw them make more concise movements. The rotations have been incredibly solid, and because of that, they were even winning 1v1s against Betty QT, maybe even against Shakno, and especially in these kinds of team fights where TNC is not prepared, not equipped to actually do these battles, but they are forced for this just so they can hope for at least a bit more gold heading into the later portions of the match.
Okay, you know what? Let's play the what-if game. What if this
You're
match...
adding questions again.
Yeah, what if this game lasted to like 25 minutes? TNC still do not have the same tools. Let's say they close that gold gap to like 1,000, 2,000, even to their favor. AB Bren still have a better kit.
Yeah, and even in those scenarios, you see it's the mid laner that's gapped, and up until if Lancey in that hypothetical what if there was still a significant gap between him and Aqua, and Lancey doesn't have like the main damage items you're looking for from Medusan, then yeah, you're really not gonna feel anything here. James Banks, despite him packing the Bloody Retribution, you didn't see him use it enough in the way that we'd think, wherein he'd be taking a portion of the HP of the opposing team, of the opposing frontliner that he's getting it from. But when he did get to use it, the value was definitely there. So for sure, Bloody Red, great choice. Take note for Harleys, this might be a more deadlier somehow version to play the Harley, because it's safer also.
That's what I'm playing.
Yeah, it's safer. The damage is still there. Of course, it's not as much as the Genius one, but he still hurts, and he's not as easy to kill.
So this is another discovery of AP Bren with the Harley getting picked up by James Banks. I mean, he's used it before, but the change with the way that they approach the itemization might be the key for AP Bren to get this game number 1.
Yeah, I might stand corrected. It's not the first time we've seen this kind of Harley build, but it's very important that they did this. This is significant in their campaign against TNC that they build it this way. If it was the normal kind of Harley, maybe he died like 2 or 3 more times, and that may have broken the Camel's back and given TNC a comeback.
Yeah, the one we usually see is Ice Red, and it's Genius one first, then Consen, but this was Bloody Red, concentrated energy first.
Brute Force.
Brute Force Breastplate. I think the Brute Force one is the key part of the build.
And again, I'm going to be bringing it back to the bigger picture. AP Bren is in a big need of some points here against TNC, who is just a step above them. But in order for them to level up, that's for later. You can also level up in gaming and in life. The Infinix Note 60 Pro is here. It's a Snapdragon-powered beast with a flagship feel that's shattering every benchmark in its price segment.
And it's more than just its specs. This is the ultimate outdoor cinema device with its 6.78-inch, 144Hz AMOLED display. Plus, you get to have fun with the active matrix display. How's that for a mobile device?
Stronger performance, more premium feel, and more fun. This is the Note 60 Pro. You do note.
And we're gonna have to make some notes on some of the items that they built up. They already did theirs. I probably have to do mine in order to dominate the Land of Dawn. But in order for you guys to do that, you need a connection that never lets you down. From scouting rotations to tracking the pros, stay online and in the zone.
Power up with the Smart Power All 99. Get 10 gigs of data for MLBB and your favorite apps, plus unlimited FB calls and texts. Share every GG moment with Smart, the simply reliable partner of the MPL.
And just like how AP Bren has been reliable with their decisions that they have made, the calls, just like what Redmar has been talking about a while ago. And of course, they're different, but also the same approach to this game number 1. I wonder what changes is going to happen with game number 2. But here's a guest together with our hosts.
MPL Superfans, let's take a quick break sa mga nangyayari sa loob ng Land of Dawn. Please welcome the champions of MLBB Campus Series 2026 held in Malaysia, Give it up for NU National Bulldogs MLBB team. Welcome back, guys. Hindi na kayo bago dito sa MPL Arena. Alam mo, Denise, ilang seasons na rin natin sila nakakasama. And we should introduce our guest today, starting with our coach.
My name is Coach Palacio. I'm the head coach for NU Bulldogs.
Coach Del Rosario, technical coach for NU Bulldogs.
Christian Ico, student manager of NU Bulldogs.
Prince Pakulan, roamer of NU Bulldogs.
Carrera, gold lane ng NU Bulldogs.
Last mid laner ng NU Bulldogs.
Alvarado, roamer ng NU Bulldogs.
Estacio po, jungler ng NU.
Bangsal, explainer of NU Bulldogs.
Alright, kanina Odin kakasabi lang sa akin ni Coach, 4 championships just from June. Tama ba, Coach? Kwento mo naman yung naging journey nyo at least para makuha yung pinaka-recent na naging championship nyo.
So the story of the championship started after UAAP last year. Since after the defeat from DLSU, we tried to rebuild the team. Then after doon, yun na po naging start ng championship runs for the whole year ng NU Bulldogs.
Well, at least for this one, Coach, you mentioned nanggaling sa panalo from DLSU. And then, ano yung nagbago, no, para magsunod-sunod yung panalo nyo internationally?
I think the biggest change was the resources then. Since NU was favorable enough to give resources sa players, bootcamp, internet, devices, then yun na lang din yung naging opportunity namin na magsikap pa and strive harder.
Odin, they really need support, no? At binigay yun sa kanila, they did not waste that.
Well, talaga naman deserve ng ating mga MLBB players na nagko-compete at lalong-lalo na ng mga nananalo katulad nyo na mabigyan ng suporta. But right here with me is Ren. Kumusta ba yung naging journey nyo bukod doon sa tournament? Ano yung pinaka-memorable experience mo?
Siyempre yung bonding namin as a team gumala. And yung pinaka-memorable is mabigyan ng championship yung Pilipinas.
Wow, I love that. Alam mo, ilang championships na rin kayo magkakasama. Ren, meron na bang graduating sa inyo? Kasi for sure, mamimiss nyo yung gagraduate na.
Ako po, tsaka si
Ikaw
Coach
pala.
Shane.
Ikaw, tsaka si Coach Shane. Coach Shane, how do you feel about that na nagkaroon pa kayo ng another championship before you graduate?
Very fulfilling kasi the journey wasn't easy. Dumaan sa problems na external, nagka-problems din within the team. But I'm proud na yung team na-overcome yung mga challenges na yun.
And they did, Odin. They are now, I'm guessing, off to another championship. But Coach, what's next for your team?
What's next? The ultimate goal will always the UAAP. Then we have an upcoming tournament as well, PCC. So yeah. Then hopefully we still grab championships from there.
Wow, syempre, we look forward to that. Kung ano pa nga ba naghihintay para sa inyo. And we have here their finals MVP Estacio. Why don't you invite everyone na suportahan kayo sa upcoming tournaments nyo?
Sa mga sumusuporta po sa NU Bulldogs, iniimbitahan ko pa po kayong suportahan pa po kami tsaka manood ng mga next pa po namin na laban.
Beautiful, Odin. Hindi lang tayo umaarangkada dito sa MLBB here in MPL, but also in the collegiate scene. But for the meantime, balik muna tayo sa bakbakan. Casters, pasok.
Again, much love to Denise and Odin, and of course, NU Bulldogs, who seem to be totally different people from what I saw them from last year. They were totally shy boys, but now they're so good with their mic.
If there is someone who did not change, that is their coach. Coach Palacio, also known as DAP. I think he still is the most prolific, most wealthy, and most decorated coach in collegiate history.
Big D.
Yeah, I gotta dap him up after this.
That's what the streets call him.
I see. Big D energy.
See.
Yeah.
Right? That does count. D is for dap. I don't know what you guys are talking about, but hey, Nova, MVP, game number 1, you gotta give it to him. Shaqnu, on the other hand, was the match MVP from yesterday. What does he have to channel, or is it with Chakno alone? Does it have to be with the entire team? What were some of the things that were working for them yesterday that they were just unable to do today?
Okay, so as we saw, first 3 minutes, it was them. Before they hit level 4, they actually got to take their condition. But then AP Brand just moved too fast and they were way more too sure compared to TNC Pro Team with who they wanted to pick off. They also made that smart call, again, calling back to, I believe that was turtle number 2, wherein they realized we're not going to be able to contest this. Let's go to the bottom lane instead. We'll take down 3 more. TNC were making the right calls. It's just that sometimes you have to give it to the team that is just a little bit faster, that isn't just speed personified, is actually able to deliver a kill after the start of the sequence. Or, for their credit also, some of those pick-off attempts were actually onto Chaknu, so that TNC wouldn't be able to play without the high loss. Because their EXP laner is a D-Roth, you're not going to send him to just the front line because he's already suffered a few amount of deaths. So AP Brand, well, with how they played around this Kaja Valentina, especially the Harley, at some point you also saw them respecting the presence of the high loss and saying, with the high loss gone, TNC cannot front, and now they're forced to play back.
Yeah, and in addition, that was a very expensive lineup coming out from TNC. You're going to have to feed the Claude, feed the Yi Sun Shin, and all with that. The only protector along with them was the Hylos, and the Deroth was also dealing out some damage. So there weren't a lot of ways for TNC to just get some time in their hands, because like what you said, even though there was time in their hands, they didn't have ways of actually bouncing back in spite of having the damage.
It was such a weirdly put together draft. I don't know what the big picture was for Coach Finding Hito and Coach Etomax. So I hope the past, 5 minutes has been enough for them to regroup, because with that kind of draft and what they were running it into, there's no way we were going to see the kind of speed that they played with against Aurora last night. They have to shake it up.
And given how critical this match is for both of the teams, because if you do win, then you're going to have at least a big boost, maybe even at the 5 or the 6 spot, because up until the 4th spot, that's just 3 points, and both AP Brand and TNC are at 2. So this gives them a really huge ticket to finish week number 5 at a high note. But now we're looking at the draft for game number 2. It's still going to be the Fanny and Marcel, who are familiar bans all throughout. The Phobius has been removed by AP Brand this time, but we have not seen the Harith getting picked up in spite of these bans.
Wait, hold on. TNC are on red?
Yep. Yeah, they are.
I think they're going to do it again. I think they realized some of their missteps in the draft, and they just want to say, okay, maybe forcing game number 3, let's not do anything too drastic, and just try to revisit what we did wrong.
So they chose to go red, chose expanding rivers, and then are in effect saying, let's go again. Let's do that, but better.
Yeah, they're just going to have to run it back, but faster, and yeah.
Open Harley, take it, and then we go from there.
Yeah. I think the Harley is an obvious choice here for James Banks. That Battle Mage was just super effective coming out from the Bees, but for TNC, knowing that if AP Brand is not going to be changing their approach in this game, just like how they did in game number 1, TNC are going to have to pick up some solid heroes here. They did have the Zushin in that red too, but the Claude is still the idea. They're just changing up the Uranus.
All right. I'm not against the Claude, but the whole shift to Uranus. What's going on? Is this? Are you gut checking KLVJ? Are you saying, yo, can you play a Dairoth or something that can go toe-to-toe? Because we know it's not the Lapu-Lapu. We've seen it.
Yeah. It does feel like it, especially if that is going to be Master Assassin again on that Uranus. But AP Brand have the benefit of seeing all of these in action. They had time in the past day to be able to find an answer for it. And maybe they will find that answer. Let's see. I still think they should pick up the Valentina. With the Phovis gone. Maybe the Deroth. Maybe you just go play something that is typical. You don't need to force the Deroth. Okay. Yeah. Okay, they pick up the Sora, and then they pick up the Juicin.
And then do they just say, TNC, Valentina now or never? And it's now.
Yeah. Was a pretty quick pickup. I mean, AP Brand's going to be taking the risk of having quite a hero that can make an impact coming out from KLVJ, but also give that setup as well for Lancy.
You know what's hilarious? Is from Red, TNC said, okay, we're going to pick the Uranus. What are you going to do about it? AP Brand says, nothing.
Yeah.
We're picking the Sora. What are you going to do about it? Fine, we'll play the Vel.
We're picking it up. All right. Just no responses whatsoever from the Bees. So
Nothing.
with that, the Kaja is going to be taken out. I mean, what was supposed to be the idea here? Why the Kaja? Should they have picked up something else to take out?
I honestly thought they picked up the Valentina so that AP Brent doesn't even think about picking up the Kaja anymore.
Because they're giving over the DJ as well.
Yeah, and most likely Lassie's gonna end up with a burst mage anyway, so them having a Divine Judgment to steal would have been really great.
You mean Aqua? Oh, wait.
No, yeah.
There it is. It's already a Valentina.
Yeah. Burst High Control Roamer, excuse me.
Right.
So,
For
Chaknu.
Yeah.
So why still commit the Kaja, man?
And in addition, they've also taken out the Hylos. I'm talking about AP Bren here. So that's at least 2 heroes in the second phase. That makes it a little bit harder for the roamers to pick up some heroes here, because that is what's missing in the composition of both teams.
What if TNC hold it out to the final pick and then swerve with an Atlas again? Because I think that Atlas would be good into at least the first 3 picks of AP Bren.
It is possible. I mean, if you're looking at it.
Oh, they're attacking Nova's hero pool.
Wow. That's a Marcel, a Kaja, and a Cho. You're also going to have to look at the Hylos from the other side.
And then the Kalea. If you really just want to say no, Nova, you don't play.
Yeah, if TNC show an Assassin Jungler in Red 4, with the carry still open, they can close it out with a carry and a Hilda. That puts a lot of pressure onto Sora. Oh, they take out the Gatot. Kalea would be available if Chaknu wants a pick-off style roamer. Well, with the heal, if Zyda shows his Assassin now, then it should be Hilda for Nova.
Yeah, at least.
Or Khalid.
Yeah,
either one of
you
those
would
two.
still have some choices, you know, in spite of these bans coming out from TNC.
There's still Khalid.
It's just that if you are Zyda, would you reveal your hero now? I mean, you'd still have the choice to make it, but the roamer is the question. You're going to have to pick something first and let AP Brent react to it.
Yeah, that's the sad thing. They have to show their jungler now because there's a lot more that they can do with saving the roamer pick for last with their picks. So they go for the Leia Mord, better than picking up an assassin. Still though, Nova has the go signal to still lock in a Khalid.
Or Kalea.
Or Kalea, yeah. Oh, maybe that's why they... so Nova still ends up with the Kalea. They forced Zyda to show his pick. But we saw that the Atlas negates the Kalea hard.
That's why I think
That's why they're saving it for last.
Kept it in Red 5.
Yeah, and if AP Brent decide to like, okay, we'll pick up our Atlas, then you're giving a... well, it's been a while.
Fatal Links?
Fatal Links, thank you. Fatal Links to Lancey's Valentina.
Yeah, we had that yesterday.
But does Nova have an Atlas in him? I don't know that. We don't know that. Sure, he played in the MDL, but does he have it now?
Does he have it still in the MPL? There you go, Kalea. Going to be sticking with it together with the carry. So this is, again, somewhat the same version of the Kaja carry that we saw in game number 1.
It's a Kaka combo.
Yeah, it's a Kaka combo.
Let's go for the Atlas again, Chapnu. You can, man. You can.
Do it.
Just press the button. Or maybe something else. But again, the Atlas looks pretty good in this. It's going to force... Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa.
Why though?
Okay, don't worry to all of our viewers. Renmar is still trying to compute or figure out the combinations for this and why TNC picked up this specific hero. Renmar, I assume you're already ready to answer us, or maybe not. I'll give you 5 seconds, okay? You can gather all of it, and the time is now.
The Atlas was right there! I mean, we saw how Chapter completely shut down a Kalea with an Atlas yesterday. But are they thinking about the Sora? Are they thinking about the Juicin?
I think if you build Harley the way you did in game 1, he would be okay against the Badang.
Yeah.
Sure, you can find him with a combo, but then like half a second later, he's space escaping away.
Yeah. Maybe the continuous amount of crowd control and cancellations dished out by a Badang is worth more value than the one big one that the Atlas can dish out. And I mean, Atlas is passive, he can also do that.
Technically 2, yeah.
Technically 2, but then, Badang does have an extra wall. maybe in their math is just like it has a little bit more crowd control. It is just a little bit more annoying compared to an Atlas. And plus, you can come from more surprising angles. We saw yesterday Atlas had to be a little bit honest, where you didn't see a lot of those flicker sets. It was, I'm gonna perfect match in front of you, slow you down.
It's like an underwater Marcel.
Yeah. Well, at least this Badang has more of the surprise factor that you can play around, and maybe that's what they're going for. They do have a meat shield in the Uranus.
Huh. I guess
Those are my theories.
Yeah, I guess they're just banking on the fact that you can do a little bit more with the Badang, but it's not that big compared to the Atlas. They're just gonna have to figure out a way or a solution to just handle the Harley in the early stages of the game, because that is gonna be the big fat problem that TNC will have to encounter as soon as the first turtle spawns.
Yeah, looking at this Badang pick also, Chakno's job later, once he's level 4 and once they're both all fighting for major objectives, could potentially just be save your second skill for the Harley so that you mess up James Banks' attempt at the retreat. Which, to be fair to them, is actually a good idea. By the way, lots of purifies across the board. 3mar, Lancey, Benny, Aqua, and Nova all have purifies on them.
And I know that we don't usually focus on the heart rates, but TNC is starting this off all with them past 100. It usually, you know, begins with them kind of chill, low cortisol whatsoever, whatever the Gen Z's called it. That includes me. But hey, they're gonna be coming up here big, popping off the Purify from Shizu. Maybe the plan is to put the pressure on the gold, but this is an unusual rotation that we're seeing from DNC.
Yeah, Chakno forcing Nova to go 2v2 in the gold lane, which opens up the jungler a bit more for, well, both of them really, but you really want to open up the jungle for the Harley?
Oh, well, this does lead to James Banks stealing a small camp down bottom. 3mar checking in to push him out of there to prevent damage more. Oh, here comes Zyda. Phantom Steed pops a retry on a Nova. Where'd the purple go? Was the theft involved?
Huh.
I missed it. What does James look like right now?
Yeah, I'm trying to see. Zyda has it, or maybe it hasn't come back yet because
okay, so yeah, it went to the right place, but now Zyda crossed in a little too deep behind the enemy lines. And he serves up first blood to James. What the hell is going on?
Stepped too far. TNC, the jungler is isolated, and APBR just stung him altogether.
Uncharacteristic of the best jungler in Season 16.
That's pretty tough when you think about it, because APBR, they're showing their second wind so far. Just 2 minutes of this game. Fortunately, Zyda's gonna be having some time to be able to get back into this turtle fight. But that first blood going to James Banks, to be specific, that's big.
This is tough because TNC, sure, it looks like APBR is delaying, but it's not like this turtle's gonna be free. APBR, James Banks is taking the orange, but there's no vision. Here comes the Phantom Steed, plus the Crimson Bacon. Zyda takes down LBJ, and 3mar secures a turtle.
You know what? They'll take whatever they can get, because again, 3mar taking on that turtle, and what a turnaround from TNC.
Yeah, and good call here. They threaten a potential steal in the orange buff, but it's just to drive a little bit of fear into the heart of James Banks. Oh, and he saved it as well, expecting that Chakno was gonna try to steal it.
Okay, another Crimson Beacon by Aqua. Token up Chakno. Can the Mama get away? No! Tsunami Slam by Nova. Puts a period on that question.
Yeah, good responses back and forth. TNC went for the invade afterwards, and then APBR blocked Chakno.
Oh!
Magic.
Zyda, momentum into Phantom Steed, but it's between three, underneath the turret. What were you expecting, Mama Coco?
My goodness, Zyda just stepping in uncharted territories here that belongs to APBR. The tower lines dishing out some damage as well. TNC living on the edge over the first 3 minutes.
Chakno getting vision and marks Nova and James Banks well, so they stop any play towards Shizu up top. Lots of questionable, overly aggressive decisions, but hey, that's the tempo that they want to set, and then that could bait out APBR into making mistakes, and why not, right? For now, we will judge. Just for now.
Hey,
Just
they're
for
not
now.
here for a long time, they're here for a good time.
Yeah.
For a good time with 200 gold. in their hands.
And it's working out.
It is working out, even though, despite them, trailing by just a kill, they're holding their own, to be specific, against KLBJ, who was the victim of the death from a while ago. As 3mar, trying to remember if he was using the Master Assassin again, because the damage was slowly felt too.
I don't remember a Master A coming out.
Uh-oh, KLBJ. Shifting skies, thunder form, almost takes out 3mar. 3mar lives, and now they clap back. 3mar finds kill. Zaida almost found. James Banks, 3mar finds him with the hat. And now it's a 2v2 still, 3mar and Zaida. Here comes Chakno, Tsunami Slam on Zaida. Zaida walks away. Ult by Chakno almost takes down Nova. Flickers out of sure death.
Yeah, baby, call on Fediwap. TNC is online.
It seems like... Welcome back to the world, by the way, Freddy Wapa. For AP Bren, that looked like they were trying to match the aggression the TNC were showing. The theory that I had that maybe all of this aggression is to bait AP Bren into doing something, and they did the thing, then TNC punished them. So now I'm no longer judging, I am now appreciating what could be a good call. But I will say this, I'm looking back at the TNC room right now, Coach Etamax looks so stressed, dude.
Whoa! Look at this, TNC pushing the advantage as they take the turtle and take down Nova.
And they're waiting for KLBJ to appear. In fact, the King is no longer going to be insinuating a fight. He's just going to be backing away from that. But the ultimate has been copied by Lancy. Now the Hunger Games begin. Zaida will be starving James Banks again. This is jungler number 2 for a man with a million moves, but AP Bren can't make a single one against the Phoenix Army.
Zaida's taking James' lunch money. That's a malnourished little magical baby boy.
Oh man, a battle mage without lunch money is pretty tough to deal with.
He's far off from the BFB. Crimson Beacon here by Aqua. Purifies from sure death. Fist crack from Chakno already used up. Shifting skies! Answered by a Phantom Steed as Zaida looks to take down the King. Tsunami Slam by Nova underneath tier 2. TSC are still fighting. Brrr, defensive blazing to wet by Benny. BMI out, holding on to his Purify. AP Bren hold their ground. I don't think they're going to be able to protect this tier 1 though.
Honestly, for AP Bren, you will take it. No casualties have been given. You may be losing a turret at the middle, but you were able to translate it to the turret up top.
Yeah, as long as Shizo isn't dying, the lack of damage coming out of AP Bren will be rewarded later on as long as Shizo gets a bit more items and a bit more time. The TNC know this, and they open up their map a little bit more. There is a slight lead for Shizo, but that's because he's been left in lane just a little bit more, and he's been able to split push through the sides. Now, I wonder, will he have enough? It's still just a corrosion, doesn't have DHS yet. Maybe once he has like DHS or golden staff, then the guy will... Oh, there, okay, there's the golden staff. AP Bren should be able to find the next big one, but they just have to make sure the Shizo doesn't fall. The goal is simple, just keep the carry alive in the next fight. See if you can get one. If it looks like TNC can just run over you through their Leomord with your attempt to continue the fight, then you back off, sacrifice bodies for the carry if you have to, and maybe if you can also just make sure James Max doesn't go down. Yeah, but TNC will be able to burn through this turtle way too quickly. All major objectives go to the side of the Phoenix Army, while AP Bren will have to play on the defense. Here's a conceal.
Yeah.
Chakno looking for bodies. I don't think they're aware there's no one here.
Yeah, they were looking for Shizu, last seen up top. I was about to ask Renmer a while ago, when is the perfect time for this carry to appear in the team fights? And he's already laid it down for us. TNC, on the other hand, Benny Cutie was involved in the very aggressive take that they had in between the inner and outer turrets at the mid lane. So for TNC, they're just gonna keep doing it.
Yeah, Favor now activated for the Kalea. So there should be a little bit more sustain coming out of the roamer of AP Bren, meaning that's a bit more time for Shizo to free hit and see if he could get someone down.
Just looking at it again, they're going to be forcing this top lane. It seems like AP Bren is looking to fight back, but without the carry, all that is left is to defend, and they're doing their best.
Oh, they do get the choke down on 2-3mar, but they answer back with violence.
Oh, Lancy.
Stolen shifting skies by Lancy, forcing out a Crimson Beacon out of Aqua. TNC keeping a tight unit. Are they aware of what Shizo is up to? Shizo here is committing crimes, straight up felonies, stealing away the purple.
We need to get out of there right away. because they know that they're probably going to lose their own purple buff here. Azada and TNC are going to steal it away.
I mean, they should have seen via the wave down bottom that there's a purple aura underneath the carry, so touche.
Oh my goodness. It's just, you know, AP Bren making some moves. TNC is fighting back, dishing some damage as well. All of the eggs are on Shizu's basket as at the moment, and the 4 are just left to tend for their land as TNC are forcing their way throughout the inhibitors, but with some of the defenses and the shields, it's going to be a little bit harder, but they're going to wait for their time to shine.
Brute Force Breastplate here for the Harley. It's only a 1,000 plus deficit. Also, there isn't a big gap between the two mid laners, so that's a comforting thought for the AP Bren fans out there. Lancy, though, definitely way more impact as he can steal the form of the Sora and dish out way more damage compared to this Juice in.
Yeah, just look at this. As soon as the information that he was up top was going to be there, attacking again.
Tsunami Slam on to 3 more. Shifting Skies committed as well, but 3 more in. Having any of it. KLVJ gets taken down. Very cute. He sends up a kill to Zaida. Down goes Aqua. The fish hit the fan, and TNC are pushing forth. Lord Spawns up top.
And they knew that they could take that fight because that carry was sent up top to split push, meaning AP Bren still had no damage and was still lacking. Why they overcommitted onto that Uranus way too quickly is a big question I have in my head.
It's going to be a 3v5 situation. There's still going to be some pushes from the turret to stop the first wave from happening, but we still have the side lanes coming up next, and TNC very much aware of that. They're just cleaning real estate here from the side of AP Bren. And with that being said, the Bees are going to be staying alive, but not without the turret that is about to be attacked and pushed down by the Lord up top.
Yeah, it seems like at this point we might be heading into game number 3 with how AP Bren have been playing this. Not the same. They don't have an EXP laner that they can easily just pick off anymore.
Oh! Nova looking for an engage. Finds 1 Tsunami Slam on a Chaknu. The Mamba flickers out, catching a face of Deadly Magics too. And just like that, TNC are eating ults like it's nothing.
Yeah, a 5k gold gap. Even if it's a full send onto 1, anyone who's of relative tankiness, they can still, AP Bren can still blast the Claw, they can blast the Valentina, but then they still have to burn through a Purify for that if ever. Yeah, time is what they need. And Shizo is still getting a lot of farm, still hasn't gotten taken down. The gap now, though, worryingly enough, is starting to grow in favor of the Valentina. Need a second item on that Juice in, and you might have to wait for third for big impact. It's already a Brute Force breastplate and a Endless Battle locked in for the Leomord. Not going to be an easy target. 3 items as well for the Uranus. No way in hell you're going to be taking him down. As we saw earlier, Chaknu just built up a BFB. He also can be taken down easily. AP Bren need to play these fights slowly. Maybe save the Tsunami Slam for a little bit later in the fight and allow KLVJ to set first.
Yeah, I think those team fights are really going to be of the essence for the Bees, because even their wave clear, honestly, isn't really the best when you look at it, as those attacks coming in from the inhibitors would really matter once TNC gets this Lord. So slowly but surely, AP Bren is coming out of their base, but Conceal is going to be coming up next.
Oh, Chaknu finds Kiel. Does not pop the fist crack just yet. Puts up a wall, though, forcing that Sora to dash on out. It's been tough as Kiel, man. 0-3-0.
Dude, that was dangerous coming out of Nova. He canceled his recall. He tried to at least find a way to create another opportunity for the Bees, but TNC not having any of that. They're just going to be waiting for the next Lord to spawn up.
I don't think opportunities are what they need right now. Again, no. Still time. They need more farm, and then that's when they can fight. Tsunami Slam should be used defensively for the most part.
Yeah. Again, as we mentioned, just allow the Sora to set up. Nova needs to peel. You also have a bit of a big crowd control set, even though people don't think of it like that, through the Juice in. They have the tools. They just don't need... They don't need to blow all their resources into 1 or 2 targets. Spread them out throughout a fight and then shock TNC that way. So when they're trying to chase you thinking that, okay, here comes our Leomord, here comes our Blazing Duet, because they ran out of resources. You still have resources to shock them, but look at that damage coming out of Lancy.
Okay, to be fair, Renmo, what you're saying is easier said than done.
Yeah, yes, definitely.
When TNC want you, oh, they want you.
Bro, AP Bren, Aqua, as soon as he felt the damage, he was like, all right, boys, no chance in hell we're going to get this one. We're going to have to back away.
They still hurt. We need 5 more minutes.
They still hurt, boys. 5 minutes is what it takes. The question is, do they still have the 5 minutes in them? Because 6.4K is the gold lead of TNC Pro Team. And with the Lord marching right up top, they're going to have to do their best to defend this. But with a carry, a Harley, and super minions marching down the AP Bren base, will they be able to defend?
It will be very tough to defend this. If they walk away with even just one inhibitor turret still alive,
Or their base.
that's a miracle.
Looking at it again. Slowing it down. The calm before the storm is about to arrive, and now turrets, inhibitors are starting to come down.
Top lane has already broken down. Mid lane will follow shortly. Bottom lane, James Panks desperately trying to clear that siege minion through. And AP Bren, they get to take care of the Lord too, so this is a glass half full situation. I think they do get maybe 3 more minutes at least in this game.
But there's still the next wave. They don't need to make any sudden movements here.
Okay, 3-Mar gets choked up. Zaida calls in his Ducati, running through, smashes that bottom lane inhibitor, and just like that, base is bare.
Yeah, that's the second wave of the super minions. That will always be a problem. TNC has easily managed to take it, and I believe that 3-Mar is going to be walking out of that easily. Phoenix Army balling down the base.
I'll be real with you, that Deadly Magics combo almost looked pleasant to 3-Mar.
Yeah, he was very happy about that. Oh, that's a great angle. But that nerves, trigger discipline, you know what, let's just say they're playing it safe. They do have an 8,000 goal lead. They don't need to force anything. They're gonna have advantage in the next Lord fight. Zaida now has a Malefic Roar. Should be as good as over, and us going to game number 3. It's a very small window of a possible turnaround. Jack, no!
Oh, concealed by the Mamba, looking for targets, spotted by Nova. Nova, again, I love the trigger discipline. He knows that they have to still play defensively.
Yeah, and they also know that they're playing with a handicap in their team, as all the inhibitors are finally taken out. The super minions will continuously be marching onto their base, and not to mention TNC is holding a really big lead with a 7.6K gold lead. So the Phoenix Army can just wait here, because 3-Mar has all the confidence in the world to face check all of the other members of AP Brand just because of the kits that he has.
After 16 minutes, Aqua can finally tell TNC, guys, I'm ready to get stacks on my Skypiercer. 16 minutes! He went through the Elegant Gem, Glowing Wand, got the Wishing Lantern, and now he is right here on the Skypiercer.
Dude, when do the stacks usually happen? It doesn't happen at 16. But hold on, the conceal actually happens now.
Nova looking for targets. Lansky and Benny not having any of this. 3-Mar putting up a wall, and this is still a free Lord.
Yeah, they really tried to go for it yet again. Conceal as a Hail Mary play. But no prayers were answered, as TNC is going to be taking this all to themselves. They're even slowing it down for 1 second.
Yeah, surprising. They decided to play that conceal with minions marching in towards their side. Free Lord for TNC as expected. Again, can AP Bren find another miracle? They have the Skypiercer for Aqua. 3 items main locked in for the juice in, but Lancey is already up to a Divine Glaive. Seems like he's going to be going for a Winter Crown, or maybe his own Skypiercer as a juice in cosplay if he's feeling it. Rose Gold Meteor for Chaknu. So that's even more attack speed, sustainability for himself as a hybrid offensive-minded. But damn.
Whoop, whoop. The Mamba walks in on Aqua. Aqua answers back. This is a little dangerous. Forces the Crimson Beacon back. The Lord is here. 3-Mar comes in. Phantom Steed by Zaida. Answer with a Tsunami Slam. Shifting skies. Aqua's down. Cutie. The damage from Shizo is real. And Nova here taken down, but Shizo takes 3-Mar with him. Double kill for the Silent, but the base is in jeopardy. We're going to game 3 as TNC breaks down the base of AP Bren.
Barreling their way inside. The fire still burns for the Phoenix.
Chaknu, your itemization, I am a huge fan. Thunderbelt, Brute Force Breastplate, Rose Gold Meteor. And it was his basic attacks on the base, if I'm not mistaken, alongside, of course, with the attacks from the Lord that helped ended it there. Lots of value for a big lead, but down to build Rose Gold.
just a smart way to finish off that game. No rush, pure discipline, knowledge of the items as well, and what best way to approach that end siege. TNC, they said that this game is not going to be over.
Yeah.
They're hoping to take this to Game 3, which they did, and eventually take the win if they want to.
If there were just like maybe like 4K less gold in that gap, I could have seen, we all definitely could have seen a world where it was full wipe, and then it's AP Bren marching down the lane because Shizo had the items, he had the space. As expected, Nova didn't use it defensively. He decided to play it for just a little bit of offense, but it worked out for him. Shizo was spacing out really well. But at this point, because of the lead being too big, TNC just decided to, again, throw bodies, as I'd love to say. And it was Chaknu focusing on the base that helped end it alongside with the attacks from the Lord.
Man, 3mar, this Master Assassin Uranus, or I don't know if he's even using it yet. We're about to find out later. Or
sure it is.
It was actually Tenacity.
Oh, no, it's not.
Yes, Tenacity only.
Wow.
He just really hurt.
You know what? Master Assassin or Tenacity, he's got a full lock-in with this Uranus.
Okay, there has to be a guide as to which to use when.
Alright. I thought that he'd back it against the Sora, but maybe because of the damage that the Sora has, he really thought Tenacity would be more worth it. Plus, it allowed TNC to play a bit more aggressive through 3mar, who was playing more aggressive. I mean, this one was, okay, it was this play I was thinking of when I said what I just said. The Tenacity 100% helped him survive this here. If he fell and AP Bren succeeded in that, that would delay the Uranus growth a little bit more, but the fact that he walked away with that, with the double kill, was big time for TNC, and it's what started the slow death of AP Bren as 3mar decided to continue with the aggression that TNC told him to go for. A lot of space created and a lot of early losses delivered to AP Bren by this Uranus pickup.
Are we coming to the point in the metagame where a 1-1 answer is not enough? Because in game 1 there was a die-off, not enough. Game 2, there was a carry for the Uranus, not enough.
Yeah.
We discussed this, like me, Midnight, and Wolf. We don't decide anything here.
Why was Hans and I not invited?
I'm sad.
I don't know, ask Wolf. So it was us who realized that even if there are...
You should realize.
Even if there are one-to-one answers, at the end of the day, it's composition-based. You look at the entire set. If you're looking at it from just a micro perspective, a 1 versus 1 perspective, not good for you. If you look at it as a big picture as a whole, then that's when things start going great. And I think maybe this is why I was blinded by the Badang pick, in that I didn't see what it could have done good. I doubted it right away because I was looking at the 1-to-1. Actually the 1-to-1 I was looking at is Badang versus Atlas. But then once we started seeing how it acts as against the 5 with everything with it, it actually ended up being really good.
In some words, you kind of understand it now, right? You understand it completely. And this Badang was another trump card by TNC that was laid out. We've seen an Atlas, we've seen a Badang. Maybe these are the types of heroes that Chaknu definitely thrives on. I mean, we've seen a lot of heroes like the Marcel, that was picked up by the Phoenix Army and it didn't work out. But in Filipino, these are the bagong luma heroes. How would you translate that?
Old but gold.
Old but gold. Okay.
Yeah.
That was pretty good.
Yeah,
That's
because again, Chakno mentioned yesterday in their post-match interview against Aurora when they won, he just wants to see his old pick. So I'm gonna be the I don't know, the voice in the back of your head that says, I appreciate these picks, but I want to see Season 9 Chakno. I want to see the Rafaela. I want to see the Angela.
Oh.
I want to see him get a little gila.
You know what? That's something I haven't seen in a while. And he rarely even uses it in the entirety of his career. But if it comes up, it comes up.
But he did.
Yeah, he did.
He went to MSC 2022 for it. He went to the grand finals of Season 9 using those heroes.
Yeah, Matilda, that was the rise of Matilda as well.
There you go.
Yeah.
Rafaela and an Angela Chakno. You'd love to see it again in the big 2026. But for today, it's going to be the Badang leading them to victory. And of course, 3mar with a variety of the emblems that he has picked up, just leading on to this third and final game of the match. Both of these teams, just a really good match together with each other. but it may just be a good match for you to copy Benny Cutie because you can bring your game face on for your smart power pose. Just right there, our fans, when you go here, you gotta copy one player. If you copy them well, you earn a prize. It's easy as that. And that is how all of the others have been doing it as well. Oh, we got a fade.
Okay.
Renmar, you're familiar with this, bro.
Yeah, they're getting crafty with it.
They're getting crafty with
He
it.
and Joshy Kings made magic with this.
If I'm not mistaken, that's a W for 1-1.
Yeah.
The nickname that he has for his daughter.
Oh, that's fire.
This young man wins. This young man has just as luscious curly hair as Benny.
Yep. Maybe that's a plus, a reason for his victory there. But hey, congratulations to you, my guy. Shout out to Hot Wheels. Because again, he's wearing it anyway. But
I'm more of a Matchbox kind of guy. But,
okay. But Tomica? I don't know. But hey, super fans. Did you know men are 5 times more prone to dandruff? Don't let flakes ruin your focus.
Power up with Clear, man. Its triple cooling power gives you 100% dandruff-free hair for that ultimate fresh feeling. Supercharge with Clear.
I'm always at this part of this segment where I ask my analyst, Renmar, what do you think, or what do you call that haircut?
That's not a Kimpy, right? It's not one of those Kimpy haircuts. What is the name for it?
It looks like a modified Kimpy because there's it's a side part. Like the cowlick isn't exactly in the middle.
And it's shorter, so it's like a Kimp.
It's a modified Kimpy with an extra bicep.
It's a postmodern Kimpy.
Why do haircuts also have to get postmodern, man?
It's an art, that's why.
Is there a prehistoric Kimpy? I don't know. I mean,
we know no living Homo sapien, so I cannot.
Like, imagine if dinosaurs have Kimpys, right? But hey, 3mar was acting like a dinosaur in game number 2. He was just roaring in front of everyone.
Okay, yeah, all right, okay.
Not with the hands, for sure, man.
I thought you were calling him old or something.
No.
Why are you calling him a dinosaur? He was MVP the last one.
Bro, because dinosaurs are scary.
Roar.
This roar, not this roar.
3mar.
Yeah, 3mar. Yeah.
See, he gets it.
Get on my level.
I'm fine in the level I'm on right now. I'm okay.
What level are we on right now, man? But hey,
you guys.
that was
I'm okay.
Uranus taken to the next level by 3mar. He went back to the tenacity. It was a completely different thing from what we saw. It was regular, but what was different there was, you know, TNC continuously exploring the hero pool of their players. And it may be some sort of wins and losses every now and then, but if it wins, it's a big comeback for them.
You know what? I think TNC should just keep it simple and prioritize the Uranus again. Because in this series, the only universal truth that seems to be, you know, concrete is whoever has Uranus wins.
Oh.
Yeah. And I didn't think that would ever apply for EXP laners like KLVJ and 3mar, but eventually it does. Uranus is that hero that I'm still, weird enough, trying to understand a little bit more. I mean, I know how it works. Everyone knows how Uranus works, but how many times this season have we seen Uranus and think, yeah, that's not a good pick for the team right now and not a good pick for the players. Suddenly they win. And then in the inverse, we say, that's a really great pick, and suddenly they don't.
Yeah, Uranus is like water. For millions of years on the Earth, it's one of the simplest compounds, but still it's essential.
Yeah, if there's anyone who knows how to play Uranus, we should ask Renzio about this. He played this for 54 minutes. Right. I feel like that's a guy.
With Kiel.
Yeah, with Kiel.
And Chaknu.
And
Max.
Wow. Time flies.
Not Benny.
Yeah, at that point, you're no longer playing Mobile Legends Bang Bang. You're playing Uranus. It's a whole different mini game within a game that you're wondering to yourself, how has it been 54 minutes since I made the life choice to pick this and I'm still playing it?
Dude, imagine, because you are obviously KLVJ looking at it. What?
Was that game the one against AP Bren? No, Bren then at the time. Was that?
Yeah.
Was that Execration Bren?
I think so. It should be.
In the lower bracket finals of Season 7?
It should be, yeah.
Cool. Or I also recall another 50-plus minute game.
We were casting that. They were against Omega at that time.
No, that's the other 58-minute game where I went to the bathroom 3 times. Because it's an hour-long game!
Yeah.
For context, we don't usually go to the bathroom whenever the games happen, but
if they last an hour.
If they last an hour, yep, definitely acceptable. Were there even pauses during that time?
No. Renmar called the match for like 10 minutes at a time when I was gone. Listen in, you would
If you're
find
only
out,
seeing
folks.
the smile on Renmar's face right now, he's smiling because of war flashbacks.
All I'm gonna say is, Sometimes if the games get long and the day gets long, don't look at my pants after a broadcast.
This is half a decade ago, dude. This is different times.
Was that 5 years ago?
That was 5 years ago.
Huh. Again, don't look at somebody else's pants.
Man, this is gonna be my 7th existential crisis on broadcast after all these years.
Good tip. Don't look at the other.
Right? Because he said it. I was like, why would you say that? I just had to bring it up. But bringing it up, going back into this game, it's AP Bren in a random map. This is dangerous grass.
All right.
Again.
Now you gotta watch out for the Hildas, the Kaleas, even the Alices of the world. Freyas even. I wonder if... Look at side selection. AP Bren, right?
Yep.
If AP Bren decides to pick this blue again, it's gonna be so funny. That I think this might be the first series where we see it's like 3 games where it's all just like one side, like no switches at all.
Feels like.
But again, TNC chose red last game.
Yeah.
And it worked out for them.
Yeah, I feel like for both of the teams, they're just sticking with comfort zone. They're just sticking with what they practiced, what they prepared for. And if it works in blue for AP Bren, they gotta go blue, and same could be said for TNC.
I think one of the biggest differences with the Harley from game 1 and game number 2 is it didn't find a key pickoff at around the 3-4 minute mark. In game 1, we pointed out that pickoff in the purple buff of James Banks being able to take down Zyda after the divine judgment of Nova. Game 2, we didn't see anything like that. It was just TNC being able to body AP Bren that side of the jungle. And yeah, we're not gonna see a side shift at all. So these two are gonna just try it again. Go again.
Okay. Watch out. Uranus 1-2 for TNC is worth it.
Yes.
You know what? That's true. They've been doing that over the last 2 matches, including this one.
If there's going to be an adjustment for AP Bren, if they're still going to go for the Harley, if they're still going to go for the Sora, I would say, you know what, just pick up... Oh, wait, no. Pick up the Harley, pick up the Valentina, then pick up the Kaja. Just go for your Roman trio already. It worked out for you. And it seems like there's not a lot that would be able to handle it. Because even TNC looked like they weren't ready. Once it finally reached level 4, they weren't ready for the constant pick-off attempts coming out of AP Bren.
Need no protection from
So with that, they're going to be taking out the Baksha again. The Harley is still obviously open for AP Bren. They might, or I'm talking about TNC, they might just give it away because of the patterns that we saw over the first 2 games.
Yep, because TNC has to take out the Suyo as well.
Yeah.
Take out the Yo.
Take out the Yo, they took out the Freya in the past 2 games. What if they tried to bait AP Bren into overloading them with choices and they open up the Freya? They ban Suyo, they ban out another hero they can get in the blue one, so I just can't think of one right now. They're willing to give the Harley Freya as the decision for AP Bren. Maybe.
The immortal one.
Oh, they're considering it.
Playing this
Suyo obviously taken out. They wouldn't want to give James Banks that hero.
It's a prerequisite.
Yeah, it's a prerequisite. You know, an obvious thing to do if you're facing James Banks based on what he did over the first 2 weeks. And in addition, I wonder if either of these 2 teams will be shaking up the last 2 bans, because they can leave a bunch of things open, but that might be something that AP Bren would not be willing to do.
I am not the only one bound.
Fulvia still okay.
Yeah, it's still the same, dude. Still the ideal scenario for them, but here is the final change. The Freya. So they're sticking with the same 3 bans. I'm expecting a Harley here once again.
Yeah, I think they changed up the order to see if they could change the Fulvius ban of AP Bren, but the AP Bren still just committed to it.
Harley, do it
again, and then
do
Uranus.
Make like Emily Blunt and Tom Cruise, Edge of Tomorrow, also known as Live. I forgot the renamed version of that movie, but let's just play 3 games straight the same.
Huh. Ready Player One?
No. They renamed the movie. I've never.
I love that movie, by the way.
I've never seen that happen.
Yeah, you gotta search it up. While I'm looking at it, I'm just, you know.
Or Val. You know, I'll just pick up the Valen first. I'm okay with them rush picking the Valentina, even though the Harley's open.
So if they don't pick up the Harley here, what do they go for?
Oh! Wow! They just commit?
Bro, you did say that the Uranus is a pretty solid hero in this series, but I didn't think that it would be that serious. They would commit that serious.
With all of the first picks I was suggesting, my biggest worry is if TNC decided to lock in Uranus Red 1-2, which we all agree, very worth it. Because the pick I want to see for James Banks, because I'm assuming already he's not going to end up with something like the Leomord or the Harley, is get the YSS, because at least you have the Uranus with you. One less thing to worry about.
Okay, so with that, they're going to be picking up the Claude just so it caters to the Uranus, and then the Valentina is going to be the answer quite quickly.
And then AP Brennan can just go, okay, we revert back. Harley carry or something like that.
Right? It's a choice that they could make, and they were okay taking it because the Harley was open anyway.
There's a Valentina on the other side. There's not a lot of reach. Just pick up the Bruno now, AP Bren.
That too.
It's not greedy. In lane, it wins. It beats up the Claude. Pick up the Bruno now.
Oh my gosh, there's a lot of choices for AP Bren. There's an abundance of things to make or decisions, man. I don't know. Like, what are they going to be going for? Will they go for a Bruno? They're still sticking with a Harley, but the Sushin is still there. They lost the chance to pick up the Bruno, but maybe, just maybe, it's still going to be available in the second phase.
The last time we saw it, it was banned out by TNC.
Yep.
That's what I'm thinking. Did they ban the Bruno last game?
Game 1, they did.
Okay, but not game 2.
Not game 2.
Not in game 2.
No, because the carry came in the first phase, so...
Oh, no, carry was second phase, but... Oh, they did...
See?
They prioritized the Kaja Cho in the last
So
one.
that's what I'm saying. Maybe Shizo finally gets to play the Bruno. He gets to Ole! Wait, no, that's not, no.
Ole, he does say Ole.
Oh, there you go.
Ole, football and games.
Okay, see, cool.
Is that Neymar? I think Neymar says it.
Or just Bruno
Just
base
Bruno.
skin.
I heard it I hear it every once in a while whenever I pick up the
It looks like Neymar, but it talks like one of the official voice actors for Bruno.
Yeah, that's fair enough. Shout out to Neymar though. Kaja.
I hope he hears that shout out. For you, I hope Neymar hears that shout out.
Right, and then invite me to FIFA World Cup 2026. That's a long shot, but hey,
Shoot your shot, King.
Yeah, shoot your shot,
King.
That's like Steph Curry shooting to the moon, right? Shooting for the moon. Kaja already taken out. This was obvious, in my opinion, just because of how well Nova has played it out. That the Roth is going to be taken back as well by the Bees, so that the Uranus will only have to worry about the Claude.
You know, if TNC are worried about the Bruno, they can leave it open, except that Benny will lose lane. But then if you're going to be playing around your Leomord instead, you pick up the Gatot Kacha on Red 4. And AP Bren, if they still decide to commit the Bruno, they are going to be running out of dashes. You burn the flicker and the slide tackle really quickly. You see the AOG, you commit the slide tackle out. You see the Leomord Valentina jumping after you, you commit the flicker out. And then now you're zoned out. Here comes Claude with the blazing duet, and you have no more out.
So Gatot Kacha is not part of AP Bren's list, honestly. Will they be the ones to ban it? They've already gathered the Deroth. 2 X-Lane heroes have been taken out by the Bees, but for TNC, Chaknu might have it already up on his sleeve. They would want to give a bunch of pressure towards Shizu in game number 3.
Gonna be the last ban.
I will choose my own
Oh, look at the Arlot.
Yeah, they still went for 2 XP-laners in the second phase. That's a total of 3 for the entire banning stage of AP Bren. So TNC, Gatot Kacha might be first on the list, but there is they're going to be boosting it up +1.
Oh man, it's such a tanky lineup. There might be one of those scenarios where AP Bren just get run over real quick if they don't get the key pickoffs early on. Are they just going to put Nova on a Cho or something?
I like the synergy of the Terizla pick into AP Bren. Because the Zushin would not want to choke up at Terizla. Should be putting him in a more beneficial position, so I like the read.
You know, maybe even now Nova would want to consider a put down. With all the divers and bodies in front of you, it would be good to provide space. Provide space with that juice in. But I still think they have to go for speed. Kali, Cho would both be good here. I don't see them picking up a Gatot or a high loss.
Yeah, and Shizu still doesn't have a hero.
Yeah, maybe take away the high loss of one of those two. Whoa, Hilda, really?
In a Moskov.
I can see the Moskov, but why the Hilda?
I would think that they want something tankier. You don't have a lot of control for your Uranus.
Are they denying ults? Is that it?
Seems like
I think they're trying to shy away from the IMU.
Yeah, because all of the above are good ults for the Valentina, except for that one hero we didn't mention, which is the Hilda.
Yeah, it's kind of a dead trump card if you're looking at it.
Power of Wildness does nothing.
And Badang is going to be that final pickup. So with that being said, they're looking for full-on engage if you are TNC. But for AP Bren, it seems like their manner of fighting in game number 3 is still unknown to me. I don't know about you guys, but I have to find it out by just watching the game later, because it seems like it's still puzzling to me that they picked up the Hilda in front of a Terizla, a Leomord, and other things.
It's that will be my biggest question for AP Brand. The lineup rating does lean towards them. Their late game burst damage is quite a nuisance. So imagine in the late game, they do have okay wave clear because they have the Moskov compared to like the other picks that they could have ended up with. It's how Nova, Aqua, and James Banks will play around the Hilda early on. If they could somehow score some big kills onto the Leomord, great. But if they pick this because they want to mess up the Badang and or Valentine, that's interesting, but it could work.
So we're going back to the importance of the mid trio for AP Bren, just like how they executed that Kaja Divine Judgment in game number 1.
If the trio works, AP Bren wins. If not, TNC get away with letting the Uranus through. Because I'll tell you now, they have very little to do with the Uranus. None of these just don't interact.
Yeah. He's like a dead lane there, honestly.
Not much happening. So the Uranus will just try to, you know, go in between the mid and the bot lane. But there's so much activity happening on the other side of the map.
He's a martyr. The Mamba is a martyr. He protected the orange buff from AP Bren.
Yeah.
So
Same time, Nova's feeling how difficult it is to try to play a disruptive game against a Badang. Yeah, you bring him down low, but then once you get trapped in the wall and you have nowhere else to go, it's very risky. Suddenly a member of TNC showing up and just blasting you. I'm expecting a big penalty zone once 3mar hits level 4 and then they're ready for the first objective. If it doesn't come in as the initiation, it comes in as a late or post-objective fight penalty zone.
Like a turn tool.
Turn tool that TNC will just be able to get a big win through. I mean, most Terizla performances, and I'm talking about Mr. Venuya here.
Oh! They catch Nova with a wall here. The fist break will stop Nova. Again, that's one of the little interactions that you can find is the Hilda has to walk. Unless they spend the flicker. So that's a cool trump card that Badang has over the Hilda.
Yeah, what I'm getting from here is that the fight should be starting when both of them, or at least all of them, reaches level 4, which, by the way, only 3mar. Chakno is still not getting his ultimate just yet. The same could be said for some of the players coming out from AP Bren, but they are now in control of the Turtle. Zyda's still in purple, and now the Turtle is half health.
I think it's still a little too late. They call in the Phantom Steed. Turtle gets reset. Zyda on his Ducati chasing down KLVJ. 3mar coming in with his penalty zone. Pushing back two members of AP Bren, and Zyda drive through coming in with the momentum retribution combo, securing the Turtle.
Now they're going to be going for the invade. KLVJ blocking them off.
KLVJ on 3mar. Here comes the 3. The choke up on a Lancy. Lancy goes ahead and stolen Crimson Beacon retreats. Very thrifty use of that ult.
3mar, TNC, they had confidence in Zyda that he would win that retry battle. Instead of jumping on the Harley to force him back even more to make sure 100% they will get the objective, he just decided to jump onto Nova and Aqua. James Banks was still there, relatively healthy for the retry battle, but TNC said Zyda's got this, and Zyda got it.
They just created a lot of space for Zyda to use that Phantom Steed, get in close contact with the Turtle, and just achieve the first major objective for TNC Pro Team. But they're only leading by 200. It's still a tight match. No first blood committed for either squads, as KLVJ and 3mar are going to go back to regular programming, and AP Bren they're going to be making some moves slightly as, you know, Nova's trying to figure out where he should be going. Because, again, you already have the 2 rotations made by TNC at the gold lane. The bottom lane, not much activity there except for the fact when the turtle is up, but it's not. So much of the scenarios are going to be happening up top.
I'm a little impatient with how this Nova Hilda will pay off, because I think they missed their window. For the first 2 to 3 minutes is when you kind of want to smother the opposing gold laner, or rather the opposing jungler. It just didn't happen.
Yeah. You know, in addition, Zyda has already built up to at least level 7 Radiant Armor, also taken by 3mar, so he's going to be tanking some of the damage that both Aqua and James Pax is going to be given to him. But KelVJ kind of surrounded by 2.
Make that 3, but I think Zyda has his eyes on the turtle.
And they're not going to be committing to that hero. So 3mar, or should I say KelVJ, is going to be, you know, sprinting his way to this turtle pit as TNC is already on hold.
Okay, AP Brent holding their ground here. 3mar pushing them back. Nova holding the long brush to the back. This is dangerous grass. 5 members of TNC going around. There's the Ducati. Crimson Beacon by Aqua. Backing off. KelVJ with the consecration and the purify already used up. 3mar choked up. Turtle here, secured by Zyda. Momentum plus retribution. In comes Benny! Blazing duet to the back line. Stolen Crimson Beacon. Looking for the choke down. James Banks backing off. They do choke up Chaknu, pushing him in. The Mamba flickers back out. Still no kills. Both teams on the pacifist run as 3mar overshoots, flickers into AP Brent, serving the first kill to Nova.
Okay, 3mar, not, wait,
We're not done. Zyda calls in another Ducati. His first one broke down. You were saying?
3mar, not what I expected with the turn tool. Why? First off. Second, AP Brent, Shizo still farming, still splitting. That has to be the Shizo signature at this point. Number 3, I'm still asking what's the point of this Hilda. Yeah, the Hilda has a kill, but if you watch Nova in that last turtle fight, it was a whole load of walking around.
Lancey, deadly magic, barely alive, fist crack right in James Banks' face, and Shizo with an SOD on Lancey. 1 for 1, and now Aqua tastes the blade of Zyda. 2v1 Chaknu, and Zyda onto Nova. Nova holding on, running away. Run! Amazon woman, run! But it's not gonna happen. The Mamba falls underneath, tier 1 in mid, and this is KelVJ, the king, punishing Zyda for overextending.
Oh, TNC had an idea to run him all down, but a few misclicks and positions. AP Bren might have just taken away the lead.
This match isn't 2 skinny dudes fighting, it's 2 welterweights who cut just a bit too much. And it's way too close to fight night, but I'm entertained by what I'm seeing. Is it messy? Hell yeah. Are there a lot of kills and people like to see the kills? You know what? I'll think of it as fun instead of crashing out.
You know what? That's a better way to approach this game. I love that you have been rage baited, but hey, man, don't get rage baited in this game.
Okay, step 1 to recovering from rage baiting is you admit you bit down on it.
Yeah.
Second is, I'm still figuring that out.
Yeah.
This is the third.
And Shizo still just split pushing the bottom lane.
TNC, pay attention! Turtle at half health, KelVJ running through the lineup. Phantom Steed by Zyda. That'll get that turtle, the retribution. Crimson Beacon, amazing duet by Benny! Nova goes down, Zyda gets the kill, and they're gonna back off. SOD by Shizo, he presses down on it. Next up is gonna be 3mar and Zyda following, dying meters away from each other. What is going on?
What the hell is this game? What is going on? What did they have for breakfast to have this kind of gameplay? I do not understand, man. Renmar, I hope you understand, because, man, oh man.
They lost their holy shields at the bottom. They were so confident they win a big fight. 3mar landed a massive penalty zone. But they forgot that there's a Moskov that you need to deal with. Nova got away, and I think I saw the value actually now of the Hilda. It's a trap. The Hilda looks like
a scam.
A scam. It's a scam. Just when you think it's a really good target, as long as he really just needs to hit Power of Wildness, and then you're good.
It's a rage baiting agent.
It's a rage baiting agent. That's the theme of this entire series.
Gosh.
Rage baiting. It's working out, bro. But They really have to start looking at Shizo and what he did. They lost their Holy Shield for, I would say, quite nothing because, yeah, they got the turtle in the end, but who has the 2,000 gold lead and map control? There have been no towers broken by TNC.
And Benny is down 1,500 gold.
Oh my goodness.
Because Shizo is just farming out of his mind.
TNC thought that they could brute force their way to a big lead. But it's AP Bren who stuck to their fundamentals. Macro, opening up the map, being patient. Yes, you might have quite of an awkward roamer pick, but you could even make the most awkward picks work with just smart, fundamental gameplay.
That's the point. AP Bren, the rest of them were taking their master or their doctorate, while Nova was going around writing in comment sections, Andrew Garfield was the best Spider-Man, and TNC are fighting them in the comments.
And Shizu is just a millionaire.
That's it.
On the bot lane. That's it. You know, the rage baiting agent. Nova putting in the work.
She's
there he goes again.
AI early.
Yes. Oh, Shizu invested in AI early, and he's stonks right now, taking advantage of the situation. Benny Cutie, he may have 3 assists. He's going back to what has happened from yesterday. Will he reach 14 assists though? That is the question. Although I'm not too sure about that because AP Bren currently hold a 2.5k gold lead, and they are slowly covering down their bases. Shizu going back to regular programming there at the bot lane. I wonder if he's going to be joining the party, or just like what he did over the first 2 skirmishes, he's going to be coming up late using that SOD.
I have a simple request, and I think he can make a case for it really easily. If AP Bren win this game and win this series, just give Shizo the MVP, man.
Yeah, man. I think that goes without saying, bro. Just the most hardworking guy, a silent kid
How
for
does
a reason.
TNC get out of this? Lord here slowly taken care of by AP Bren, keeping it hostage. Oh, Lord here at the end of its health. Phantom Steed called in by Zyda. Crimson Beacon, he yanks away the Lord. Crimson Beacon stolen away. James Pax takes down Benny Cutie. Still no kills for TNC. Shizo with the SOD takes down Chakno. And the rest of them might fall down. Goes 3 more. Lancey flickers away. Zyda and him are the only ones left as Aqua lanterns his way into it. James Pax takes down Lancey. And just like that, TNC have again flubbed the big objective. They get it, but hand AP Bren a little too much.
Nova was trying to lock down Zyda, couldn't get to the Leomord fast enough to stun him. Thus, TNC walks away the objective, but AP Bren had bodies.
Oh, Zyda is just desperate to clear this wave down bot. He does get to protect that tier 3, and the Lord will just go kaput.
James Banks and Aqua did a terrific job as well at protecting Shizo. Benny Cutie and Lassie decided to go forward. I believe that was Shatley. There was another member of TNC who just decided to dive on this Moskov, but weren't ready for the damage from the Harley and the control and damage coming out of the Ju Sin. I hope we get to see the moment. It was a great triangle. They go forward. Watch Shizo, James Banks, and Aqua. Benny with a blazing duet, saved by James Banks and Aqua.
That was a triangle worked from defense to offense. And then there was the rage baiting agent from behind. Nova just putting in the work so that Zyda can't really dish out a ton of damage, or in rage baiting terms, just press a bunch of buttons on the keyboard. That's all he could do at that time. All he could do was watch as AP Bren, their main damage dealer, has been giving a ton, dishing a ton against TNC.
You know what's happening? There's actually 2 rage baiting agents. Even Kiel does a pretty good job at it.
Yeah.
Like, what are you gonna do? I'm just gonna purify and consecration, and then all your damage is undone.
Oh my goodness. It's like you're typing skibbity.
Oh yeah.
Right?
6-7 infinite times. 6-7, 6-7, 6-7.
So for TNC,
average age of this desk is 19, by the way.
Yeah.
Don't doubt it. Don't even research it.
Just believe it.
Just believe it.
Just take it.
But for TNC, the average age of the way that they're playing this game right now is 30, because they're getting rage baited pretty quick. Or maybe even 35 because it's faster.
They're struggling to keep their... Oh, Benny Cutie found here in the back line by James! Taken down by Kiel, they're a man down! And Shizo is taken to the front line. He's not even afraid. Aqua, Crimson Beacon, threatening anyone who might cross the threshold of this tier 3. TNC are corralled inside their base. It's gone FUBAR for the Phoenix Army.
Oh, Jetson made another one. In fact, James killed another one, and they're going for it again!
Deadly Magics on the Lancey, forcing away a stolen Crimson Beacon used defensively. AP Bren have cracked through the base. Mid lane inhibitor has fallen.
This is one of the darndest games I've ever seen this season. Whether it's because I'm crashing out or I've just accepted the fact that this is the type of game we got.
It's a ladder.
It's a lot of things, but James Banks, he might end up walking away with the MVP after that. Him and Nova, great call, conceal from the orange side. They found Benny, and then James Banks had the deadly magic again to force out the ultimate that Lancey stole from the Juicin.
How about Shizu?
And Shizu got a free hit.
Yeah, bro. Shizu is like your overseas Filipino worker that just got back, finally has a bunch of things that he can buy for his family.
Shows up every 3 birthdays.
Shows up every 3 birthdays, but make sure that the Ninong and the Ninang concept is there to dish you and give you a lot of money when you need it.
Also, he's the gold lane godfather. Might be too early for this moniker. Going inside the base. TNC struggling to defend. This is Aqua just calling the shots. Who wants to get choked up? Chakno holding on to this brush here to the side. TNC take care of the Lord. And Chakno flushed out of that brush by Nova.
Shizu is already starting to hurt if he hasn't yet. With a 7.8k gold lead, they're going to be looking and waiting for the second minion waves. And here it is out of middle.
AP Bren just keep on going, man. They're up 8,000 gold. Firepower advantage goes over to them. Zyda calls in the Phantom Steed. Shizu throwing spears at this inhibitor. And Zyda takes a face full of damage. Deadly Magics. He's trying to stay alive. Brrr, very cutie. Still has the Blazing Duet. Not enough stacks. He's holding on. This is for the wave. This is for the wave. Down goes Lancey. And now the base is up next. They're holding on. They're forcing the defense. Blazing Duet used at the perfect moment. No minions
Benny!
for AP Bren. Benny falls. And here comes the coup de grace. AP Bren take down TNC.
The losing streak is over. AP Bren, all smiles in their faces. The bees are flying again.
They lost 6, and in their 7th, what could have been their 7th loss, they got a massive win against a team that swept the reigning world champs just last night.
Spamming 6-7s in the chat, rage baiting continuously. Oh my goodness, if you're not rage baited, I don't know what you are, honestly. Because TNC, they had to buy it. They had to buy the scam. They were the latest victims. And AP Bren just did a whole bunch of things, a whole bunch of Gen Z things to win this thing.
I will say this now, everything that I dogged AP Bren for not having and I was looking for, the questions I asked heading into this were answered. Shizu, impactful. Loud gameplay, showed up. Gotta give the young man his flowers. Aqua, Nova, messy here and there, but they stepped up when it matters. Those were the biggest questions I had for AP Bren. Those 3 members stepped up, the roam, the mid, the gold. Give them the respect that they deserve.
Mic drop.
I'm looking forward to a future in the league. I'm looking at week 7, week 8, where AP Bren do well in messy fights. I want them to be that team. I want them to be the one who relishes in chaos.
You know, I miss messy fights in MPL Philippines, honestly. We haven't seen a lot of that before. There have been some steps every now and then, but this was it. That was the spear that knocked the Phoenix out of this match. AP Bren has finally ended their cold streak. It's time to get their flowers with this interview with our hosts. Congratulations. It took a while for you to be seen again on stage doing the interviews. LBJ, finally you got this victory that you were looking for a long time. Talk to us about what this team went through and what new things, what new innovations that you had to look for. They had to prepare because for every mistake that they did, they had to fix it quickly. And now we're seeing it working. Were there some members of your team that were losing some hope, or were they all optimistic that they could still perform? Their mentality is incredibly strong. It's still in a setup that they're seeing themselves winning, and that's the beauty of this team. After their, after TNC winning against Aurora, they were expecting that the momentum was on their side. But what did they prepare for? LBJ was talking about their preparation for those pocket picks. They were ready and they were expecting for them to go with the pocket picks. Game number 1, Kaja and Kari is being emphasized. Nova, how did you pull Coach G in game number 1? We saw you being in an incredibly good mood. What's with today? Because yesterday it didn't work out for you, but it's like it didn't happen. They're not thinking about their defeat from yesterday. They were just thinking about practice and just showing up today, giving a better performance. James Pax is also in a good mood. Denise basically asked James Pax to move his hair a bit. James Pax was no stranger to no suyo, no win statements. Ooh, James Pax is saying that even without suyo, they can take a victory. So that statement is no longer true. He thinks that the heroes are not the problem, but the execution, and they were able to fix that today. They're hoping that they can go back to week 1 when everybody was focused and the brainstorming would be back as well, because he felt like that was what was missing over the last few weeks. How are you able to handle the pressure? Not really thinking about the pressure right now. And some of the supporters were always there. The pressure is always going to be there as well. So you're going to have to live with the pressure. You have to find a way to get victories in spite of that. That's all that he's going to be suggesting to be a better player. I also want to commend Shizu for the usage of Moskov in game number 3. The spears were on point. Even though you weren't initially part of the clash, you're here now. For how many weeks your teammates were highlighted and you were silent for the first 5, but now you're here. You're showcasing what you can do, but what can we expect more? This was their goal since week number 1, was for their confidence to be showcased on stage and for it to just continue to elevate even further. Now we're gonna listen. Take a look at our match MVP. What else would you want to add to the fans? I just wanted to tell you that please continue to support us, because we will continue and hope to achieve and give our best efforts in the games. Just a while ago during the interview, that as long as there is still hope, they can still compete and hopefully reach there.
Your walk of victory. And that's the spirit of the beast. Talaga namang hindi pa sila nawawala ng pag-asa in this week 5. Alam mo, Denise, patunay lamang to na hindi pa tapos ang laban sa lahat ng kuponan na meron tayo dito sa Season 17.
At din hindi pa rin tapos ang laban ng ating casters. Casters, what are your thoughts on this match? Balik sa inyo.
Much love to Odin and Denise, and of course AP Bren. Again, they haven't lost hope. Their faces, the morale of this team feels like they're still in the running. Because they are.
I agree. I love that James Banks has embraced the fact that it's not the heroes, yo. It's us. The team needed to level up.
Yeah.
And I love that it came from the man that I personally have been doubting a lot. Even in my own series of videos, I'm like, yo, James Banks, you need to step up. But today it's all about Shizo. You got what you asked for.
Hell yeah.
MVP of the game, opening up the map because it was the easiest decision of his life to just keep split pushing. And I don't know why TNC just gave him all that space. Again, actually I know. It's because they were confident that they could just body TNC over, AP Brent over and over again. Real quick before we continue, just one thing I want to revisit in that interview. James Banks actually said, I don't think Suyo or me not having Suyo was a problem because in our scrim results, we win even without the Suyo. So for AP Bren, during their scrims, even without their main hero, they still get really good results. So now going back into this, clearly for Shizo here, he had some great plays, opening up the map, this triangle that he served with Aqua and James Banks so that he could get out of the Blazing Duet just in time. With just a sliver of health, barely holding on, he was able to rejoin the fight, dash in, he was about to get taken out, but then he survived. And then we saw that big Spear of Misery that he landed in the end base siege that connected out the two members of TNC, forcing a two-man stun. James Banks got this big one here, and then of course, if you track Shizo in this fight, he was just difficult to take down for TNC. But the biggest thing now is that Hilda. Now I understand it, thinking about it, it's a pick for Benny. Because Benny didn't pack Purify. If he decided to go in and Nova was there, that would be a quick power of wildness to take it out instantly. But we didn't get to see that a lot. What we saw was Nova showing up to the back, sending Benny away from the fight a little bit, or even worse, forcing him to go forward with the Blazing Duet while with AP Bren ready to respond to him.
You know, just to, again, summarize what was happening a while ago. During the drafts, we were in doubt of what the Hilda was going to do from the start of this match. What were some of the concerns that AP Brent had to address, and how were they able to fix it towards this victory?
I think partly Nova and AP Brent accepted that this Hilda wouldn't actually do much. In a lot of the objective fights, it's Nova running around the objective pit, trying to force reactions out of TNC, which it did. When they saw that the Hilda was in their own backline, it's like, just ignore it, it's fine. Let's just jump on everyone else. And then in that decision to just go ahead and fight and jump just because the Hilda's behind them, that's when Nova shows up with a power of wildness, gets a stun off, and then AP Brent go for the re-engage.
That was crazy, because when you think about it, it's always a 4v5 start to a team fight.
Yes.
And yet, AP Bren continues to stay alive in those kinds of scenarios, deservingly so, of this victory, finally ending their cold streak. I mean, what a way to get back into the winning column.
I think it's a stroke of genius because it's AP Bren's choice to go 4v5, and the onus now goes on TNC. Who do you send to play man-to-man against Moskov? None of your heroes can do that. If you do that to Benny, again, he's not packing a Purify, he would die to the Spear Misery.
Case in point, that was Moskov earning a bunch of gold at the bot lane and taking this victory. But to know more about this match, let's listen in on the Infinix mic check.
Hero na lang. May flicker ta. Tara. Ano pa? Kaya mo pa? Oh, hero lang ako dad. Puro lang. Boy ako. Patay ba? Kaya pa, shish. Tara. Go. Wait. Kalma. Ay, baka yun lep ha. Ako na. Ayun, Tris lang. Umarap na rin si Saida, pre. Makabante yung likod. Dito, ay bush. Pabaka ko. Ligat na. Tara, hero tayo. Hey, shish. Kaya ko pa. Puro. Ito. Badang. Buso. Para. Hindi mo lahat ang sabot, pre. Hindi ba? Hindi. Sige. Try sabog pa eh. Walang sabog. Wala ba? Ready na ba? Ready. Pwede ka, Claude, Ay, tara, nasa likod kami, Mahuli ata ni Pagsuko, pre. Ay, Claude, patay, kalma. Patay. Harapan. Kaya ko pa. Kaya niya pa? Kaya ko pa. Kaya ko harapan to. Baka lang gumaw sa akin pag tutori ako. Huwag ka tutori. Hero. Sige. May bot sila. Mapipressure sila, pre. Bot ko. Ilayo lang. Ilayo. Mamamatay. Patay, sure. Harapan, pre. Hero tayo, shish. Hero. Kaya niya pa? Hero, shish. Saan ko dalawa. Nice, Sisu! Tore.
That was APBR getting the victory. I mean, what I'd appreciate in that mic check was the fact that Aqua was an unk.
Yeah.
In that one, he was toning them down when they were getting excited. I mean, we're going to talk more about that for later, but the wait for you guys is finally over because MCGG Rising Stars 5, or Season 5, is officially back. The stakes have never been higher.
We've got the top contenders from 8 divisions, all vying for that #1 spot. Will the fan favorite division take the crown? I'm talking about Indonesia, Southeast Asia in general. Or are we in for another legendary dark horse upset? EECA currently reigns.
It all comes down to this. Catch the grand final today on the official MLBB social media platforms. Tune in and witness history. I believe our good friend Joseph Rezabek is there.
Oh,
Yep.
Charles.
I'm the sub bear, so just in case you're asking. Hey, anyway, for Leslie Mains, it's time to lock in and load. The exclusive dynamic portrait and radiant kits are officially live in the shop.
And now it's the best time to gear up. From today until May 23rd, you can enjoy 20% off during the first month's launch.
You heard that right. That's just 640 diamonds for the dynamic portrait and only 200 for those radiant kits that upgrade the look of your UI in-game. Log in right now and flex that angelic agent in style.
I think we missed out on some of your thoughts with that mic check. Redmar, I knew you were about to say something. What was it again?
Nova and Aqua actually would micromanage Shizo to help boost his confidence, whether or not he'll focus on hero or tower.
That looked pretty good for APBR in this first match. We still have some things going on, but we'll be back here in MPL Philippines. We'll toss it over to our host.
Thank you so much, casters. What a way to start the third day of Week 5. At talaga namang pinakitaan tayo ng magandang laban ng Beast and the Phoenix Army. This time around is the same story katulad ng first half for APBR as they take the win against TNC Pro Team with a 2-1 score. This is your very own Odin reporting on the side. Tell you what is happening on a different side of the globe para sa MLBB. MLBB Continental Championship is now on its Season 7 and this is the road to MSC ng EECA region. Kasalukuyang nasa Week 3 ang tournament na ito at pinangungunahan ng Team Spirit na 4 times MCC champions ang standings ngayong season. They are undefeated with 6 match wins sa kanilang Season 7 at kabilang na sa lineup na yan sina Kid Bomba, Sao, Sunset Lover, Pico, at ngayong season ay mas pinalakas sila ng young jungler na si Zor Egoist. Susubukang i-extend ng Team Spirit ang kanilang winning streak kontra Aura Farmers. Mapapanood ang laban na yan sa official channels ng MLBB. And that's what's happening sa different parts of the world. And speaking of ibang nangyayari sa labas ng MPL Philippines ay meron din tayong huge announcement to everybody. Moonton and NCAA are joining forces for NCAA Season 101. This is a massive milestone, bringing the heart of collegiate esports right into one of the country's most established leagues. Huge shout out to MLBB E-Project and Moonton student leaders for making this happen. They're bridging the gap between tradition and the future, giving student gamers the stage they deserve to finally shine. NCAA Season 101, let's go! And hindi pa rin naman nagtatapos lahat ng kaganapan dito sa MPL Philippines dahil mamaya ay nag-aabang pa naman ang isa na namang match. It's the breakthrough between Team Falcons and ONIC Philippines. Huwag kayong aalis dahil magbabalik ang MPL Philippines Season 17.
the land where the strongest of MLBB players are born, we are bound to see a new set of returnees para sa second leg ng ating MPL Philippines Season 17. Team Falcons, flawless except for one, will look to maintain their momentum against the team that has slowly found their rhythm. With their import on the rise, stability is supposed to be met dito sa Team Falcons kontra sa ONIC Philippines ng MPL PH Season 17 right here at the English broadcast. You have me, Hans Galeria, of course, joined by none other than Leo and Renmar. And over at the Filipino broadcast, we still have...
Uwi pa rin, kasama dito, nag-iisang si Santi, kasama si Wolf para dito sa inyo ang aksyon. At narito na nga tayo sa ating pangalawang serye na araw na ito.
Man, you better believe it. Second round for these two teams na ngayon ay nasa itaas naman. Kumbaga, this is a completely different scenario from what we saw from before. It's a breakthrough for Team Falcons and ONIC. Might be the pressure already with them. Because again, TLPH made it to the playoffs. The question is, who's coming up next?
I'm kinikilig because I'm a Falcons guy and I'm happy to see the Green Falcons finally on top of the standings again. I think ang kuro-kuro word on the street is they might be the one to give Liquid their first loss.
Oy. Yeah, and this has to be the game where they prove that they can do that. Because I don't know if there's a hot take. If Falcons lose to ONIC here, I do not have a lot of faith if they'll be able to beat Liquid or not. They have to get through this test, and they have to get it in such a get through it in such a way where they are dominant. They've been great all season long, but the thing is, the team that they're going up against, it's not going to be an easy task. ONIC are going to be a difficult opponent for the Falcons.
And in addition, when you look at it,
yung nagulat ako kasi, teka lang, yung Falcons guys yung nasa dulo. Pero,
hindi, ito.
Ay, okay. Sorry. So ako yung mali. Ako pala yung nagkamali.
Ikaw yung mali.
Okay, nagkamali. Oh, sorry. Pero alam natin na ang ONIC Philippines ay maganda yung matchup dito sa Falcons. Bukod sa malakas silang mag-gym parehas sa team, itong dalawang to ay gustong basagin yung kanilang naging prime. Because there was a time that these are the two top teams in our region dahil sila yung M5 at M6 champs.
Kumbaga, yung nakuha nilang mga kampyonato hindi basta-basta. Kumbaga, worlds din talaga. So, alam natin na halos similar pa rin yung lineup ng both teams. Merong mga slight changes pero same pa rin yung core eh.
Oo, yung ginto talaga eh. Tila ba'y nasa dugo na nila at this point. Alam na nila kung paano manalo ng isang championship. Alam nilang hindi nila kailangan magpadali. Right now, both of these teams are in the top of our standings, 2 and 3 respectively for Team Falcons and ONIC. At sa tapatan na ito ay may isang mananaig na paniguradong aangat to either 2 or retaining that 2 spot.
As a quick reminder, they're trying to break through their prime, no? Kinailangan nila pareho na higitan yung Winworld Tour nila. Meron pa nga kulang dun eh. Yung Falcons bumisita ng Kazakhstan. Yung Super Fam bumisita pa ng China. Wala yun sa picture na yun. So, marami pa silang achievements.
Yeah, there's a lot more. They've been all over the world, and in this season, last week of 4, the team of the week were all Falcons. Player of the week, Super Marco. Bulletproof on your screens. And of course, just in time, showed up with a flex and a kiss.
man, we rarely ever do this. Isang buong team na parte ng ating team of the week, but this just goes to show you kung gaano ka komportable ang Team Falcons. Oh, grabe talaga.
Tinuloy na.
Iba ka talaga, Flap. Ayun na. Oh my. Ngayon ko na nakikita si Haji na ganyan. But again, it goes to show, pare, yung pagiging komportable nila with each other.
Yeah, these were the things I weren't allowed to watch when I was a kid.
Parang walang no choice yung nasa gitna, pare ah.
Nasaan yung dalawa?
Nasaan yung dalawa?
Nasaan yung dalawa?
Limayin nyo na! Parang sumama na kaya yung iba. May mga tropa pa dyan na dadagdag sa kalokohan.
Asan na yung team of the week?
Sa si Ogwen, sa si Kyle.
Nasan si Ogwen? Nasan si Kyle? Naku, nawawala. Sige nga, pag-usapan na lang natin.
Si Flap din nagpapatunay na ang pag-ibig ay kanibalismo eh.
Ang pag-ibig ay kanibalismo.
Ganyan na ganyan yun eh.
O tapos after call din, nilalambing.
Nilalambing, di ba? Doon matatapos yung kwento, flex ng onte, pakita yung muscle. Si Marco din merong ganyan, men eh. Pero ito, meron din tayong makakatabi na bago. Kasi Sabero kontra kay Super Marco, yung first meeting nila, tila ba nagkaroon ng kwento doon. Pero ito, men, tuloy-tuloy pa din to.
Sinusunod na si Marco doon. Oy!
Sabero, wala pa tayo dyan.
Sabero, your turn.
O, anong rebat ng kabila?
Ano sagot ang isa?
Ano sagot mo sa...
Ay.
I'm not gonna translate that.
Mag-a-attempt ng biceps, pare. Pero sige, ipato na lang daw natin sa ONIC. Kasi kung si Super Marco yung bida nung week number 4, Savero has been a rising contender for that. In fact,
yes,
isa siya sa mga pinakamarami yung hero pool this season.
Quietly ay number 1 siya when it comes to the hero pool. Na nakakatuwa kasi di ba sinasabi natin na enjoyer siya ng isang suyu, pero parang siya pa talaga yung nagpakita ng maraming heroes dito when it comes to the hero pool. And kung hindi ako nagkakamali, nasa top din ng charts itong si Savero when it comes to the KDA. So talagang maganda ang performance ni Savero.
Yeah, and remember in an interview, Super Marco put Savero number 3 in the list of best gold laners in MPL Philippines this season. And ever since he said that, I've been dying to see this matchup again because Savero has not only grown, not only improved, but he has risen to become one of the next big stars in the country. And I can't wait to see him prove himself against Bulletproof Super Marco.
Loving the confidence coming in from Savero. And to think that he's one of the younger gold laners na meron tayo dito sa loob ng ating liga. Ang dami pa niyang pwedeng gawin, ang dami pang pwedeng i-grow. And right now, one of the best locations to grow as well in the strongest region of MLBB.
Well, there's only one way to figure out kung paano pa ba sila mag-grow as players. Here are the Infinix keys to victory. Please walk us through it, guys.
Yes, mula dito sa Falcons, kailangan nilang i-force si Super Fates na maging passive sa kanyang mga mages. Nakita natin na successful lang sobra-sobra ang ONIC kapag sobra aggressive din ni Super Fates. We can see when he plays the Lilia, for example yung Zushin. Pero kung sakali man na hindi magiging aktibo yung mid lane duo ng side ng ONIC, ito yung mas mapapaganda sa Falcons. And then, ang isa sa mga napansin kong notable sa ONIC is yung magaling sila mag-force fight bago ang mga Lord or mga Turtles. So if itong Falcons na magaling din naman sa mga ganong klaseng team fights ay lalabanan ng ONIC, mas maganda ang game para sa kanila.
Now for ONIC, you have to focus on one very simple thing. Just ban Marcel or make sure it doesn't end up with Ogwen. But that branches out into other picks. So I'd like to expand on that a little bit more. Ban Marcel and contest the other heroes that allow Ogwen to play the Mosquito playstyle that I've been saying about him. That is just constantly going into the box of ONIC, going into your jungle, the Khalids, the Hildas of the world. If you can take that out, that makes Brusco and Super Friends' life much easier. Now, if you can, try to outmatch the gold lane. I'm pretty sure Falcons is going to be looking at the Yi Sun-Shin of Savero and acknowledge that respected pick. Still undefeated if I'm not mistaken, or is it already suffered a first loss? I think it is still undefeated, but not only in the draft, the rotations. Sometimes teams forget about the gold lane. But now, as ONIC, you need to focus down on Super Marco and make sure he struggles.
Well, that's a big task for both of these teams. Ogwen, mas kilala sa kanya mga peste picks. I mean, ang dami. Peste pick. Kasi sabi niya, mosquito eh.
Bago na.
Translate mo, ano meron?
Baka pwede na yung Atlas.
Ay, oo nga pala.
Naalala ko
Nakaka-irrita din yun eh.
Si Ogwen, I think, nung bago-bago pa ng time niya, yung Atlas spammer din yun eh.
Master Ogwen.
Master Ogwen era.
Master Ogwen, Atlas Enjoyer.
At sakto din yung mga bagong picks, naalala ko din. Kasi kanina nakasabay ko si Flap TZ. Flap pala. At sinabi ko sa kanya na Terisla mo na to at mukhang ganun nga. Sabi ko sa kanya, keys to victory, Terisla ni Flap.
Pero nakakatuwa kasi sa patch na to, ang daming mga nagbabalik na mga heroes na hindi natin nakita for so long. And I feel like kung meron mang dalawang teams na gagamit ito, it's gonna be ONIC Philippines and Team Falcons. Nest, Sonics, it's now the opportunity para ipakilala sa inyo ang dalawa sa pinakamalakas na team sa Pilipinas. Let's get it on!
Both tried and true, but who will break through? This is the star match of the day brought to you by Smart, starting with Team Falcons. Mr. Flex, Muscle Man, make way for the Filipina cannon, Flap! The jungle is his, a hunter with style. All right, you know what? Let's go for it. Haji! Kyle! Super Marco! The Sonic Fam returns to ground this Falcons flight. This is your ONIC Philippines! Kirk! King Kong! Super Friends! Bruska!
Masih laju para dia tiada henti hingga di atas
Savero!
Tiap era kita kasih keras biar aja yang bawa kelas. Bila ONIC pegang kendali jangan semua harap dapat pas.
And please welcome our marshals, Luis, Miko, Dojin, and Joshua G. Our head referee is sent. The head coaches are Coach Moody and Coach Bluffsy. Ito na ang huling laban sa Week 5, the breakthrough MPL Superfans Magingay!
They've beaten all but one in the first round. Can they do it again? This is Team Falcons.
Glazing aside, Team Falcons is still, bar none, the #1 macro team in MPL Philippines Season 17. How do they do that against a team that is so micro-gifted? Even all the way down to their import gold laner, ONIC PH is primed for success when it comes to skirmishes. How does Falcons answer to that?
Well, for ONIC Philippines, they have to keep up with the strategy that's worked for them all season long. Make sure Kurt, King Kong, and Super Friends and Brusco can dominate the rest of the map while Severo just farms. Not to say that Severo's a passive type, but when he has his items, the young man really knows how to make the most out of his power spike.
And if you're looking at the graph, it seems like it's almost similar, except that Team Falcons, due to a better match in game win rate, they're leading with the blue. But ever since then, it seems like both Team Falcons and ONIC are working around the same systems here.
That and the glaring difference in hero pool. A whopping 8 heroes the Falcons have not played against ONIC, who, by the way, in their gold lane have played 11. How do you have played 11 gold lane heroes, Severo?
Right? It doesn't happen ever so often. I mean, we're about to find out later on, but here's the Smart 5G ping test for y'all.
Michael Jordan, blue game daw si Kyle, guys.
Pero balita ko, Haji, nag-birthday ka daw ah.
Birthday ko ngayon.
Ngayon?
Oh.
Uy, happy birthday, Dol!
Ay, thank you po.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
Kailan birthday mo?
Ngayon po.
Totoo ba?
Yes!
Kantahan muna natin si King Kong ng Happy Birthday to you. Ilang taon ka na? 20, di ba?
Kaka-19 ko lang po. Teenager pa rin po ako.
So nung totoo ba guys? Teenager pa rin?
Alam nila yan.
Alam nila. Nung
Sa channel ko, nagtanong ako kung ilang taon na ako eh. Letter A, 19. Letter B, 20. Letter C, 67.
6'7".
Ang pinakamaraming sagot, 20 tsaka 67.
Pero hindi 19.
Pero 19 talaga.
19 talaga si King Kong.
It's birthday time, bro. Birthday din ni King Kong eh. Birthday din ni Daddy Ogwin.
Well, that's Haji and King Kong for you. And in case y'all don't know or you can't understand what they were saying, it's their birthdays today, and you rarely ever see it. Happy birthday to King Kong and to Haji. Some of the more prolific players in the league history are there side by side, and they are obviously looking for some victories to wrap up their birthdays.
But first, they gotta blow that candle. Gentlemen, blow.
Come on, do it.
World
Do
champions, blow it.
Wish first. Do your wish first. Okay, King Kong's already doing it.
Okay, he did it for both of them.
He did it for Haji. And Haji just looked at the candle, but it was a little too late. Nevertheless, happy birthday to these two dashing gentlemen that you see on your screens. We're gonna go back to this game, man. Team Falcons and ONIC Philippines. These are two squads that have been part of the upper echelon of our standings for quite some time. And there are reasons to this. There are levels to the way they play.
Trying to think right now of how Falcons would be able to manage what Ogwen, Haji, and Kyle have done lately, where it seems like as the season went on, after their loss to Team Liquid, they just got better and better. Of course, there's always been a lot of questions about how Haji would be able to fit into the team, but then it seems like the team, and even Haji, they adjusted to one another perfectly. I miss Captain Few. I miss the idol of the kids. But in some ways, it feels like he's never left. Huh?
Well, he's having the time of his life in Indonesia, so
That's true.
That's a new chapter for him. I myself am enjoying this chapter in the Falcons Chronicle, because the way it seems is being a sound macro team in the Philippines is a fail-proof plan.
Yeah.
Because, look, ONIC, the whole invade orange hard plan failed against Liquid.
Right.
But now that they're facing off against Falcons, I want to see what kind of tools they have. Like, what's new?
Which is what Renmar was actually pointing out just a while ago, is we're now finally moving forward with the first draft of the very first game. It's going to be some classic bans here, but for Coach Moody and the rest of Team Falcons, they're probably going to be changing the ways that they approach this game, depending on some of the heroes that we haven't seen from the recent patch that are now currently available.
Yeah, something's got to give. There has to be new heroes like the aforementioned Terizla that Wolf said that could have been part of the keys to victory. I do miss Flaps Terizla, maybe only second or tied with his Arlot, but also the Dyroth is a thing now. And I don't know if in a matchup like this, again, we're talking about the higher ranking teams in the MPL now, if they care about the Uranus as much.
Yeah, the Uranus, as we saw in the previous series, had a really big impact. As mentioned earlier, one of the keys to victory also would be the Terizla. Yes, here or there the results, but at the end of the day, you see the effect that it has. You have a lane that is nigh ungankable. It forces both teams to actually just end up looking at the rest of the map, which ends up becoming like this crazy 3v3 duel of who plays the roam trio better, because sometimes you don't even want to rotate to the gold lane anymore. With a ban on this carry, is Falcons even considering picking up the Uranus early on? Are they thinking that, are they going to pull off an APBR and first pick it? Are they thinking that ONIC will not pick it as one of the first two picks? I think that carry is a setup for the Uranus one way or another.
And in addition, you have a Guinevere banned first phase that's definitely targeted towards Team Falcons, because you don't see that with the other teams, especially all throughout the week. So ONIC Philippines, it feels like they have done their homework here, as they should, against the second-seeded team.
So they're saying, we'd rather have you Suyo, we'd rather have you Leomord, we'd rather have you Harley, Kyle, instead of the Baksha and the Gwyn. That's very telling.
Looking at it, it seems like Harley could be a choice. The Uranus might be another idea. But again, the Freya, because of the Guinevere ban and the Marcel, or should I say the carry, it left a bunch of other heroes open.
The Gwyn slot was the Freya slot.
Yeah. Now, ONIC might need to play for space creation. They can definitely pick the Severo pick way later. They don't need to rush into anything like a Claude unless they have a strong idea of what they want to play for the other four players that can set up for the Claude for a quicker farm. If they go Claude early, that has to be early alarm bells, because most of the time for teams the quality of Falcons, they will most likely win Turtle 1, Turtle 2, and then they snowball like crazy out of it. So they don't show their gold laner yet. They take away another strong pickup for Ogwen in the Kalea, and of course Brusco's one of his signature picks ever since the Kalea came out. And King Kong, meanwhile, gets the Harley for the damage that they're looking for. Let's see if this is going to be the similar Battle Mage Harley that we pointed out earlier. And I think for the style for ONIC, considering they want to play a strong 4 away from their gold, Battle Mage Harley might suit them best.
And I love the Kaleo pick coming out from ONIC Philippines because it aids them in team fights against a Freya that loves to have those extended team fights available for him. So Team Falcons should have some answers here. I'm probably looking at Leo more if they want to, but it could be a potential target for the Kaleo right away. There goes the Uranus as telegraphed by these gentlemen over here. The carry has been taken out and they went for the Suyu instead. Finally, it's been a while since we saw a Suyu in this week.
First phase alone, Falcons have walked away with so much.
Yeah, lots of value. Jungler #1. The Rising, most likely EXP #1 as well for the Uranus. They get the Sora, something active in the map. They want to be able to match all of the dive that Falcons has and stop that. Understandable as a pick. And if Kirk plays his cards maybe a little bit better, he might be able to take down Flap at some point in the early game after Turtle 1 maybe. You expect a rotation from ONIC towards the Uranus to see if they can stop him there. Now for the second phase, you're still looking for the mid laners and mid laner roamer for Falcons. It's gold and the mid for ONIC.
I love how ONIC doesn't have to rush the Valentina.
Yeah.
Like, they don't even have to ban it. They can go red 4 Val, your move.
Yeah.
I mean, it is very apparent, and they're taking their sweet time with this ban. Obviously, that's going to be the Valentina. They do not want the Sora to have any sort of problems moving forward.
Oh, never mind. They have other plans.
Yeah, they have other plans in mind.
They might go for a burst combo, fast rotation through the Farsa, maybe considering they have the Harley, and if their gold laner is going to end up being someone that takes a lot of time, they might end up settling for something like a Kimmy, so that maybe the Kimmy and Harley together in the center of the map can be a bridge for whatever gold laner Severo ends up with. Or I wonder if they're willing to pick up a Lilia at red 4, even though you don't see the Roman mid yet. That's a tough part right now for the decision for ONIC in their mid lane. There's no Roman mid for Falcons to show.
Hear me out. Since Sora is on their side and there's really, I mean,
they banned it.
Between the Suyo and the Frey, I think it's manageable. What if Gord? What if for the biggest smile on the face of Joseph Charles Rezabec, Gord? Because that's kind of a combo, right?
Yeah,
like you have a long-term, long-range stun, and then if someone gets hit by the Tsunami Slam, you blast him with the Gush.
Gord, Harley, then they have the Sora. It could work, yeah. Sora Kalea should be enough to buy time for the Gord to make the most out of the Mystic Gush, because that's usually one of the biggest problems with the Gord, whether or not the Mystic Gush is going to be set for a long time or you're forced to drop it early. Even though it's really not a lot of abilities will cancel out the Mystic Gush. Still, it's you forcing yourself out of the ultimate because you need to get back to safety.
So with that being said, they're going to be taking the Kimmy out.
Right? See, by taking out the Kimmy, you're really only going through either Farsa, Eve, oh no, Farsa's banned out, so it's now just Eve or Gord.
Eve or Gord?
The tough thing is, again, because there's no roam mid showing, it's hard for me to suggest Zetian right now.
Yeah.
But I think maybe there might be room for, there is room for Zetian. With the dive of the Freya, the Suyo.
Where's the combo going to be coming from with the Kalia then?
The Fury Phoenix.
So just set that up.
Yeah,
and then you just light up whoever gets hit.
Yeah.
Okay.
Again,
if it's not the kidnap, it's like you let the Kalea and Harley be the burst, and then you're just covering with the Fury of the Phoenix.
Whoa. One
man, dude. They're reaching deep in the bag. I mean, if they had the Guinevere with ONIC doing their homework, Falcons has done theirs.
Is there something among scrims? Did ONIC Indonesia play a 1-1 this weekend? I need to catch up, but
we got to find out. Don't worry, Renmar's on it.
Thank you.
But hey, the Eve might be a possibility. He also talked about a Lilia that could pop off just so there's enough peel on that damage coming out from the side of ONIC Philippines, because those are tanky members. The Bruno is going to be the choice here for the side of ONIC.
Safe pick. I like how the Bruno has a great range. You're forcing Falcons to dive you hard. but still the question, what's in mid? What's in mid for Falcons? What's in mid for ONIC? What's in the roam for Falcons?
Yeah, it makes it so difficult for Falcons to decide just because of the mid laners still unavailable. So they're letting Falcons pick it first and then react to it afterwards. But the choice is for the green and white to make. They had an abundance of heroes for those first 3 picks, but is that going to bite them in the back? I don't think so.
Yeah.
It's just a matter of who will be completing that composition, because I assume they still have a bunch of choices.
Maybe it's me being a little bit too RG-minded. I wonder if they can pick Sicilian here. Because with Falcons being...
Yeah.
Oh, it's just Lilia. Okay, I got excited.
Okay, so I'm glad that it's a Lilia, because I would say if they picked a Sicilian, would have been too expensive. Because you're trying to put farm on the Bruno, you're trying to ramp up with the Harley. I don't know what kind of Harley this is. The Sicilian would have been a little too much.
Yeah, but those heroes, actually for all of our super fans watching, you can scan the QR code and predict the match winner correctly for a chance to win 1,000 MLBB diamonds. That's not expensive. You get it for free if you win.
Rennie, did you see the Zetian coming in for Falcons? Because that's out of left field for me.
For Falcons, I honestly thought they'd go something else, but with them taking out the Farsa, the Eve was still open, but then maybe they were thinking about the Sora, the Harley. As someone who loves playing Zetian, I can never say no to Zetian. Yeah, I thought that's my favorite girl right there.
There's a sweet spot.
Yeah, it's great vision with all of the dive that they have, and actually, AOG plus the Fury of the Phoenix is a great combo.
That's a combo.
Even if they don't land and layer at the same time, there's so much ground to cover to get away from those two.
And that is what Team Falcons is going to be depending on in this very first game of the breakthrough. Team Falcons, one of the more macro-centric teams, just like what Leo has talked about early on in the pre-show, is going to be facing off against ONIC, who is right on the case immediately, trimming down Ogwen's HP to 25%, but then it's A-OK as he goes back to 50.
They're doing it. This is their old trick. The orange small camp attack, and they take down Brusco. That's a fish out of water. Falcons punish the Bruiser.
Bro, Kyle says, give me that!
I'm surprised that they attempted to do that, even though it looked good because they forced Haji and Ogwen quite low through the aggression of the Lilia. That's still a Suyo with the Blade Search. You get caught in that and you're pretty much done for. And the fact that there is still regen for both the roam and mid, that after all the damage you dished out, Kyle!
There he goes again!
The pressure gets deflated.
Perfect rotations by Kyle.
It happens so quick. It's just that one thing. For one thing, he was right at the mid lane getting the first blood, and then afterwards, as soon as he got a little jungle objective right at the bottom, and Savera was cut down to 25% of his HP, it was Dunzos.
Yeah, Dunzos.
That's a word.
It was Dunzos. I like that.
Impressive how ONIC, despite the L's that they took in the first 2 minutes, are still trying to steal small camps.
Yeah. I mean, you can't just fold. You're going to have to really try balance out the losses that you took on early on. Severo's got down. King Kong is both level 4. Close.
Flap here. Catches a face full of deadly magics. Helping Kyle secure does not go down so easily as Brusco can't find anyone to take down. Falcons' front line is just too damn thick.
This is what you were pointing out from the start. It's just the room created by both Ogwen and Flap are starting to pay off early on, just 2 minutes in.
Yeah, just bodies going forward. And that's why I consider the Sicilian, because what if ONIC looked at what Falcons already has and would have just accepted the fact that they're most likely not going to win the early to the mid game, and then they just play for the mid to late. But instead of trying to make a case for the Sicilian, let's see what ONIC can do to turn things around. It is still a Bruno at the end of the day. If ONIC can commit one rotation to send Super Marco back and get Severo with some progress on the energy shielding, that could be a good way to come back. But they also have to take care of the river a lot because of the losses of King Kong.
Oh, wow. Marco reading into that small camp take, pushes the Valkyries descent into King Kong, and he flushes him out. I mean, he took half of it, I think. Yeah, there's a little baby beetle there.
Bro, I was about to say that ONIC Philippines was starting to work their way down at bot because they wanted to make sure to at least give some pressure towards Super Marco. It's just that Team Falcons, the other 4, were putting in the work enough to keep ONIC Philippines distracted and confused. Like, what are we supposed to do? Are we supposed to go down, or should we stay here in the jungle?
I think the jungle is their last choice, right? I don't know if you agree with me, but all the side lanes are dead.
Yeah.
Where else do they go?
Yeah, that's a really tough call for ONIC. I think they're going to have to consider giving up this next turtle. Because right now, with the state of the flow of the minion waves, it seems like Flap's going to get into the position first. He has a gap over Kirk, but Kirk should be able to hit level 6 through this. Falcons are still continuously going into the orange side of ONIC. Bad news for their turtle. After this purple buff, King Kong should just try going to the bot alongside Super Friends, but with Brusco holding the turtle, they won't even be able to make a play through that.
This is now going to be a turtle spawn for both of the teams. Team Falcons holding on to a 1.3 gold lead. Flap, Ogwen putting bodies in front. Kirk and Brusco basically doing the same, and Super Friends just right there.
Turtle down to a 1/5 of its health. Kyle making easy work of it. And they will indeed rotate quick. AOG locked and loaded. Ogwen finds no one, zoning Savero out.
Yeah, they got no win in the map. It seems like King Kong just ended up going into the green camp yet again to see if he can catch off a rotating Super Marco. Super Marco was fine. I thought he was also trying to just help Savero get some double lane farm, but when the river comes out, then you won't even be able to clear out the minion wave in mid, so it ended up becoming a dead map for ONIC.
So much damage already entering in.
They jump the pressure! Savero gets squished by Kyle! And Super Marco now in mid. Brusco here, caught up between 3. Gets taken down by Flap. Now Kirk gonna be up next. Flickers on out of there. And a 2-for-1 trade. Falcons still come out on top.
Falcons are winning everything. They've won the gold lane first. Savero tried to slide tackle out of that situation, but just bumped into the wall. Couldn't find the exact spot to be able to tackle through. Falcons, if they get this mid tower just like this, that's a huge slap to the face of ONIC.
Oh, they're not even hesitating, but Flap is going to be taking the brunt of the damage.
Oh, that's a lot of damage on top of the deadly magic, but he still gets away with it.
That's the thing, though. The Radiant Armor has immediately saved him from the start. Flap is just waltzing, and he goes out of that dance.
One might say he was strutting on the Uranus. Not to mention, he went under tier 1. He was taking more than just hero damage.
Yeah, he popped the Purify just in time too, so that there wouldn't be a momentary knockup for... that little knockup, if ever connected, might have actually bought time for ONIC to finish off that Uranus, but the Purify just came in right in time for Flap. Again, this is the Brave Smite Uranus. He does have the Radiant Armor, as we pointed out earlier. Ogren also has a Radiant Armor. So, as expected, Falcons will most likely take control of the game up until ONIC has items, which will be past 15 minutes at this point because of the 2 deaths on the gold laner. But never completely turn off the idea of a turnaround. One turtle or objective steal might be it.
Okay, Falcons deny a skirmish in mid as we take a closer look at how Kyle plays this Suyo with an Infinix hand cam. And they just blitz through the final turtle.
Again, there's always something going on with the green and white. They seem to, start off instigating a fight, but then all of a sudden, a turtle has been taken right under their noses. And ONIC Philippines, at least they were able to take a turret down bot, because that is a consolation prize to what Team Falcons has been doing around the map. Efficient rotations have been followed through by the birds in the nest.
Yeah.
Oh, they're giant birds.
They are giant birds.
Falcons are huge.
They're probably like our modern day dinosaurs.
Closest thing.
Yeah, closest thing. Skypiercer on the Suyo. Doesn't have a second, though his first kill was the very first kill of the game. So wait until that counts off. I don't think there's going to be a Skypiercer holder on the side of ONIC unless, we'll see. But once Kyle starts stringing together kills, you can call this game as good as over. Brusco and Savero trying to recover for the team by providing space for the Bruno to split up the map and get that tower down and get some gold, even if it's just a little bit. It's going to be a long climb for the Super Fam to get items and resources for their main damage dealer.
Man, Falcons is always a step ahead. ONIC takes a tier 1, Falcons take a tier 2.
That's always been the scenario over the first 8 minutes of this game, as Kirk is going to be found quite isolated, but immediately makes it back to his teammates. Prince and a half HP, and King Kong might be the next target here for Team Falcons if they want to go for it, but Kyle will just be safely securing the objective. So this is one of those times that not a lot of stuff is happening, but for Team Falcons, it's all about that preparation, that idea to get there right away, and how ONIC is going to be reacting to it in spite of them trailing by almost 4K.
Yeah. King Kong, the bottom part of the map. Kyle shows himself there. Falcons can hold this lock dance. Marco finds Kirk.
Oh my God, forcing a shifting skies out of Kirk. He's gonna have to be relegated to clearing waves instead of fighting for this Lord, which by the way, Falcons have already started wailing away at, putting it at about half health.
Yeah, that's the thing though, you can't even find King Kong, and that's enough reason for Team Falcons to just go at it.
Another Purify consecration from Flap. Furious Phoenix the answer. Now they blast Brusco. AOG catches Sakura Haruno. Kyle gets a stack.
ONIC have no answers. And Falcons just continue the steamroll, win after win, minute after minute.
This is just Team Falcons keeping at it again.
Oh, shifting skies by Kirk. Takes him down. Falcons respond with violence, Lord spawning in the lower half.
And that's the second stack for the Sky Piercer of Kyle. The core items for the Frey are locked in, and they will continue this onslaught.
They're just gonna keep knocking at the door, even if no one's answering. They're gonna bulldoze through it right away, and the graph says and tells this story. It's already a 6K gold lead that Team Falcons has, trying to burn down some of the shields coming out from the inhibitors, but Flap and the others just taking their sweet time. They know they have the advantage, and you're looking at almost 15, level 15. He has beaten it completely. He made it before 10 minutes.
3-level gap between him and King Kong. The good news for ONIC is that Severo's only 1,000 gold down, despite everything that's happened. Compared to Marco.
So they will get the pop this Holy Shield in the bot. Mid lane, Severo's taking care of that. Lord might not even be able to crash in.
Yeah, they held it.
ONIC did it.
Wow.
Oh, the top lane did give though.
Yeah.
That was still a win that ONIC Philippines is going to be taking in the midst of, you know, the 7,000 lead. That's at least 2 or 3 items that Team Falcons is already leading here. But for Brusco, the positioning is going to be of essence.
Tsunami slam on a Flap. He responds with just a consecration. And Falcons answer with disciplined aggression. It's not like they wanted to commit. It's just like, okay, good gut check. We'll just respond by taking away your orange.
Falcons are timing and playing well around the fury of the Phoenix availability of Haji. The only thing that he asked for cooldown reduction is the Mage Emblem and his Inspire. No cooldown reduction items other than his own magic shoes. Does have the glowing wand and the wishing lantern. Magic lantern. Wishing lantern's the skill. I have to remind myself of that difference. Same items also for the Lilia. 1,000 difference only. The biggest gold difference, I don't know, just like a flat 1,000 across the board. Oh, of course, King Kong, 3,000 behind compared to the Suyo.
That's where it is.
Yeah, 15 minutes. I'm still going to stick by my timetable. It's going to take 15 minutes until you start feeling for Falcons of not being able to end it early enough until ONIC hit their power spike.
Yeah, and in addition, it's just the pressure. Severo getting so much pressure from Team Falcons in that first turtle fight that really gave Team Falcons the snowball that they need to burn through the damage that ONIC is trying to defend. That 0-2-0 and even the Harley that was supposed to scale in the early portions of the game was nowhere to be found, and now Team Falcons is in position to be able to get this, but ONIC is not really wanna fall behind. But will they be able to contest it as the reset is gonna be happening? Kirk still giving out the information.
Brusco coming in, Conceal, who's the main target. He had his eyes on Haji. Ogwin plays man-to-man defense. Kyle secures. ONIC tried. They had thoughts about it, but I'm glad that they did not go 50-50. So they don't lose anything, really.
Yeah, at least it's still workable for ONIC Philippines. They just have to deal with the total damage output, which in fact they were still unable to do so over the first 10 minutes of this game. The objectives have been given right away. Brusco's going to be evading that, but he will still continue. Actually, he's going to back away, and that will be another major objective going to the side of Team Falcons.
That's Hunger Games for you.
This just keeps going.
Yeah.
I wonder how this ends or when this ends, as Flap is just right over there, continuously dealing damage or just distracting them completely.
Yeah, the side lane minions are going to go in tandem alongside the Lord. almost roughly the same time. They should be able to break down inhibitors here. Not yet endable unless a member of ONIC oversteps their welcome outside of the base. After these side lane minions were cleared by ONIC, they're only working with one, but there's another one coming in mid for Falcons.
Okay, Falcons already in. Flap and Ogwin, the vanguards. They find Kirk. They crack open that inhibitor. Ooh, Kirk comes in, shifting skies. Fury the Phoenix coming through. Savero takes a good amount of hits there. AOG defensively used. Now Kirk and Brusco. The front line softened up. Katoon as Kyle gets on out of there. Close call. ONIC lose no bodies, but instead have that top lane inhibitor broken down.
I mean, the great thing about having the Lilia, it's just great wave clear. You're 8,000 gold down, you still have really great wave clear. Ogun baiting out some key abilities from ONIC with a Winter Crown, and then Haji again with another great timing of the Fury of the Phoenix to help cover ground where they got the Kacha. But ONIC played that carefully. That's the best result they could have asked for.
Oh, they start off with another Tsunami Slam, leading to a good bounce and nothing, as Flap doesn't even purify. Shifting skies, how about we go again? Consecration by Flap, and I think Falcons are just trying to slow down the push.
And in addition, ONIC Philippines is just putting all of the damage output that they could dish out onto Flap, and that is the worst target that you could have. I don't know, it's just so much damage taken from Flap being the only one in this game to achieve 128k. That just means one thing, he's present. He's in ONIC's faces all the time.
But as impressive as that is, we're about 20 seconds away from ONIC crossing the threshold of we should be online. Because Falcons, truth be told, as awesome as the first 15 minutes has become, they just can't really take down turrets. Like, they have to win off of a fight.
Yeah, difficult thing about that. The fact that only one turret fell down for ONIC in the previous one was a saving grace for them. They still wouldn't be able to heavily contest the next one. But let's see if they can find a good flow in the bottom to break that. Because even if they try to set up King Kong for a miraculous lore seal, they're not even going to be able to get there in time.
Whoa, shifting
Unless
skies on a small camp.
Whoa,
goes into torrent form. Lord now to a fifth of his health. Brusco with the conceal. Gets flushed out. King Kong spotted out. Oh, gee, no one home. But Kirk is out of his breath. Kirk is going to get popped here like a pimple. Kyle gets a stack.
That's Kirk, man. No way out. Team Falcons have taken the lead and extended it even more. King Kong will safely be going back to the base after that, but it's just too much. That was a second round of it. Expecting that Flap was going to be there. I just don't understand what happened.
King is risking life and limb for his buff.
Yeah.
And that's what allowed this wave down here to follow through. Even in mid, Lord number 3, Falcons with the push. Will they get what they want? Brusco with the Tsunami Slam. No dice, leads to nothing. In comes the rest of them. Valkyries are set by Marco, wailing away, giving a stack over to Kyle. Brusco is out of the picture. Lord's still standing. AOG plus the Fury of the Phoenix. Jumping onto the Super Fam. They're underneath the base, standing in the middle. Kirk falls, and the base is going to be up next. Falcons have hunted down ONIC 1-0.
Just like a surgeon dissecting the defense, the Nest just brings momentum time and time again.
It started out with a kill. How did it end up like this?
It was only a kill.
It was only a kill. Kyle found one, and then the immaculate rotation of going into the gold lane to take down Savero early, delivering the first death of the Bruno, providing a lot of time and space for the Freya, and after that, nothing. Nothing for the Super Fam to get. It was all Falcons.
You can call this draft Mr. Strong Side.
Mr. Strong Side.
Because every lane was a strong lane.
Yeah, they won everything.
Oh yeah, I mean, this is what you guys were talking about. From the Infinix keys to victory, they were completely blindsided with the rotations early on. My Team Falcons and that Fury of the Phoenix AOG combo were just so, which just made it so difficult for ONIC Philippines to bounce back into this game because they wanted to engage. They've been using Conceal a couple of times, or maybe even 4, but Team Falcons just had the kits ready all the time, and ONIC unable to bounce back, only having a single kill in game number 1.
Again, it was surprising to me that they went for that.
Oh! Come on, man! The world has felt that, and then he just shifts back to saying hi to everyone. It's like he didn't even do anything.
Did not see that coming.
Did not see that coming, and ONIC didn't as well. 5-0-3 for Kyle TZ.
That right there is one of the Dothraki screamers, Cal Dog.
Kyle Dog.
Kyle Dog.
Kyle Dog. that was a Kyle Dog.
Kyle Dog, bro.
Anyways,
I never thought I'd see a Kyle Dog in 2026, man.
Yeah, his hip
And yet
thrust
here we are.
threw me out of my train of thought. What was it?
There is no analysis.
Oh, here, it's this one. Why contest this like that? You are up against a Gatos catcher that hasn't even used his Revitalize yet. He didn't need to use his Revitalize.
I don't feel like it's a contest. I think they just went in too deep to the bit.
Yeah.
Like they just all decided, yeah, we're going to go for the ONIC Orange invade.
Yeah.
And then they decided, oh wait, it's too late. This is not the right time.
It's a Gatot, it's a Suyo. If Ogwin didn't pop off his Revitalize, then you could have gone for it. Oh, if he popped off his Revitalize in that trade, then go for it. But still, it'll be risky because that's a Suyo with a Blade Surge that you're up against, and it's not going to be that. It's going to be difficult to try and take him down. He will contest for that. And even if you got that, there's still the very high risk that you're just going to get chased down after stealing away his own golem. Even if King Kong gets it and he gets his space escape out, Super Frizz and Brusco would most likely suffer. So after that moment, it led to Kyle being free to go dive under tower alongside Super Marco to deliver Severo's early death. Kirk was late to hit level 4 because Flap managed the EXP lane well against him. So Flap got into the first turtle first. After that, nothing anymore.
Yeah, it feels like, if it was a completely different set of heroes for Team Falcons, because ONIC has done this over the course of the past few weeks against other teams. It's just that it wasn't against the Suyu and it wasn't against the Gatot. It was against some junglers that were quite slow with gathering or taking the purple buff, that it made them even slower to transition towards the golem, and that is a win that they would want to take, but it didn't happen because of how fast they were able to clear it.
Here, I agree. This would have worked against other drafts, and it might have worked against other teams, but not against Falcons the way they drafted. But again, just to be fair, there is some give. If this lasted maybe 2 or 3 more minutes and Falcons grew frustrated, they might have overshot and gotten punished. Because look at this lineup, ladies and gentlemen. This cannot push objectives and turrets the old-fashioned way. They have to win fights.
Yeah, and it's good for them that they were able to build a massive lead early on. Flap almost became the highest damage dealing and highest damage taking person in that entire game. He was just 32 points away from surpassing Kyle in damage dealt. That's crazy to me that a Uranus did all of that.
I mean, if you're using an ONIC Edge on like 4 people
on the edge,
right? On the edge, that was bound to happen. And with that being said, Team Falcons is going to be taking this game number 1 against ONIC Philippines. But for everybody who is concerned, I'm holding here some SIP purified water that is filtered through volcanic rocks for a crisp, clean taste that quenches like no other. Quench that thirst, take a sip. All right, I'm giving some more room for you guys to take a sip, take some water before I go ahead. I appreciate it, Wolf. I'm gonna give it back to you again. Well, in case you haven't seen him, you see the Max 5D on stage, right? That's clever engineering, keeping these teams locked in. No distractions, just pure performance, brought to you by TT Racing Philippines. Cause we have your back, just like how comfortable we are right over here. And in addition to all of that, the clock is ticking and the seats are filling up. Don't miss your chance to witness Smart, Omega, and Twisted Minds right here at the Victoria Sports Tower this May 1. Ooh. Head to ph-mpl.com and get your tickets now.
With the way Omega's been playing and the chip on Twisted Mind's shoulders, I'm not going to want to miss that.
Yeah, I want that to be an absolute messy bloodbath, 3 games. You know, it's Omega that most likely will happen. Just because, just looking at Omega, that's a high probability already.
I bet you would.
Yeah.
I believe in Nets. That's all I'm going to say. Nets.
I don't get him
Nets
100% of the time, but I like him.
Yeah, Nets is a man of abstract. You know, I love what I'm seeing from him. You may not understand him at times, but
he's a modern day philosopher.
You know what? Yeah. I see Aristotle or Plato in him.
Yeah. Sure.
Why would you say sure? I mean, you gotta get the guy a chance.
Yeah, no, I'm agreeing. I'm
a big game James man myself.
Okay, I see that coming. But hey, again, you gotta secure your tickets for what's about to happen in the next week, because today we are jam-packed, my guy.
Yep,
there's a lot of people
capacity
anticipating.
crowd.
Yeah, there's a lot of people anticipating. I see Aislinn over there wearing blue. You know, I feel like for these two teams, there's high expectations for them, but I didn't expect it to be this one-sided in favor of Team Falcons. Did you?
There's a world wherein I would say yes, because again, it's full-on macro, shoved into the face of a very mechanically gifted team. So this does happen.
Yeah, and with how the draft was going, I expected the early game lead, but not the massive stomp that we ended up seeing.
Me too.
Yeah, because I'm pretty sure ONIC already took into consideration that they will most likely lose their early portion, but I think they lost it in such a way that they didn't mean to lose it like that, and they lost even faster. I guess it's the thing that they didn't expect.
It's like a 2-minute oops.
Yeah. oh man, this wasn't supposed to happen until for another 2-3 minutes.
Oh no! Oh no!
Oh no! What's happening now?
It's like the water kept on spilling for ONIC Philippines, and it continued up until the 16th minute.
I'm buying too many blind boxes. Oh no! My house is full of little figurines. Help!
Where's my life savings? What is this, man?
What is happening? Oh, that's a 6-7. What are you doing?
I wasn't. Oh, that wasn't on
You already did it,
purpose.
bro. I'm sorry about that. I just had to call you out. But this time, we're gonna go to Rampalag together with our hosts.
Yes, mainit ang mga kupunan matapos ang ating Game 1 sa The Breakthrough.
At alam mo, dahil dyan, mainit na mainit din ang MPL Arena dahil nagsisigawan ng community dito kanina habang naglalaro ang kanilang mga favorite teams. Kaya naman, introducing Rampalag, the ultimate MPL Arena Fit Check. Kaya naman, tingnan natin kung sino nga ba ang ating makakasama. Tawagin na natin ang ating MPL Superfans.
Let's go!
Denise, makakasama natin one from Team Falcons and one from ONIC Philippines.
At habang inaantay natin siya, syempre tayong mga hosts, di rin tayo papatalo sa Fit Check.
Ayan! Let's go, ate from Team Falcons!
Palakpakan niyo naman si ate from Team Falcons!
Go, Rampa! Yes! Wow! Hello! Welcome! What is your name? Madel po. Madel! Gusto ko yung intro na pang pageant. Hi! Guys! Wala bang palakpakan dyan?
That is the spirit! Pero Odin, kung meron tayo sa Team Falcons, meron din tayo sa Team ONIC.
Yes, that's
Ready
right.
na ba siya?
Ready na siya. Nakikita ko na siya from the audience. Please welcome our MPL superfan from ONIC Philippines.
Napakaganda in her yellow shirt.
Yes! Work it, girl! Isang ikot naman dyan! Wow!
And with the banner! Baliktad! Ayan!
Go ahead at irampa mo na yan! Sa ating red carpet, ano bang pangalan ng ating Sonic right here with us?
Hello, Dean! I'm Mikey!
Hi, Mikey, and hi, Madel. Alam mo, Denise, mainit ang labanan. Kaya feel ko hindi magpapatalo ang ating super fans sa isa't isa. Mikey, ano ba ang palag mo?
Ang palag ng ONIC, malakas yung bump namin today dahil birthday ng aming Sigma Jungler, Kingdom! Happy birthday!
Well, Odin, Ate Madel, ikaw ang tatanungin ko. Anong palag mo?
Hindi lang kayo ang may birthday boy. Birthday din ni Haji! Ang taas ng energy nila.
Kasi ang daming may birthday today.
Correct. At ngayon, kaharap mo si Madel. Anong palag niyo sa isa't isa? Anong palag mo, Mikey?
siguro yung palag ko, natanggal na yung braces ko kasi straight hair teeth ko.
Ayan.
Show them your teeth! Show them your teeth!
Ayan daw ang lamang niya.
Sige, papalag din ako. Feeling ko feeling ko malakas talaga kayo. Sige, pagbibigyan namin kayo.
Okay! And that's a wrap para sa ating Rampalag! Give it up para sa ating MPL Superfans!
Mag-ingat!
Sonic, what time is it?
I love the energy!
Para sa ating Rampalag, bumalik na muna tayo sa Lawn of Land of Dawn with our casters.
You gotta love the support coming out from both the Nest and the Super Fam, the Sonics rather. But for the latter, I have to say that they gotta give a bunch more of those screams and support because ONIC is down against Team Falcons that seems to be in control for majority of game number 1.
For the fast fans out there, I don't think this is one of those things that can be solved with family. It has to be more than family to bring them together. They gave the Freya and was thinking, okay, maybe the Bruno would be okay to handle it. And I would imagine that there is a theoretical world that could have worked. And then they played the mid-start like that, effectively taking their Bruno out of the game. As much as that was a great rotation for Kyle, I hope ONIC are also honest with themselves that first pick-off at the Severo, or the second pick-off at the Severo, led from the fact that they played the mid like that. That's the start that they chose, and they jumped way too deep into the pool to get out.
Yeah, I mean, it's not even just about, or it's not even in the draft. I mean, they do know what their strength was. It's just that they were unable to execute it right from the start. Appreciate you, Ren Diesel, for that one. Now we're looking at it again. Broken walls. This is a Uranus finally taken out. Yes, I've broken Renmar today. That was one of my goals. It was a win. I'll take that victory any time of the day. Leo, you can speak now.
I think they gotta fix their Tokyo draft. I'll admit, you can't just skirt into a good draft against Falcons. So, Coach Bluffsy and Coach Hayes should have other tech. It can't be the same, oh, we're gonna draft something that goes well into the ONIC Orange Invade strat in the first 2 minutes and then get away with it. Like, there has to be something else.
Okay, so that was Leo the Chris talking to you for now. Just gotta appreciate it, man.
My reaction is how Shaw reacts to everything.
Leo the Chris.
That's Ren Diesel and Leo the Chris.
All right.
We gotta go back to this, Renmar. All right, you gotta keep it together now.
I'm not even a main character. What the hell? I show up like every other movie.
Bro, I was thinking of like characters that came close to your name, and I was like,
Leody?
Leody?
Instead of Letty? Wait, is she from Fast?
Yeah.
Yeah, Letty, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Would you rather be Leody or Leo the Chris?
I'm Han.
Oh God. Okay.
He has just one movie. Cameos in another.
All right, let's get back into it before we completely get derailed even further. So, ONIC are not confident with first picking the Uranus, so they ban it out so that it doesn't end in red 1-2 for Falcons. The Suyo was a problem. They take it out. Harley is free for the picking here for ONIC. And actually, there's not a lot that they might need to worry about other than the Hilda showing up. The Juicin got banned in the second block there. And that's why ONIC rushed the Harley. Let's see.
Baksha.
Wait, the Marcel is open.
And Baksha.
Oh my goodness.
Which is terrible for a Harley.
That's a nasty combination.
Talking about going fast and slow to a complete stop at the same time.
Yeah.
Would you?
I wonder if you know.
No, stop.
Okay, fine, I'm stopping.
Do we Baksha Marcel? Is that a good combo? Is that a good 1-2?
Yeah.
Oh!
Yeah. It was bound to happen. You just gotta pick up the Baksha and complete the Tokyo draft for us, man.
Yeah, it doesn't even need to be a Baksha, but it would be
Yeah,
good.
there's no rush because I don't think ONIC needs to steal it.
Yeah, and I mean, even for the Marcel, you can just keep fronting there.
Yeah.
And essentially play the role that a Baksha would hypothetically in the draft.
Yeah, no, the latest possible Baksha pick is on red 3 if you still want it.
Yeah.
Because ONIC's not gonna touch it, and they can ban it blue 4-5.
I think whether or not Team Falcons go blue or red, they still get the trades that they want. Just in game number 1, we saw Uranus, a Freya, and a Suyu. Now we're seeing another Marcel, which was part of the Infinix keys to victory, and yet it's still available for Team Falcons.
Good news for ONIC is that they ended up with the Phovius. I think if the Marcel wasn't banned out, Phovius Valentina would 100% be the first picks of Falcons. But of course, you'd rather pick the Marcel than the Phovius, and the Valentina over the Phovius also. So you just have a really good solid pick in the EXP lane. With the Uranus gone, not much to worry about. They pick it an Eve. Ooh, I think ONIC might want to consider banning out an Alice later. An Alice would play very well alongside the Marcel. There is no breathing room whatsoever with those two.
Yeah, that might be part of the second phase of bans here for ONIC Philippines. Meanwhile, for Team Falcons, I would be surprised if this is not a backshot.
Yeah, if this isn't the backshot, then it has to be the Alice. Because Falcons has to see both of those angles, because one of them is going for sure into blue 4-5 ban.
Yeah.
So one or the other, unless they swerve us and say ONIC is no way in hell gonna be banning blue 4-5 Baksha Alice. Could this be like a Marco pick?
Could also be Leomord. Other than the Marco pick, if they want to save the Marco pick for later.
Nope.
Yeah. Just go Baksha, man. Just go Baksha.
This is Kyle we're talking about.
They're gonna go with security of that pick, together with, again, another strong 3 for Team Falcons. But it seems like for ONIC Philippines, you know, this is a slight change, but for the better, just because they have some kits to work with when things go south.
Yeah, and Falcons don't need to ban the carry if they want to pick that up from themselves. But if Phovius ends up with a... Oh, it's Salsa Girl again. Is it both of them?
Is that Aura Brigella?
Yep, that's Aura
right?
Brigella.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
And
Oh
Sasa
my God.
Girl, bro.
There's
Welcome
no
to the
way.
MPL, man.
There's no way ONIC loses now. They can't.
They can't.
Aura wasn't here earlier.
Oh, I think she went to the bathroom. I'm not sure. But
So this whole time that they were drafting, that the audience could have been on cam, Aura was in the bathroom.
yeah.
Unfortunate.
Now, Aura is Aura farming.
Confirmed.
Confirmed, for sure.
Oh, we're gonna lose choices for the gold lane now.
Oh, it's a Claude.
Yeah.
Taken out by...
Carry. Unless you steal the carry.
Yeah, they might rush the carry at red 4 unless ONIC take it out, but then they're also going to end up with other power picks. They'll end up with a Harith who has been not available the entire day. He hasn't even been banned. He just hasn't showed up.
It's just not... The teams that play today just aren't Harith teams anymore.
Yeah. Weirdly enough, you know, because I saw a bunch of Harith picks
last night.
Last night, and even on Friday. It's just that for, you know, Team Falcons, they're not even consideration of picking that in spite of ONIC Philippines already having the Phovius. They might go for that themselves if they want to, just so they could double down on some of the damage. But considering that it's already a Harley and an Eve, so they would go triple whammy on the magic damage if they do that. So Team Falcons, it might be a risk that they would want to take.
Yeah, you take out the YSS, I think the carry and Moskov are still great options for Marco. There's still a room for Harith, but they might not consider that, considering even high loss can still show up for ONIC. And if the even high loss are there and they pick the Harith early, might be a tough time for Marco. Safest bets would be Marksman, Moskov carry, as I mentioned.
Moskov carry now be possible choice. Again, one of the frontliners in terms of the picks here for, I would say, either team.
Okay.
If they would go for it again, Yu Zhong.
Yep.
Not a stretch, to be honest.
That kind of telegraphs the fact that ONIC might be planning a soft gold laner for a Savero, like a gold laner that can protect itself as well.
Yeah.
A gold laner that's afraid of big black dragons.
Yeah.
What could that be? I mean, Moskov, obviously.
Or carry still, but then, I mean, they have the reach already. They have the dive.
Bruno.
I think Brusco should play something a little bit more close. I think no, with the Valentina, Gatot might be iffy. Khalid, fast rotations, the man marking. Yeah. Khalid should be alright.
Khalid should be okay. It should be under Brusco's radar, maybe even Coach Bluffsy. He picks it up. And the Moskov is going to be there.
Whoa!
With a Badang. Again, picking up from where we left off in the first match. It's still going to be available here for ONIC Philippines.
gold for Flap. I still say Alice. There's no Uranus.
Oh, right. It hasn't been banned because of Team Falcons prioritizing, or should I say, ONIC Philippines prioritizing the Lapu-Lapu and the Yuzhong. They still have the Alice threat. Eve's gonna have such a hard time, and the Moskov will have to find its routes to get out of there quickly.
The damage profile just doesn't fit. Like, no one can burst her down.
Yeah, and with a lot of like mobile CC immune heroes, Glue might be iffy also. That's why I'm leaning more towards Alice than Glue right now. Whoa! It's XP Hilda.
It is.
Okay.
It's been a while. When was the last time we saw XP Hilda?
Earlier, Lansu earlier this week or last week was it?
I believe it was last week because I was here every day.
Of this week?
Yeah.
Okay, so last week Lansu brought out a XP Lane Hilda.
Unless I'm mistaken.
But
I have to find it.
But it still feels like a tech choice. Why? What is he gonna do? Is he gonna clear the wave, run out, bother King Kong, and then go back?
Yeah. Yeah. So it was day one. It was even Twisted decided to play this against ONIC.
Yeah.
I think it's their focus for the Harley.
Yeah. So win the lane, run out, bother the Harley, go back.
Yeah. And in terms of the team fighting, it's just you're saving that Horror of Wildness for when the Harley decides to come in. Or you force the space escape out because you ran straight to King Kong during the objective fights.
So Flap will basically be playing Party Pooper here in King Kong's birthday bash. ONIC Philippines are gonna try their best to possibly extend this into 3 games, but for Team Falcons, this is a team that has picked up some really good compositions. It's just that the Hilda is still part of the question. Placed in the EXP lane, you would expect that a Flap is going to be, you know, channeling some energy to get inside, just figuring out a way to dish damage towards the Harley. But he has a lot of heroes to get past before that.
It makes sense when we think about it in the laning phase.
Yeah.
Or the transition into big fights phase. Gentlemen, could this also be kind of like Nova's Hilda, where it's like it's a rage baiter? It's just like, hit me with the ult, hit me with the ult, and then just hides and then goes back out. Because, again, it's what, 75% there to Uranus.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing too. It's maybe he's really just accepting the fact that the term isn't useless. It's
a nuisance?
Nuisance, yeah. Let's go with nuisance. Because there's definitely use for this Hilda. There was also use for the Hilda of Nova earlier as a roam.
Yeah.
But with Golden Hour, Marcel, Hilda running on everyone. Wait, this might be a more annoying comp than we realize, that we just cannot see it because we haven't seen it together. But Marcel, Hilda together. I'm excited to see how they handle the team fights.
Might make it easier, might make it even more difficult. Just a few instrumentals as we begin.
It's a funky early game.
It's a funky early game.
The
discotheque is on and booming.
All right.
But finally, we're done.
Game time. Oh, it is very annoying. Look at that. Falcons have denied. Oh my God, Ogwen flickers out. Close call. Falcons have denied ONIC that early orange take.
Oh. Yeah. That was pretty quick. And again, Team Falcons putting in the work at the early portions of this game. But for ONIC Philippines, King Kong already going to the other side. Flap is going to be quickly aware of this situation.
I don't think
but the Sigma jungler will be safely securing that minor objective at bottom.
That's a Lizard for King. He is level 4. 4 before Kyle. Let's see if Kyle gets it for the Beetle. First EXP Crab goes to Kirk as well. Kyle level 4. Both junglers level 4 for the first turtle. But Flap is still trying to get to that threshold. Kirk as well.
King Kong forces a flicker out of Kirk.
I was about to say that this is how game 1 should have went. You know, this idea of peace, calm before the storm, and the turtle is where they're about to fight or skirmish.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. That's 4 members of ONIC flushing Falcons out of that space. Kyle gets caught with a fist break, and they answer back, but Kyle is going to get squished here, despite using the puissance. Hagi with a stolen RWM, putting up a wall, stopping Kyle from escaping. Not enough damage. Flap chasing him down, but there's just way too much space. He already used his flicker. ONIC wins that early engagement.
Yeah, Kyle took way too much, couldn't get out of the combo. Kirk also, really great job with that last team fight. That, honestly, it's just all wins for ONIC.
Yeah, that's 4 heroes being toned down, or brought down by ONIC Philippines to the bot lane just so they could evade what seems to be a nuisance with a lineup that Team Falcons has. And with that being said, they're close to developing 1,000 of a gold lead, and Ogwin, in spite of him holding on to a Marcel, this has not reached golden hour level just yet. So we should be expecting him later on, but not in the first 3 minutes of this game number 2.
Yeah, 300 gold difference between Savero and Super Marcos. It's a small lead for our first import in MPL Philippines against Bulletproof.
Uh-oh. Flap, what are you doing? 2v1. There's no way he survives this. Dunked on by Kurt. King Kong moves on, continuing farming.
It's the complete opposite. What seems to be a nuisance for Team Falcons is getting nerved.
Fist break and crack right in your face, Flap. Flicker by Haji is fine. And they now try to punish Brusco. He flickers on now too. Puissance by Kyle, but dealing not enough damage on Prince. A nuisance is one thing, but being successful is another. Like, Falcons are doing a good much of nothing.
Yeah, so far all the success has gone to ONIC. They've answered the aggression by Falcons well. They dove on the boxer right away, who was caught in the worst spot. He was essentially caught between literally a rock and a hard place. 2 walls, there's no way out at all. Now with golden hour for this Marcel, let's see if that changes, but it doesn't look like it will that much.
Turtle's gonna be surrounded again. Flap is at the back.
Flap catches the deadly magics, but instead dunks onto King Kong. Now Flap's on Prince, as well as Ogwin, and they stop the super from taking the turtle. Kirk takes the disguise. Kyle at about half health, pops at regen. Brusco, golden hour, getting caught by Ogwin. And now Prince dropping those void crystals. Again, Falcons just annoying enough to slow ONIC down, but the super fam continue to take the turtle.
Yeah, it's not gonna put a stop to it unless
RWM here, cancelled. Now the turtle at a 10th of its health. Super Marco finds Prince. Bulletproof from out of nowhere. Takes the turtle too and takes down Kirk. 2 for Marco.
Great rotation by Super Marco. Falcons realized they needed just a little bit more damage. Severo also read the situation, but of course, it was Marco who made the first move out of lane. Falcons, now I'm seeing the annoying part of their lineup for a lineup that has an Eve. There are so many heroes that don't care about a box, that just runs through the formation and breaks it, forcing ONIC to fight these little proxy mini 1v1s and 2v2s in major objective fights.
Okay, to be fair, we are omniscient. We can see the whole damn map. I didn't see Marco rotate. He did it so quickly.
Yeah, and it again gives Team Falcons a big advantage when Super Marco is already part of the team fight, because it's only the Moskov that he needs to take consideration for. And for Savero, we haven't really seen a game-changing spear of destruction from him over the last 6 minutes, and we might be seeing that later on, but that gives some room for Team Falcons.
That is the golden hour stopping both ults. And SOD, here you go. As you look for it, they jump on the Kirk. Kirk very low. A lot of damage being rained down upon him. He jumps on the 4 members. Make that 5 as Kirk gets taken down. Falcons walk away with a win.
With all of the kills for Super Marco, note that he does not have the Sky Piercer yet, so there are no stacks to work for. Now he just built it, but that's before, that's after all of the kills we saw him got.
Yeah, so at least this is some breathing room for ONIC Philippines, because of Super Marco quite delayed with that total damage output that he can give, but this gives full confidence for Team Falcons to continue the siege, and in fact is going to be giving and dishing the damage towards Super Marco. It's not going to happen just yet. ONIC Philippines will be able to defend, but the nuisance continues for Team Falcons as they rotate around the map.
We don't see this very often. A Granger or anyone with a Sky Piercer really, building fully the first item before the Piercer.
Yeah. Instead of the Fury Hammer Piercer path, he built the Hunter Strike first.
Oh! Real Removation stolen by Haji. Golden Hour. Watch these swipes as they come. Oh, and Clark gets taken down. Stack for Marco. Might be another one. King Kong finds Flap. Brusco holding it down. Ogwin shielding up, but he's very low. Runs through, dashes, tracking shots towards the Turtle Pit. And now Super Marco holding out, dealing a lot of damage, serving up a turtle to Kyle. 2-1. Our turtle count for game 2.
No, King Kong was no longer in any vicinity of that turtle pitch. He was just away from that team fight. Team Falcons controlled that cleanly, but a bit casualty on their side as well. But for Savero on the other side, ONIC Philippines are building up on that trade. It's the art of macro for the Super family.
Yeah, so far it's only been one tower broken for either side, both of their opposite lanes. So it's not the Battle Mage Harley, this is the Genius Wand Harley for King Kong.
It's the original flavor.
Yeah, the original flavor of it, just pure damage. It's even Flame Retribution instead of blood.
Super Marco had a feel on that as well. The Deadly Magic will not be released to its full potential as Team Falcons are only holding on to a 400 gold lead. Both teams able to secure a turret. There it goes again.
Kyle with a drive-by. It's on the cart. Golden Hour. Not going to be necessary as they freeze Brusco. Hassan's on it too. Marco gets a double. Falcons pushing fourth. Eyes on that turret. They have a big cannon minion, and they will now attempt Grand Theft Purple.
I'm sorry, Brusco. This isn't the Matrix. You're going to have to catch every single bullet that Super Marco is going to give.
Man, that is a disgusting combo. Just when the goal, able to dodge just in time.
Space escape.
Yeah, that initiation by Kyle was actually brilliant, because if he got Dark Wave there, that might have been a slightly different equation. But the fact that he was able to swerve past the Dark Wave and bump to the back of the Phoveus.
Did he U-turn?
Yeah, he U-turned.
Yeah, he did.
It was a sharp U.
Wow.
Sharp curve utilized by Kyle, which means the Team Falcons will be taking down another turret to lead by 1 in that department. ONIC Philippines slowly being pushed back, but King Kong already first in that top wave as Kyle TZ simply securing his objective before a major fight.
Oh, yeah, you see the difficulty here for ONIC. It's, again, the formation breaking of the Falcons lineup, and the fact that, wait.
Oh, he's doing it again. Sharp U-turn. Catches Kirk once again. The Puissance in comes Ogwin. Golden Hour to hop off the exit.
Oh my gosh.
And now Haji and Super Marco rolling away. Another stack. Kirk folds. Marco at 7 kills. If my calculations are correct, he's got 50 stacks.
Marco Mean Mug. Get this guy the poster.
SOD finds its mark. It's on Kyle. He has a retribution. Falcons secure.
It was early. They waited. Savero's not able to bring the tower down bot, but that provides a bit of space. Meanwhile, Falcons, there was a simple key to victory for ONIC.
Savero cancels the recall.
Here comes Flap.
Now we're playing mouse. Savero gets that
Kyle.
SOM. Kyle coming through. Drive-by. Catches Brusco. Puissance Savero nowhere to go. Savero still has a flicker. Wailing away. Here comes Haji. Has a stolen RWM. Run, pressure, run. Clayton here under duress. Gets taken down. A stack for the bulletproof.
And they weren't just playing with their food. They were waiting for the Granger to get there so that it goes up to 60 stacks now for this Granger.
Keep it count.
Bro, the bullet is literally exploding. Coming out from Bulletproof Super Marco as Team Falcons now landed onto a 3K gold lead. And King Kong's gonna be fending off the top lane in favor of ONIC Philippines, tying the turret department over there. Still gonna be some energy shields available, but Kirk's gonna be stuck.
Okay, Golden Hour. Stopping everything there. The OG. Finds Marco. Cuts his stacks in half. Ogwin now backing off. Flap as well, using that flicker to retreat. Falcons get a reality check.
Bro, what an initiation from Kirk. He seemed to be the guy who was in danger from the start, completely turning around and giving some more breathing room for ONIC.
Him and the Monster Mage. I think Prince turned on his clutch gene and said, we can't keep getting our butts kicked like this.
Yeah, that was just perfect tandem between Kirk and Super Prince. RWM immobilizing the Granger, then the Dark Wave. First, it was a great start, but Kirk received the brunt of the damage, but boom! Flicker! Flicker, D-Dubs gets it. I'm not gonna keep calling it D-Dubs, don't worry.
One-time thing.
Yeah, one-time thing. It's still Dark Wave, guys.
Unless.
Sound off in the comments.
Okay. I'm gonna wait for it later on. But again, ONIC Philippines, those are the types of plays that they need for them to eventually make their return. I mean, there's nothing else to return here from because this is a close fight from the start. It's only 500 gold separating these two teams, but they're gonna have to be careful because of how aggressive Team Falcons is. Maybe with the overextension that they have been doing with the nuisance lineup that they have, ONIC can take advantage of this unless...
And here we go. A stolen RWM. Gonna incapacitate Kirk. Keep him where he needs to be. Moves on over. D-Dubs over to one, but Marco gets a stack, and that's a fist crack. Missing it smart. Kill for Haji. Another chasing down Savero. Kyle gets it. Marco recovers a stack. Two defenders left. It's Prince and King Kong with the Lord spawning in two.
Kyle with a rebound. No goal. Back out to Super Marco. Bang, it hits again. Oh, that's 3 straight. That's gotta hurt even more.
And this is gonna be a free Lord, so this is definitely gonna hurt for ONIC. They see King Kong in mid, but they'll be able to take it. They won't be able to delay for 40. They're just gonna march shot right away, but Falcon still has side lane minion waves to work through. It's gonna be a slow push on out. But ONIC will have time to regroup for the defense, while Falcons will look to end it here.
I mean, if you're looking at the graph, ONIC has had their moments of brilliance, especially from 8 to 12 minutes. It's just that Team Falcons, it always felt like they had the lead just because of the way Kyle approaches these team fights. He's only died once. He was able to give those assists 9 times in critical situations, and with Blap building on the cauldron, this is going to be difficult for Savera to burst down.
Whoop! RWM, friends, just at the right angle, even under the golden hour, able to stop that Lord from crashing through. Taking care of it. Still a chubby wave up top. They got to deal with this. Kyle rolling around. Ogwin almost gets taken down. From Clayton. Taken down. One. Falcons once again get quelled and stopped from the push.
Was that Clayton or was that Clay Thompson? Because that was a bang in the buck. Falcons had to back away. They got terrified of the spear.
Sports ball.
That was deep. Falcons. This is not going to be an easy road to the win. ONIC might still be able to force game number 3, 2,000 gold lead. And the map is shrinking.
Brusco dashes through after the conceal. Marco instinctually smells something's fishy. They take care of that push in mid. They lose tier 1.
Oh man, ONIC Philippines now officially have a way to bounce back into this game. The graph may not show the goal distribution in favor of Savero, except for the minions that he's farmed all throughout. This is the benefit of having a 4-1 composition. The long lane is where Savero will eventually thrive, and ONIC Philippines are going to be banking on him later on. He's making a big place.
Falcons need this Granger alive. Without the Granger, they lose majority of their damage. Haji's damage might not be even enough. Oh, he had a feeling. And Savero was able to get out in time.
That was a second too late.
The map equalizes. Minion waves will all converge towards the center of their respective lanes. And Falcons will just slowly push them out. They're looking for advantage for the next Lord, while ONIC trying to do the same. Stopping Falcons. Oh, Kyle.
Okay, force out that space escape. Pops the Poissons. And now Ogwin running through. King Kong on the far side of the map. Deep behind enemy lines. Gets that other space escape. And King Kong, the birthday boy, has juked all of Falcons.
That's a birthday boy crossover if I ever saw one.
Ogwin.
Team Falcons just...
they're gonna go for it.
Froze. There goes
He
Calican.
finds Kirk. That's 2 members of Falcons on the backside. They pop Brusco's immortality. And Marco looking to get a stack. He finds it. RWM on RWM. King Kong finds Kyle. Happy birthday. King Kong, and now Kirk is calling the shots.
Oh, Kirk!
With the SOD from them. They find Haji. One more. They're getting Super Marco.
Oh,
and
my
Severo with a
God.
big-time shutdown. He's trying to flap with the flicker. Severo follows through, and Severo finds it too. Triple kill for the first import in the Philippines.
A massive error by Kyle, and Falcons means ONIC have a one-way ticket to a game number 3.
Ogren doing his darndest. Doesn't even have a golden hour. He has a deadly magics on him. His fastest ally.
They're going for it.
Kyle. It's too late. The Super Fam are taking us all the way.
Savior Severo has done it again. When the world needed him the most, all he needed to do was to throw a spear, and that spear landed to a game number 3.
That is gonna haunt Kyle and the rest of Falcons. Clearly, Kyle was trying to go for the Eve, but he ended up bumping into one of the tankier members of ONIC instead. And Falcons were forced to react to something that they weren't completely ready for just yet. While ONIC made the most out of the chaos Falcons started for themselves. They had this, they flubbed it.
Watch. The last team fight just showcased the mechanics that the Super Fam has had. Team Falcons, you guys were talking about this. Super Marco is going to be the main damage dealer, but aside from him, there aren't really a lot. So this goes to show you that all ONIC had to worry about was trying to locate Super Marco, and then an immediate collapse from Team Falcons would happen all the time.
Don't dance with ONIC, man. That's just rule number 1. Mechanically, across the board, they have it on pat. So I think the fact that Falcons goaded them was their first mistake.
And of course, man, that was him building up the Swift Trinity.
Yep,
I'm sure he has it on his pocket. Severo, just the MVP of game number 2. I cannot find any other MVP in that game other than him.
Yeah, it took a total team effort for sure, but it was a moment of individual brilliance. A couple of them back to back in like under a minute for them to be able to take that win, and Severo deserves this MVP.
Just a really solid showing in game number 2. He found the right targets. He was isolated a couple of times, and that resulted to 2 deaths in his name. But nevertheless, he was able to convert on a lot of the missteps the Team Falcons had in order to get to this victory.
Early on, you see here first ONIC though. Without the golden hour, it was a different story, but once that golden hour hit and came along for the Marcel, Falcons just stacked win after win, eventually taking control majority of the map. And King Kong and Severo were able to find farms. They were able to get kills here and there, a few key shutdowns, especially Kirk here getting a big shutdown for the team, chase back on the resource pool. The SOD didn't hit. That could have been a big wipeout if the SOD hit before the Granger went down, but at the end, bang, that also. First big one, but here, this is what's gonna haunt Falcons. They separated Brusco, but Kyle is the one that got separated from the rest of the team. Ogun tried to save him with the golden hour, but at that point, Kirk was just now jumping on the members of Falcons. It took a lot of damage. Here comes the SOD. Haji with the flicker, bumps a bit into the wall. Severo, easy decision to entry. Double kill. And that's game. Make that a 2-2 for Clayton.
Dude, Severo's not even letting them go back to their base anymore. This was ONIC Philippines beating Team Falcons with a Marcel in their lineup, which Team Falcons is known for to be deadly with this composition. The nuisance may have worked for the first few minutes, or at least the majority of this game, but one misstep can mean danger for the green and white because as soon as Super Marco was taken down, it felt like Falcons were no longer invincible.
Yeah, I'm still gonna stick with the key to victory for ONIC, wherein they should still most likely take out the Marcel. Again, that was Falcons' game to lose, and they just lost it. They got punished Kurt had a terrific moment of brilliance there alongside Super Friends, who set up the RWM for the Dark Wave flicker, so that Super Marco would get taken out first, so they get their first big shutdown gold. And then in the second one, it was honestly, that was more on Kyle than anyone else, really. ONIC reacted to it well, but Kyle went way too deep, and they forced it. I don't know if that was Kyle's call or Ogwin was with Kyle and said, hey man, I got you, don't worry, I can golden hour. But that wasn't the right call to make at that time.
Yeah, it was, again, the nature of their lineup. It's just that there are some things that they shouldn't cross that they have, which led to them losing this game. It was ONIC outplaying them in the end.
Yeah.
And we are going to be going to a game number 3 in this breakthrough, with two teams showing their full potential in this series. Severo, who was doubted from the start of the season, became the MVP, became the hero of game number 2. That's something to say about.
I'd rather have it this way. I'm actually happy that we're going all the way, because if you remember, Friday night, Liquid swept ONIC. That felt deflating. So this is good. I like the series.
Yeah, I like what you think. And if you guys think that you have what it takes to run the show with eProject Esports for Everyone, we're giving you the power to bring the MPL energy to your own local community.
That's right. Participants get exclusive access to tournament modes, free in-game items, and even diamonds. Just head over to ph-mpl.com/e-project to start your application.
Yeah, turn that passion into action. Visit our website for more info. Scan the QR codes for more. Or rewind it a bit, then scan.
Yeah, don't worry. You guys have enough time before the next game actually happens. But for MDL Philippines Season 7, it is where we witness the birth of the next generation of legends.
That's right. 12 teams are battling it out across 6 intense weeks of regular season play every Tuesday and Wednesday at 2 p.m. And earlier on Thursdays, we start at 1.
You can watch the action live on MPL official pages. Come join the conversation and see the future of Philippine MLBB unfold.
What seemed to be the future from before are now the present, because you're seeing a lot of players from MDL now here at MPL PH, which is why we're calling out to all of our super fans. You can stay updated on all things MPL PH and connect with the most passionate community in esports. Join the MPL Philippines official Facebook group, the Super Fan channel, and the MLBB official Discord.
Get your all-access pass to exclusive contents, the latest news, and community discussions. Lead the conversation and have a chance to be featured as our Super Fan of the Month.
Be part of the MPL PH family. Scan the QR code on your screen now and join the conversation. See you there.
Gonna
2
see
QR codes right
Yep.
there.
That's over at Grand Mars. Unfortunately, it's gone already, so we're just gonna do this sign. Yeah, that's
This
it.
sign, when Liquid isn't playing, feels weird.
Yeah, right? It's a C. It's just a C.
It just doesn't fit, I think.
It doesn't fit. Like when you do this, makes it so unusual. You know what? With this finger, I see the future. We're gonna go to our host in a bit. Look at this now.
What an intense match between ONIC Philippines and Team Falcons. That's why, Denise, you know what? We need a break. And right here with us is a special guest.
Yes, we have a special guest coming from an international stage. We're international, Odin. All right, please introduce yourself.
Hello, my name is Atakan, and I came for joining the MPL PH.
Yeah. All the way from a different country. Where are you from?
I'm from Turkey.
Wow, Turkey.
Turkey.
What brought you here?
Actually, Nokai, my girlfriend is from here.
Oh.
And actually, the Mobile Legends is a very special game to me because I have met with my girlfriend in there.
Wow,
What
you
a-
found a
Yeah.
love life with
What a love
MLBB. I love that.
story, Odin. That's a love story that we love to hear. But of course, you came here all the way from Turkey to watch with your girlfriend. We want to know, who's the team that you're supporting?
Actually, okay, I follow all the teams in Philippines, but in my heart, I'm supporting TLPH.
Oh,
Yeah.
TLPH.
TLPH.
Any players specifically? Any player that you're a fan of? Player. Is there any player that you came here to watch?
Who's your favorite player?
Or just TLPH in general?
Like Carl TZ.
Oh, Carl
TZ.
TZ, the
Yeah.
GOAT.
The GOAT.
All right, so we are watching right now ONIC and Team Falcons. Do you have any message to our players right now?
Good luck to everyone. Actually it's a tough match, really.
Yes.
Especially the last match, ONIC PH comeback. Really, it was so pleasure to watch.
Yes. How is your experience here in the MPL arena? Because your first time here in the Philippines, I believe. How was your experience? How was the crowd?
Actually, okay, it's my fifth time.
Oh, fifth time.
Oh.
You love the Philippines and you love your girlfriend.
I love all the Pinoys. Really, you are very hospitable person. Really.
Thank you
I love
so
you all
much.
guys.
Yes,
Really.
thank
We'd
you
love to
so
hear
much.
that.
It's nice having you here. And I'm curious that M8 was announced already. The venue will be in Turkey. What was your reaction to that?
Actually, look, when I for the first time I heard it, I became crazy because for the years I've been playing this game for 7 years. So when I heard it first time, I get sobrang excited, really.
Sobrang excited.
Guys,
really.
hear that? Sobrang excited.
We will very welcome you there. You will see the Turkish hospitality really there. You will see that.
We're excited to be there too. So thank you so much, Atakan.
Thank you so much.
It's a pleasure having you here, and shout out to your girlfriend as well. Thank you, and we'll throw it back to the casters to continue our intense match.
Not gonna lie, that was pretty fire. You know, that fits again one of the reasons why. Even if you're living from far away, when you visit the Philippines, this is the place to be. Major shout-outs to you, man.
Payaz.
Oh.
What does that mean?
Red and white, I think.
It's just unfortunate that, of course, one of Turkey's favorite sons, Neil Robert de Guzman, could not be here tonight.
Recently named head coach for the upcoming ENC 2026 campaign.
Yeah, I think Mr. de Guzman would be ecstatic to meet him.
He's busy serving Thailand.
Yeah, he's busy serving Thailand.
That's true. You know what? He's our new Mr. Worldwide now.
Yeah, he is.
From Istanbul to
North America,
to Bangkok.
Oh, man.
Riyadh.
Bro is busy.
Manila.
Bro is booked and busy. Shout-outs to you, Midnight. We're happy that you're having a good time.
His bachelor pad looks like that.
What? I mean, I wonder what his penthouse looks like.
Moving on, episode 1.
Growing up.
Oh, growing up.
Yeah.
Episode 2. Episode 2.
What about moving out? Episode 3.
If he moves out that quick, then something went wrong somewhere.
Oh,
He bought a whole floor.
Yeah, he bought a whole floor.
We're going to flying clouds.
Yeah, because again, what a series.
Yeah.
This has turned out to be. I mean, for Team Falcons, it felt like for those 2 games, they were able to control the lead. Game number 1, they were able to hold on to it, developing a really huge advantage for themselves, somewhere around 8 to 9K. And then once it reached game number 2, they still had it until they did it.
I'm going to put on my coaching cap.
From the rain.
If I would be part of the coaching staff of Falcons, you know what I would do? I would make sure that the draft goes in such a way where you clearly have a lineup that's set to dominate early to mid and win fast. Of course, ONIC won't allow that. They ban out the Baksha, but win fast is the mentality. To push the idea to the players that, hey, that was your game in the last game. You guys just messed up there in the end.
Make up for lost time.
Make up for lost time. Dominate them to prove that it was just all you guys and that you learned in that quick break that we had before heading into game number 3 your mistakes and you got better. Play fast. Play to win this before 15 minutes.
And that's what they did in game 1, essentially. In game 1, they won at even before the 15-minute mark. They were just waiting for that final push. But yeah, I agree. Against a team like ONIC, even without the whole game 2 losing situation, just play fast, draft to win the first 10 minutes, and then play to the finish.
That's what worked for them all throughout the season. We've seen very rare times that Team Falcons were brought up to the brink of at least playing for 20 minutes or maybe even more because of how well they execute, which brings me to my point that it's either they execute so well or they kind of fumble it in the end.
So Falcons take out the carry and they're threatening ONIC to ban the Freya, and they will. The Juicing gone, Marcel gone, Suyo, first pickable for them, if ever, is it?
I'm with it.
Yeah, both you know, Harley and Suyo are available.
Oh yeah, Harley
at
and
this
Suyo.
moment, so
they can choose.
They could choose either one.
Or
Maybe
Valentina.
prioritize Kyle, or you're right. Just go with a Valentina, or maybe Hero 4.
Tough thing for Valentina, by the way, is that it'll be an easy Phoveus red 1-2 for ONIC. I would be very surprised if they don't pick the Phoveus.
Or
The red 1-2
Uranus.
against the Valen.
Whoa.
Uranus would actually be great.
So many power picks left open.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's because of you know, the Zushin who is at the bans of Team Falcons. So it opens up some room for the others to finally get some playing time here. Kalea is going to be the first choice for Team Falcons. They might pair it up with, oh, I was about to say the carry, but they're the ones who taking it out.
I wouldn't be mad at a Valen Phoveus.
Yeah, Foval.
Yeah.
That was the other. I think that's what all of we were saying for the past 2 minutes leads to. Like,
yeah,
strong Valentina opener, but then you have Phoveus, so why don't you just get both?
What about, is there a case for Uval also?
Yves?
Uranus
Val?
Oh. Yeah.
No, but there's still a Phoveus on the other side.
Yeah, there still is. So the Valentina is going to be there, picking it up right away, and a Suyo.
Suval.
Okay.
But the Phoveus. So they go Foley.
Foley
would be okay.
Phoveus Harley?
Yeah, Phoveus Harley.
Yeah, that does work. It kind of just funnels the Valentina to copy the Tsunami Slam aside from all things. Except for the last 2 picks, of course. But yeah, it's some limited options for the Valentina here if they are going to go for the Foley Team Falcons.
Yeah. I mean, most likely, Haji's gonna end up with something like a Farsa.
Oh!
Or an Eve. Yeah! Oh, it's a Forest.
It's a Forest. Okay.
Harvius.
Harvius.
That sounds like a dog's name, you know?
Harvius?
That's a rich dog.
That's a rich dog's name.
Little Chihuahua.
Yeah.
Okay, you know what? I like how the trades have gone through, but thinking about it, what jungler does Falcons have left? Because we keep saying Harley. Will they still end up with a Leomord or like a Guinevere? I think they will, because ONIC only has 2 bans.
Guinevere will most likely get banned here. I mean, ONIC have been banning out the Guinevere. Have they?
Yeah, they banned the Guinevere in game 1.
They banned it in game 1. I wouldn't be surprised if they ban it here.
Now.
And then they're just going to end up getting left with the Leomord, most likely.
Oh my god.
I'd rather see them pick up the Leomord over the Harley.
But just look at this.
The Monster Mage.
The Monster Mage is a Monster Mage for a reason. He's only used it 2 times, won both of them, and has an 18 KDA.
Yeah.
He is
Clean.
unscathed whenever he uses this hero. That's crazy when you think about it.
Oh man.
That's monstrous.
That means they can't pick up the Fredrin either. Talking about Falcons here. Oh, the Leomord gets banned. Oh, man. Oh, Falcons. Falcons, you have to find a way to recover. You can't YSS. You shouldn't YSS.
Please don't.
I think ONIC might be okay with giving the Harley, but the Harley's quite underwhelming as well.
Okay, you know what? Between Coach Moody and Coach Vren, and where's Ducky? I don't know where Coach Ducky is. Not on stage. I'm pretty sure they all know that the Uranus soft counters they use in Shin. So please don't.
Yeah, they have to know that already.
Unless they have a plan for it, which is again something we don't see just yet.
Yeah, if that is the plan, it should be coming from the mid lane. There needs to be an accessory to a possible damage if they're going to be picking up the YSS and really force their way into this. But nevertheless, it's going to be a very expensive lineup if they go for a Yisun Shin, considering that they already have a Harith on their side. So
They go for time.
a Fredrin and a Hylos will be wrapping up the banning stages for both of the teams now, and it's ONIC on the table.
What if they get desperate and just swing this Harley into the jungle?
You mean the Harith?
Yeah, excuse me. They're both HA starts. HAR starts. Yeah, the Harith.
They're both little boys.
Yeah, they're both little boys. They have the Gatos Kacha high loss banned out. The Harley goes jungle. You still only have to worry about... Harith, thank you. Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry. Harith.
Yeah, but what's crazy is the Harley is still out there.
Yeah.
So you can have a Har.
Yeah, but then he'll Har. Hilda, Brusco, or Hilda or Khalid.
Okay.
Oh yeah, because they can just adjust their roamer for whatever jungle decides to show up.
Okay, so the matter at hand, the question is, will this be a har or I don't know. Like I've seen some games before where the Harith is placed in the jungle. Is there a possibility for that to happen, or is it too far-fetched?
I wouldn't want to see it. I don't want to see it.
I don't want to see it too. That's why I'm asking if it's even possible to happen.
Yeah, no, there's the Harley, there's the Guinevere. Fanny's banned out. There's...
I'm thinking Lance or Nolan maybe.
Exactly,
As expected. But
so that's the thing. Nolan. That's the thing. You have two choices before that happens. So the Farsa, here is the accessory to the damage that we were talking about from a while ago in the Guinevere. Okay, they're going with that yet again. Some setup together with the Kalea, so it will work for them later on. It's just that the Feathered Airstrike is going to be copied by the IMU, which will be another part of the kit of ONIC Philippines, depending on what they're going to be picking here.
I think it's just collateral damage. Falcons have accepted the fact that by opening the Valentina, we'll just have to deal with it.
Khalid, we called earlier. Okay. I'm looking at the XP. How is this Uranus game going to go?
Yep.
So far today, it's been whoever gets the Uranus wins. Pretty much, yeah, Uranus is undefeated today.
There is no one that can reliably kill the Uranus.
Yeah. It's going to take a while for them to get there, too. They're all first base. And there's a Uranus on the other side.
Which is super effective against those types of heroes. So with that, Team Falcons are going to have to find a way to burst down Kirk, as the Super Fam is going to be relying on him heavily early on in the stage of this game, with a Claude farming, a Khalid just continuously initiating, and a Suyu coming in from the birthday boy to hopefully finish things off.
Okay, if there's any point of redemption for Falcons, you know, some cope for the members of the Nest, it's that they're a majority magic-based lineup.
Yes.
So they can blast the Suyo even in Immortal form, and that should sting a little bit more.
And again, this is game number 3 of the breakthrough. It's the second going up against the third in terms of our standings. That is how close it has always been for these two teams right here. Team Falcons, again, they have some setups, they have some forms of attack, but Brusco already being aggressive, immediately being countered by Team Falcons, but they're gonna have to slow it down because Ogwin is starting to feel the damage.
Okay, so they can thank their lucky stars that there's no flickers on Super Prince. Brukerson has his. Kyle! Space migration out, continues to farm up. I wonder if Severo can sniff out that Falcons jungler is low. I can't believe ONIC walked away with this. They got the two most damage-dealing mid-lane duos.
It is the Valid together. Evan Kirk, just giving a little bit more vision. He's going to be able to rotate the map a little bit faster, and he will join King Kong and taking away this lizard flap if he can miraculously take it. No, he does not.
Still okay for both of the teams, while ONIC Philippines is already invading Team Falcons' base. The green and white are just surrounding ONIC Philippines right in the middle, hoping that they can get some conversions, but nothing has been happening just yet. ONIC will slowly develop a 500 gold lead.
Kirk still pushing back flap. Both close to level 4. Let's see who gets his crab.
Okay, Haji keeping himself scarce in the Y brush. He's down about a full EXP bar from Super Prince, so there will be a time where Super Prince actually has the Feathered Airstrike, where the original will not.
This is quite dangerous because Kyle still hasn't reached level 4 yet, and the turtle has already spawned. So the purple objective will obviously going to be able to help her, but King Kong is already there in the turtle.
Oh, the Super Fam are blitzing this turtle, and they're keeping Falcons honest. Kyle will get the level 4 here. They dogpile on the Kirk. Kirk in trouble. King Kong secures the turtle. Tsunami slam on a 1. And a big Requiem! They draw first blood. Fringe foes. So does Brusco. So does Kirk. And so does King Kong. Just everybody in that fight. Super Fam folded.
Was there a rave in the turtle pit? Because everybody started jumping as Kyle turned it up.
Jump around.
Jump around. Was it the Dark Wave that helped set up a much easier Violent Requiem?
Or the other way around?
Because it wasn't the jump from the Quinn.
They're fighting, oh my god! Summon Force for Blazing Duet!
So Kyle went in with a jump, missed it, didn't hit the Retribution in time. Actually, no, it hit. Requiem, I believe that was the Dark Wave. It was the Fove and Gwyn together working in tandem with their kits. And ONIC were just caught off guard.
I think it could have worked either way.
Yeah.
One could have procced the other.
Yeah. That was a surprise coming out from Team Falcons. They were able to capitalize on that right away. 4-0 in terms of kills. And they're slowly pushing in towards the enemy territory. Kirk is going to be face-checking the rest of the guys. And Haji, Super Marco. This is a 3-2 composition. Looking at it again, Super Marco just using the double lanes to at least get as much real estate as possible because he has to worry about both Brusco and Super Prince that could dish damage later on in this game.
Yeah, Severo, it looks like has been... oh, no, that Gold Crab will be going to King Kong. Severo has been managing the lane well against Super Marco. Of course, as his team got the turtle, he has a slight lead over the Harith. No significant items just yet to watch out for, honestly.
Yeah, they're still building up on it anyway because it's just 4 minutes into this game and no one has really made significant changes to the items if they would wanted to.
But Haji does have the glowing wand and a 500 lead, the 400 to 500 gold lead over the Valentina. And there it is, first item priority for Kyle. It's concentrated energy.
Okay, Tsunami Slam on the one. They find the Bruiser and they give him a piece of his mind. Kyle secures a second turtle. Falcons moving along.
That was too easy. Just a simple pull was more than enough for Team Falcons to even bolster their lead even more, 5-0.
Yeah, that was a heavy duel for that Gold Crab. It looks like it does go to Super Marco because he's closed the gap up against Severo. Starlium Scythe already for the Harith and expect that this is where it starts going even faster for Falcons. He's not going to be so lane locked. 5 minutes in, Gwyn, decides to help Marco out. They'll clear that and then it seems like they're going to be playing for a big pick together as a team.
With the shields finally out for both of the teams, no more gold. It's going to be putting on extra for both gold laners, which gives both teams a bit more breathing room to secure the minion waves before the next major objective appears, as Kyle will not be stagnant. He's just going to continue to show his presence because he has the ability to get out anyway.
Is Kyle delaying his purple take? Does he want to save it for that turtle fight?
That is the concern because he is nowhere near that purple objective.
Right?
He's just close to the ONIC turrets, hoping that the jump would be possible, and he doesn't need to jump, he just goes for this!
Finds an amazing Requiem on to this monster mage, and he forces Super Prince back! Brusco once again in trouble! Quick Sandguard had to cancel it, summon force by Marco, but Marco chases him with a flicker of his own! The bulletproof is brutal!
And now they're going to continue to invade into the purple buff. Why get your own when you can get your opponent's own? But it went to Ogwyn!
Okay, that went from great to good for the Falcons, but still, ONIC are reeling. They force a Purify out of Kirk, and they dogpile on the Kirk attack. Kyle gets a kill.
You were asking about this right from the start. Who's going to be bursting down Kirk? They have a 3K gold lead. They do not care about Kirk.
Apparently the answer is all of them.
Yeah. Why need one when we all can? Now we are super fam.
Why do they talk like that?
I have no idea. It's been a tough last few days, and it's been a great day of MLBB as well. 2 kills for Super Marco, has the Feather of Heaven. Cal will finally get his own purple in the rotation. I think Cal also delayed the take on the purple because they saw the play that was brewing up in the bottom lane. So instead of losing time trying to get it, he just decides to go straight to the bottom. Part of the map, Winter Crown now for Kyle, so he can afford to be a little bit more sour with his plays. Does have a Winter Crown to save him, so aggression is encouraged with this Guinevere Winter Crown.
So this is where we are yet again. Flap is going to be isolated completely against 4.
That's a stolen Tsunami Slam, putting him right where ONIC wants him, but somehow, someway,
wait a minute.
He's still alive. He's forcing them back. King Kong, at a tenth of his health. Flap survives the 4-man gank. By God, how?
He dunked on all of them. My goodness.
That man's PR deadlift is more than 100 kgs. Yes.
Yeah, that's a fact. He always posts that on social media, and he had to carry himself against 4 other members. Usually a slam dunk competition requires 4, but it was only done by 1 player. And now they're continuously knocking on the door.
Kirk gets hit with a tsunami slam. And Zamanforce dropped in by Super Marco.
My gosh.
Protected just by his holy shield. So I guess Falcons aren't going to force the issue.
Okay, so we're here at this point again. Falcons is leading by 5,000 gold. By any chance, what kind of window does ONIC actually have to replicate the same thing that happened in game number 2?
A big blade surge. Severo is only up to a DHS, way too far from a golden staff. So first you gotta wait for the golden staff to come in from the Claude. And if it's not the Malefic Gun, then the Malefic Roar. And then maybe we can talk about another turnaround a la game number 2.
Oof, that's still a lot of items that ONIC needs to build up on.
Because look, sorry, but King Kong doesn't even have War Axe yet. He's close, but doesn't have it yet.
Yeah, and we're already talking about the gold advantage building up on it again, but ONIC's not gonna let this go.
For 1, it's Kirk. He's trying to get out of there. Purify not on cooldown, and Flap gets the kill.
Look at him,
they continue to turn. Zamanforce by Super Marco. Bruce goes out. 2 members of the Super Fam not present for this Lord take. All the while, Severo, he's still farming on the off lane.
Yeah, that's the Dreamer looking for it again, but Team Falcons just grounding and pounding on ONIC, whoever's in front.
Grounding and pounding is the best way to put it. This Phoveus, they do not have any tools to deal with it. This is why I was thinking they'd go Valentina. Yeah, or Phoveus Valentina. Because up against the Phoveus, the Valentina is actually helping the Phoveus a lot. And in this early portion, with King Kong also shafted here, all those extra basic attacks, enhanced basic attacks and shoulder tackles that the Phoveus is getting, it's actually messing up ONIC big time in the team fights.
Too many dashes.
Too many dashes. Core items achieved at exactly the same time for both the Guinevere and the Harith. Here's a conceal.
Ogwin coming through, looking for someone here with a tsunami slam. Instead, they take down the inhibitor. Feathered airstrike by Haji. Pushing the Super Fam back, denying the defense. And they're on the Kirk once again. Tsunami slam on the Brusco. Answer to the ring standstone. The stolen Zamanforce. But it is the real one as Prince cannot do anything with a tsunami slam. Severo with the defense. Taking down Flap. The Pink's going to be up next. Down goes Kirk. The Lord still standing. ONIC still defending. And the Falcons have to back off.
They bit off more than they could chew. But they bit off a good chunk of ONIC. ONIC finally get their first kill, but it's only on to Flap. Marco's still alive. But the damage is here. They got some shutdowns.
Severo with the reposition. Zamanforce dropped, and the Falcons take down the Super Fam, breaking through 2-1.
Too good in the early game. Team Falcons have done it yet again. They want to go home early on a Sunday evening.
They were brought up to the air, grounded, then pounded. Only walking away with 1 kill in that game 3. We looked for it, they delivered. A fast win to show dominance against the Super Fam. The Falcons mirror their result from round 1.
Oh, that's just pure domination in game number 3. We saw how fast-paced the game was for Team Falcons as they didn't give ONIC Philippines any sort of breathing room. Even King Kong, who was staying alive in some moments of the game, but it felt like he didn't have much of an impact. And unfortunately for the birthday boy, he's going to be celebrating this with an L. But ONIC Philippines, I think they're still sitting pretty at 3rd, but not sitting pretty against Team Falcons.
This is all Flap's fault. Everything good that ONIC could have gone well for them is neutralized by an angry Phoveus.
They did not have a perfect. That was just, picture perfect start there by Falcons.
Beautiful.
And with Kirk, King Kong, Prince, and the storyline that we've had for ONIC has been the 4. And who were the first 4 to fall down? It was those 4. And with those 4 down, the whole map feels so small for Zavero and for ONIC. It even got to the point that King Kong was trying to cut the lanes in the base out of pure desperation and in an attempt to stop them.
This is Team Falcons taking another victory. Campaign at the second leg is good. Let's toss it over to the winner's interview.
Falcons continue to soar high, adding another win to their streak. Oh, that is a great review and great performance from
Yep.
Happy birthday, Haji. Well, Haji, we know that Team ONIC Philippines is, of course, to be reckoned with. Can you talk to us, no? Paano yung naging preparation nyo against
How
the
was
Team
your
ONIC
preparation
Philippines?
against ONIC?
Sobrang pinagandaan po namin sila. Napuyat po talaga kami kagabi kasi
They really prepared for them and lost sleep, preparing for this match. So even though it's his birthday, it's okay for him to lose sleep. Again, they lost a lot of sleep and got really tired preparing for this match against ONIC PH. I don't need to translate that. How does it feel that you can do your passion? Very happy because my passion is also my job, and my job is my passion. His birthday wish is for their win streak to continue.
Patuloy na manalo, all out sa lahat ng kanilang mga laban pa. Pero ngayon, gusto ko sabihin si Kyle. Kyle, nasa match day, syempre nakapalag pa rin naman ng online. How does it feel na kahit umabot kayo
Even if the series went to 3 games, how does it feel that you were able to still win? Very happy.
Konting adjustment lang po kami nung
They just needed to adjust after they lost game 2. And they got to bounce back. Yesterday, we got to talk to Carl Teasy here in the stage. And they asked him who they wanted to face in the playoffs. And Carl Teasy said that they want to face Falcons because Falcons and Liquid are very even. We have very similar playstyles. And that's why we always face off against each other in internationals because our playstyles are way too similar. That's why it's called the Clash of Titans. Because you guys kept facing off against each other internationally. What do you have to do to continue your win streak? What do you have to fix? Your errors. We had mistakes in game 2 that shouldn't have happened, and we got to fix it for game number 3.
nakahuli si Flap ng tatlo. Sino nagko-call doon?
Wala po.
Flap got to catch 3.
Tapos nag-purify, nag-ulti ako. Si Flap nakatingin sa akin, grabe yung connection.
So Flap was looking at me when I entered, when I jumped on the Valentina to force out the Purify, and that's how Flap was able to get that big set for that early 4 kills. Are you trying to impress someone?
Wala. Nako, Flap.
No one.
Pero anyway,
So heads up, Flap. Oh wait, no. I was about to say Flap single, but I don't want to confirm that, ladies and gentlemen. He just said he's not trying to impress anyone. And he is single, as confirmed by Hans, and the MVP of this match is Kyle. What do you say to Flap?
Bibigay ko sa kanya yung yung MVP, pero sorry Flap, ako yung MVP.
Oh, Kyle wanted to give Flap the MVP and even said sorry to Flap.
ngayon ibigay mo na sa kanya yung mic. Siya na lang mag-message, no?
Thank you po sa lahat na sumuporta sa amin.
Thank you for everyone who supported us.
God bless.
Thank you. God bless.
Salamat sa mga more birthdays to come.
More birthdays.
Happy birthday sa inyo lahat.
Happy birthday to everyone in the arena. Even if it's not your birthday, happy birthday to everyone.
Thank you so much, Team
and take your victory walk for your another win na idadagdag sa inyong streak. Denise, talaga namang patuloy ang paglipad ng Team Falcons, especially in that Game 3. Grabe, hindi ko inakala na ganun sila magiging ganun kalakas.
A happy birthday indeed. And up next for them, Team Liquid Philippines. Casters, what are your thoughts?
My thought is obviously realizing that it's actually my birthday today. And it's your birthday today. And your birthday today. Happy birthday!
Thanks, Flap.
You too!
Thanks, Flap.
Thanks, Flap. I didn't know that I would be remembered by a canon. And yet, here we are.
I didn't remember myself.
I didn't even know it was my birthday today. But what I could remember was Kyle just giving the head start for Team Falcons in that game number 3, being the MVP with a 308 KDA.
Yeah, that Guinevere helped set things up. But ultimately, it was Kyle who did acknowledge that it was Flap looking at him and then getting that dark wave to follow suit. And him, for Kyle, he just pressed his ultimate and he got it. But it wasn't just that one specific play, it was the sequences after that. With such a huge start for the jungle, of course, as the Guinevere, you're going to be confident to jump and front whenever you can get someone, you will try. King Kong won the retry battle, but together, the massive set, Dark Wave, Violet Requiem, and the fact that the Kyle committed to the play and didn't back off just led to that 4 down in the very first play.
And you know, before the start of that combo, Kyle didn't even reach level 4. He was seconds away and he had to use the space jump to get into the thick of it and just dish out the damage. That is the perfect timing that Team Falcons has been showing us time and time again, which is the reason why they have only lost once in this specific tournament.
So for ONIC, I think they just never recovered from that initial start. Again, the major storyline for them has been Super Friends, King Kong, Kirk, and Brusco setting up for Severo. It hurt them even more that their main sponge, what could have been their main tool to take control of the map and control of key areas, got 2 kills, 2 deaths onto him really quick, and I'm talking about the Uranus here. With the Uranus taken out, it makes it even harder for Brusco, who, since, again, you're up against magic damage and a lot of it in the center, and it's just really going to be tough for you as the roamer to be able to hold the front line. So with no more front lines, that does affect Super Friends, it affects King Kong, and in turn it affects Severo, leading to a dominating win for Falcons.
Definitely affected everybody. I mean, if you're looking at Severo, there wasn't a lot of screen time for him in game number 3 because he was just at the opposite lanes, just trying to fish for some minions, look for some gold for the items later on. He was able to build the Swift Trinity, but it was too little too late as Team Falcons were able to just push forward and just claim real estate, minions, the lords, and even the lives of ONIC players who were overextending in their area.
I think ideally, if ONIC maybe, I don't know, drafted or played in a way that they could have slowed down Falcons, this would have gone a little longer and maybe we would have seen a different team win. But as it is, Falcons just knew well that they were going to play for Severo. I think it's confirmed that throughout the first half and 5 weeks in, ONIC has built their play around Severo.
I think they were building on the fact that game number 2 turned out to be the winning strategy for them, and they tried to build it up for the same game number 3. It's just that it didn't work for them because the damage, so much damage has already been done all throughout the first 3 minutes, and it was really tough for them to just make their way back into this game. But to know more about what has happened all throughout game number 3, the finishing blow of Team Falcons, here is the Infinix mic check. Let's listen in.
Kaya pre, papiriin ka. Sige, guys ha. Sige, Kyle, go lang.
No.
Ito. Patay. Flicker. Go lang. Ay na. Guys, Mike. Nice try.
Ito, papiriin ka ata.
Stang ka. Patay ata. Bigyan ka. Siya matagal. Tulong. Tatagal ako, pre. Tatagal ako.
Flap na.
Tatagal ako. Okay, flap. Nagwawala ako. Heal kita. Nga boy, bibigyan ako dito. Ready. Walang pure yan ah. Bigyan ko na. Ready sa akin. Talunan ko lang ate Colton ah. Tara. Okay na. Kaya ka ba ito? Trigger. Bruce ko. Balen. Ay, out. Block na lang, plat. Ganyan na tabay, pre. Clear ka. Tapos to, boy. Walang suyo dito. Tama mo na. Hira. Go lang ha. Talunan ka. Go lang. Pinatawa na ka. Okay, tarulok na ba? Dumakot tayo ha. Walang dakot. Ay, hero nyo muna. Heal ko kayo. Wala silang harap, boy ha. Tatlong car. Double pre, legit. Walang piri balin dito, dad ha. May dakot na ako, boys. Tara. Tara, konti na lang. Papasokin lang natin, wave. Kaya pumasok. Kaya.
That is Team Falcons taking it all for themselves. Just one thing I've noticed is Flap realizing that he can do it, and his teammates just had to trust him.
Okay, I think baseline, the plan for Flap was to last, to make it last long enough, that engagement, that the rest of the Falcons would come in. But I guess he got away with actually a win because there was no damage. Savero went over to underneath his tier 2 to clear the wave instead.
Yeah. Maybe it could have been different, but then at the same time for Savero, if he put himself in the risk there, then even better for the Fovies, an even bigger win for Falcons. So he made himself scarce. But yeah, the confidence on Flap just to say, I could last long here, I'm going crazy.
Looking at the standings once again, it's going to be Team Falcons kind of widening the gap between them and ONIC Philippines. And on the other hand, with APBR taking the dub, they have managed to boost themselves up to within the playoff contention line. So the goal for them is to stay there or hopefully boost up even more.
Crazy how close the lower portion of the bracket is. Rora, from their difference in net game wins between themselves and TNC is just 4. Meaning
Omega and APBR is close.
And then Omega and APBR are way closer. That's nuts. There's a possibility that we might not see the reigning world champs in the next playoffs. Again, I'm not saying that that's going to happen. Don't misquote me on that.
But the math looks like it could be possible.
Exactly.
Different story for Auroras in Fancy Laban though.
Yep, because they are the very first, and they are together with the Sonics as well, sharing the 1 seed. 5-5 and 7-7s for the Green Falcons, Kabarangay, Phoenix Army, and the Mines. Wrapping up your Week 5 standings at the Infinix Fansik Laban, which is where the MPL super fans dish out a best of 1, and they will continue to compete for the entirety of the season, and that is going to be it for the games today. I mean, we just saw 2 best of 3s go down the line. I didn't expect this with a patch that we have where stomps are seen, but it goes completely different to what we saw today.
Paint me pleasantly surprised. I'm here for it. I'd rather have these than full-on sweeps or fully predicted weeks.
I miss full days, full series, excitement, even a little bit of rage baiting.
Uncertainty.
But I really greatly enjoyed this final day for Week 5.
I agree. The rage baiting part was my favorite part, and of course, Red Diesel and Leo de Chris right beside me. So again, this is Han. This is not Fast and Furious. This is MPL Philippines Season 17. Thank you for tuning in the English broadcast. We're going to be tossing it over to our hosts. Take it away.
And that is a wrap for Week 5! Grabe ang mga bakbakang naganap today. Talagang tiktikan hanggang dulo.
Tama ka dyan, Denise. Alam mo, lalong-lalo na yung breakthrough between Team Falcons and ONIC Philippines. Dinala nila tayo sa Game 3 at talaga namang sulit na sulit ang ticket ng ating super fans.
But before we officially close Week 5, Odin, ano ba yung favorite moment mo from today?
Well, for me, it's APBR bouncing back and ending their drought. It's a proof na talagang kayang-kaya pa talagang bumawi ng ating mga teams.
Well, for me, Odin, first off, no, napakaganda na meron tayong bisita from Turkey.
Yes.
And of course, Team Falcon continuing their winning moments here at unforgettable talaga. But super fans, hindi pa yan nagtatapos ang MPL Philippines dahil sa susunod na linggo ay gugulong naman ang makasaysayang tapatan ng Team Liquid Philippines at Team Falcons. Ang Clash of Titans.
Yan ang hindi nyo dapat ma-miss out. Kaya naman, super fans, maraming salamat sa pagsama sa amin. This is your very own Odin.
And this is Denise. Makita-kita tayong muli dito lamang sa tahanan ng pinakamalalakas.
This is MPL Philippines Season 17. Palag na to!
17th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Infinix, the official gaming phone partner, the power behind every Madlang gamer. Smart, the simply reliable connectivity partner of the MPL. Our partner in esports, Clear Men. And our strategic partners, TT Racing, Ferry, and SIP. Don't miss any MPL action by following our official Facebook and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPLPH on TikTok for more content. Experience the lakas ng Pinas of MPLPH Season 17 live at Victoria Sports Tower. Grab your tickets now via the official MPLPH website. MPL Philippines is monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.